Hello everyone, welcome to JIRA course for software development teams from Software Testing Mentor and RCV Academy. This is JIRA Cloud Course, and in this course we will cover each and every aspect that is required for a software development team to use JIRA Cloud effectively within the team. So it doesn't matter whether you are a product owner, Scrum Master, developer, tester, any person who is working in the software space and using JIRA for project management, this course is relevant for you. So in terms of topics that we have covered in this particular course, we'll start from very basic introduction. What exactly is JIRA? So even if you are absolutely new, don't know anything about this particular tool, we'll cover all of that. We'll cover about the cloud instance, what this tool can do, how you can basically set it up. So we'll start with the setting it up for the free version up to 10 users, how you can sign up, then how you can create the project, so different type of projects that are available in JIRA Cloud, how you can create the project. Then we'll walk through the home page introduction, so we'll understand what all key sections are there in the home page, what all is available in this particular tool, so that you do not have to go ahead and figure out each and everything on the home page and learn by yourself. So it has been all sorted out in the chapters, in the sections. Then we'll understand about the boards in JIRA, how you can create board, how you can configure boards, and how the boards are really helpful for you within the team. We'll understand how you can add issues in JIRA, how you can add different tasks, stories, epics. So all of that, if you are a product owner or a Scrum Master, you do day in, day out. So how you can do it, or even if you are a member of a development team, you add the subtask, how you can go ahead and add subtasks, etc. Then we'll cover epics. What are epics, how you can add epics, the ways to do it, and what are the efficient ways to do it. Not just clicking the button and doing it, basically correlating it with the actual project life cycle, and how you are going to do it in the best possible way or the recommended way. Then we'll understand how you manage the product backlog within JIRA, right? So that is important if you are a Scrum Master, how you manage sprints, how you create sprint, how you start the sprint and then close the sprint. All of that will be covered as well. We'll also cover searching the issues. So we'll cover the JQL concept, how you can search issues and create the filters. Then we'll understand about the dashboards, what all you can do within the dashboard, how you can create your own dashboard and customize the dashboard, add the widgets, etc. Then we'll also understand about some of the key reports, what all reports are available in JIRA Cloud, what value they bring in terms of your project reporting. There is a lot in this particular course, so go ahead and start mastering your JIRA journey and know how to use JIRA effectively within your projects. So that's all for the course introduction. I will see you in the class. Please go ahead and enroll and start learning and become a pro user in JIRA. Thank you and happy learning. Hello everyone, welcome to another brand new series from rcvacademy.com. This series is about JIRA Cloud tutorials. So we have already covered a lot of JIRA tutorials on the JIRA server version, but we haven't gone through into details of the cloud version of JIRA, which is very widely used nowadays. Now, there are many organizations, small organizations, big organizations that do not want to have that maintenance of the JIRA server instance in the premise. So many of them are moving to the cloud version. So we need to understand what are the differences in JIRA user interface or the administrative concepts of JIRA in the cloud version as compared to the server version. So this tutorial series will be completely focusing on the cloud version of JIRA and what all key capabilities are there. So I'll start from very basic concepts. So if you are completely new to JIRA, you will still be able to follow the series. If you are very experienced user, you will still find a lot of information in the initial part of this tutorial series, as well as when I'll go ahead with the advanced concepts of JIRA, I'll cover a lot of administrative concepts and what all administration capabilities are being provided into JIRA Cloud version. That will be covered as well. So let's go ahead and start this particular series. So let me just explain a little bit about the JIRA. So let me search Atlassian JIRA and go to their particular website. and see what exactly is JIRA. So for a very new user, so JIRA is basically the number one software development tool used by agile teams. So nowadays you would have noticed, if you're working in an organization, that most of the or majority of the teams are working in the agile model. So they might be using Agile, either Scrum framework or the Kanban framework. If it is more of a product support sort of role, they focus on the Kanban. If it is product development, then it is Scrum. So in order to support that software development, which is agile, which agile teams use, this is the software or the number one software that is being used. So, and when Atlassian says it is a number one software, it is actually a number one software because it is very simple in terms of the end user experience and how the end user will interact with it. So if you are the end user, you will find it very simple to use it. But if you want the power of JIRA, so it provides a lot of capabilities in terms of administration, security. So there are a lot of customizations available in JIRA as well. So it is by far the most widely used software as well for agile teams. Now there are different pricing models. So if you want to install JIRA on the server, there are options for that, but because this series will be for the cloud version, so you can get the JIRA for free up to 10 users in your organization, and I'll show you how you can get it. But before that, we'll see that this is the a couple of features. So you have the planning capabilities that you can do, you have different board options that are available, you can configure those, you can track, release, report. All these features are available in JIRA. And if you want to customize the workflows, we can we'll understand how you can customize the workflow, how workflows are connected with the boards. All these concepts will be covered in a lot more detail in this particular series. Then you have a lot of integration capabilities in JIRA, right? So you can integrate JIRA with the development workflow and the continuous integration, CI/CD pipelines, knowledge management, which is basically the Confluence tool, which will also include in this particular tutorial. And then you have the product roadmap. So if you are doing the product development, you can visualize what your product roadmap looks like with this particular product roadmap capability in the JIRA as well. So if you want to get like a lot more detail about what all features are being supported, we'll cover anyways in this particular series what all important concepts are important for you to get started with JIRA. And basically, if you're a project administrator or a Scrum Master, what all administration capabilities you need to understand. We'll cover all those, but there is a lot of good documentation already available on the Atlassian website, so you can go through that once you complete the series, or even if you want to explore a lot more detail as you go along with the series, you can go ahead and read that. So in order to sign up for JIRA, you have this get it free option. So just click on this button, get it free, and it will ask you that in the cloud products you have these are the options that are available. So you can get one of the other products. So either you can get JIRA with the Confluence or JIRA with the service desk. So you can choose one more product with it. So for example, if I choose Confluence, because Confluence is the knowledge management, and for product development I'll be using Confluence with JIRA, right? So I'll choose Confluence with JIRA, and then the free version, you can see that it supports up to 10 users or 3 agents. When they say 3 agents, basically for the JIRA service desk. So for JIRA software, will be able to use JIRA software for 10 users. It includes, the free version includes 2 GB of storage, which is more than enough for you to basically, if you're a small organization with 5 to 10 people in your team, it is good enough to use the cloud version for free. It offers the community support, and it is always free, so no credit card is needed to sign up. You can see here clearly that you are not required to provide the credit card. Now, when I created my previous tutorial on JIRA last year sometime, this version or the cloud version was not free. It was free for 7 days, but now Atlassian has made it free for up to 10 users, which is really nice and kind of them. For small organizations, like even myself, I use JIRA and use it for tracking my personal, goals and tasks that I keep doing. So I'll choose Confluence and then click on next. So here you will see either you can use your Google account to sign up or you can use your email to sign up. Okay. So let me sign up with email, and here you just provide the email. So I'll say rcvtutorials@gmail.com, and then you provide the password. So whatever password you want to choose for this particular instance. So I'll provide the password and then the first name. So I'll provide my first name and last name, and then you agree with the cloud terms of service. Just go through, read those, and privacy policy, right? So you just read these terms of service and privacy policy. Since I have already read, I'll go ahead and simply click on agree, and then let me have this captcha thing. Let me save this password as well, and once it will sign up for the free account, you will be redirected to this particular page. What this will do is it has emailed a verification link, and then you have to basically go to this particular email and verify that particular link. Okay, so let me log into Gmail and verify the link. So I'll simply go to Gmail and sign in with that particular email. So let me remove this here, and I'll sign in with the email that I have used to sign up. And okay, I'll just ignore that. So I'm in the email account, and you can see that you have to verify. So please verify your email address. Okay, just click on that email and yes, verify me, and it will redirect you to the id.atlassian.com page, and then you have to name your site. Okay, so now once you are logged in, you have to basically provide the site name. Okay, and site name will be your company name or whatever unique name you want to specify. Say for example, I want to say RCV Academy, right? .atlassian.net. This is already taken as I have already signed up with this particular name. Let me change it to some other name, or I'll say RCV Academy Tutorials, right? And then simply continue. So once this name is unique, you will see this green tick icon, and then you will be redirected to Welcome to Jira Software with your name, and then you have to specify basically what type of team do you work in. So basically we'll be mostly focusing on the software development part of it. So I'll simply say software development, and then if you want to choose your role, so I'll just say QA manager, and then simply it will go further. You can skip that part as well, and here you will be redirected to invite your team. So if you have a couple of members that you want to invite, then you can provide the email address of those members, and then you can invite. So as of now, I won't invite. I'll simply skip, and so I can skip that for now, and then you will be redirected to the classic template. So you either use the Kanban template or Scrum template or bug tracking, right? So these are some of the templates that are available. Okay, so what we'll do is here we'll simply choose Scrum as of now to start with. So simply choose Scrum, and then it will give you option to create the new project. Okay, so let me create the project for CV tutorials, and then you can see that the key has been automatically generated. So first letter, or the first letter of the first word, and then the second. So you can change this key as well if you want. You can choose the specific name, but I'll leave it as is. And then here you have option to change the template. So if you want to change the template before you create the project, you have the option to change it. Once you have selected this template, you simply click on create, and it will create a new project in your instance. Right, so now here on this particular instance, so if you see the URL here, you have this URL which is the cloud version or the instance of your organization. So RCV Academy Tutorials is the subdomain that I chose, .atlassian.net, and you are redirected to your cloud Jira version. You have the Jira Quick Start, which will give you all the information if you are starting on Jira, which we'll cover anyways in this particular tutorial. And then you have a project has been created as well. So this instance of Jira will be free for up to 10 users. I haven't invited any new users till now, but I can invite 10 users, up to 10 users in my organization. And once you want to use it for more than 10 users, then you have to basically enable billing and pay for it. But below 10 users, it is free all the time. So you can basically use it for your organization or for your personal, day-to-day tracking activities and learning purpose for up to 10 users. So this is all about the basics of the Atlassian Jira Cloud version, how you can sign up for the Atlassian Jira Cloud version and then quickly create a project using the predefined template in Jira. So in the next tutorial, we'll cover a lot more detail about how to create different type of projects and the templates that are available in Jira. So that's all for this tutorial. Hope you like it. Please do share and subscribe, and thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again to another Jira Cloud tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to cover more about Jira projects that are supported in the cloud version of Jira and how to create different type of projects in the cloud version of Jira. So in the previous tutorial, we have already seen how you can sign up and then go ahead and use the existing template that is available in the cloud version. So we have used the Scrum template to create a basic project in Jira. So this is our page. So if we go back to the home page, so basically if you just click on Jira software here, and on this particular page, you will see that I have all the projects listed which are available. So this is the project that I have created, and you can see here the type is classic software, right? And the key and the lead. So whosoever by default is creating the project. So basically when we say classic software creation, it is only available or can be created only by the administrator of the Jira software. Now, because I have signed up as or I have used my credentials to sign up for the Jira Cloud version, so by default I am the administrator of the Jira software. But when you invite the new users, then you have to make sure if you want to give access to somebody else, then they have to be the administrator in order to create the classic software type. Now let's go ahead and see what all options are available to create project in Jira. So here, if you go to this projects tab here at the top, if I click on it, you will see I have the option to view all the projects, as well as I have the option to create a new project, right? Then similarly, in the right hand side, I have the option to create the new project. So you can use either of the option. I can click on this create project link here, or I can click on this create project. As soon as you will click on the create project, you will be redirected to the project type page. And in the cloud version of Jira, what they have done is there are two project types. So the new project type that they have added is the NextGen project. So this is the important thing that you have to remember, that there are classic projects and the NextGen project in the cloud version of Jira. And this will help, especially if you're going for any certification. These might be some of the questions by Atlassian certification team. So these are two type of project. And what is the difference? If you just read through this particular page, you will get to know what all differences are between the classic project and the NextGen project. Now, NextGen project are basically, Jira software especially for Jira Software Cloud, and they are easy to set up. So they are basically, easier to set up and maintain for software teams of all sizes. These are best for nimble independent teams, and it has limited feature and anyone can set up and maintain, right? So this is NextGen project. It is not necessary that you need to be an administrator of Jira to create those NextGen project. And that's why in the cloud version, what they have done is they have included the capability of NextGen project, so that if somebody wants to quickly create a project in a particular team, they don't have to go to the Jira admin and get the project created. Now in the classic project, this has controlling consistency across many teams, and it is full feature set, and it is exactly, you can imagine it similar to what the Jira server version is. So whatever functionalities are available in the Jira server version, in the classic project, you will see the exactly same features. And these classic projects are set up and maintained by the administrators. So here are some of the differences in terms of features. So if you see the classic feature, you will have the option for the roadmaps. Roadmaps is also available in the NextGen project. But then there are advanced roadmaps, card layout customization, reports are limited in the NextGen project. So only 4 reports are available if you create a NextGen project. Estimations are available, but then workflow editor, parallel sprint, detail permission, cross project setup, and quick filters are not available in NextGen project. So if you talk about the comparison of NextGen project with the classic project, the only thing that is available in NextGen project is roadmaps, reports, which is limited reports, basically 4 reports, and estimations. If we go to the classic project, you will see 20 plus reports are present, and these reports are similar to what we have seen in the server version of JIRA, and we'll also see in this particular cloud version of JIRA. So if you want to create a NextGen project, so for example, you can simply select the NextGen project. Since we have already created the classic project when we signed up for JIRA, let's go ahead and create a NextGen project. If you want to get more about the NextGen growing feature set, so this is still growing, so you can simply go to this particular link, and then you can read all the details about the NextGen project, what all things are available. So a lot of information on the Atlassian website for the NextGen projects as well. So I'll simply select NextGen project, enter the project name. So I'll say RCV, let's say NextGen, right? And you can see that the key has been automatically chosen. You can change it if you want, but I'll keep it as is. And then you have the option to choose the template. Let's see. If you click on tell me more, it will give you the details of that particular template that is available. So Agile development team can use NextGen Kanban template to plan and deliver work in the continuous flow, or track work using simple board, or use the board to limit work in progress, right? So we'll discuss Kanban features in more detail in upcoming tutorial. If you want to change this template for NextGen project, click on change template, and in the NextGen project you will see that there are 2 templates available, Kanban and Scrum. And here you have the JIRA software, because we are signed up in the JIRA software, so just that particular product is available. So I can change it to Scrum or just leave it to Kanban. Okay, so let me select Kanban and then simply create. And once I'll click on create, it will create a NextGen project that I have chosen, and I'll be redirected to the same page where I have this JIRA quick start information to basically project is created. Then I can go ahead and create an issue or invite the teammates, explore the integration options, and find other help that is available. Let me close this quick start. And now on this particular project, you can see if I select that drop down, you will see that RCV NextGen software project has been created, and this was the previous project that got created, right? So in this particular project, you can see that the board has already been created, and I have to do in progress done columns already available. I can add more columns on this particular board if I want. Say I'll say in review, right? And then I can simply drag and drop. So I can say to do in review in progress done. So to add the column on this particular NextGen project, it's pretty simple. Just add a plus icon here to add the column, right? But there are limitations in the NextGen project, which we'll understand in the more detail when we go to the advanced section, what you can do and what you cannot do in the NextGen project. Then here you have the left hand side. In this particular project, you have the roadmap, which is nothing but basically you what all features or what all work that needs to be done. So you can manage your work through epics. Let me just go next. You can understand the progress. This is the quick information that is available, and then you can also visualize the dependency. Okay, so we'll cover all these in detail. So in the roadmap, what basically roadmap is, whatever work that needs to be achieved, you can create that particular work in the form of Epic in this particular NextGen board, which is the using Kanban template. Then you have, this code option. Okay, so we have seen the board, the roadmap, the code. So basically this is the integration part of this particular project. If you want to integrate with Bitbucket or other development tool, then you can use this particular page to achieve the integrations with the development tool. So you can create an automated DevOps workflow and minimize context switching between JIRA and Bitbucket. So you can have that integration in place right from JIRA Cloud with the tools to avoid the switching between the tools. Then pages is for the Confluence. Now you can see that we have already chosen Confluence when we signed up for the JIRA Cloud version. So that is why this Confluence is by default available for us in the integrated manner in this particular project as well. So I can use these particular features to create the product requirements, retrospective or meeting notes, and then this project I can connect to a Confluence space to use pages, right? So first thing I have to do is I have to connect this particular project to the Confluence space, and if I click on connect a space, then I can provide the details of the space. So what till now I haven't created any Confluence space. So in upcoming tutorial I'll create the space and then connect to that particular space in order to use the pages. Okay, but these are the pages that will be helpful in the particular project to store any sort of documentation, be it like meeting requirement, retrospective, or product requirement, or any decisions, or any other information. Okay. Then if you go to the add item, you can add an item, for example a link. If I want to add a link to a particular say for example website. Okay, so I want to add a link, say to my particular website rcvacademy.com. I can provide the URL, the web address, and I can say RCV website. I have to basically include HTTPS, right? And then click on add. Right, so I have added this shortcut here, and you can see our CV website shortcut has been added. If I want to add some other, say for example repository, I can add the repository link and the name. So the dev repositories or the Bitbucket repository that might be used in the particular project. So I can use that, provide the name, click on connect, and that link will be available as shortcut in this particular project, which will be really handy and helpful for the developers or the members of the team that are working in this particular project. Then the project settings is basically the project or the project settings or the administration functionalities for this particular project, which we'll cover in a lot more detail when we go to the administrative section of the this particular tutorial. So this is a brief introduction of the JIRA and a different type of projects that are available in the JIRA Cloud version. We have seen the classic projects and the NextGen project. We have already created the classic project. I'll cover a bit more about the classic project in the next tutorial, but in this tutorial we have covered a lot more detail about the NextGen project and walk through some of the links and capabilities that are provided by the NextGen project. So that's all for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, let me cover a bit more detail about the classic project, and then we'll go ahead by creating the issues in JIRA. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome again to JIRA Cloud tutorial. In this tutorial, I'm going to talk more about the classic projects in JIRA Cloud. So in the previous tutorial, we have talked a lot more detail about the NextGen project and briefly covered how you can create and understood some of the key details of the NextGen project. What are the limitations? Let's understand the features that are supported in the classic project. So classic project we have already created when we were signing up for JIRA. So let me switch to the classic project. And if you go to the menu, that is the sidebar menu here, you will see the menu is quite different as compared to the NextGen project, right? So you have the board, and then you have the backlog, which looks pretty similar to the JIRA server version where you have the backlog and you can, like create the sprint. But if we, switch to the NextGen project, then we don't see that because this is the Kanban. Let me do one thing. Let me create a NextGen project, which is basically, a Scrum project, and then we'll compare. So let me create a NextGen project with the Scrum template rather than and I'll say RCV NextGen Scrum in this case, because the previous one was the Kanban. Let me change the template so we can compare the classic and NextGen, and you can understand the differences easily. Okay, so let it create the project. So this is your NextGen Scrum project, and you have the columns here that are by default to do, in progress, and done. And to add a new column, you have the create column plus button there. In the NextGen Scrum project, you have the roadmap, backlog, board. Then we have seen the code, pages, and I can add different links and the project settings. Now, if I go to the classic project, you will see the classic project is very much different and very similar to the JIRA server version. So I have the board that will be available, and then I have the backlog. So this is the Scrum project as well, which is the classic software project. I have the backlog wherein I can have the backlog items for the particular product to be built. And then I have the option to create sprint. If I go to the NextGen project, which is the Scrum, let's go to the backlog and see what all options are available there. Okay, so roadmap we have seen. So let's go to roadmap. I can create the epics in the roadmap, right? And in the backlog, I have I can add the backlog. Right, so this is the NextGen project. Then I can add the backlog item, and I can also create the sprint. Okay, in the board, it looks pretty similar to what we have at the moment for the classic project. So I have to do, in progress, done. I can add more columns. And then if I go to the classic project of the Scrum, you will see that I have to do, in progress, and done. Okay, and if I have to basically customize this particular board, I have to go to the board settings, the three ellipses here, go to the board settings, and then here in the columns I can add the columns from here. So I can add the column, and then I can also add the statuses in this particular new statuses. For example, I want to create a new status, say in review. I can simply say in review, which is existing status. I'll use that and click on that particular status. I can add the column in review and simply add the column. I can move this particular column, and you can see the status has been mapped to that particular column because the name of the status was similar to what I have provided the name for this particular column. So this representation or this view is very similar to the JIRA server version, and this is the main difference between the classic and NextGen projects in JIRA. When we talk about the classic project will provide you a lot of capability to customize the board and the workflow underlying those boards. But when we talk about the NextGen project, these functionalities and details are not available there. Okay, so if I go to the reports, you'll see that all the reports that are available in the server version are also available in this classic project. But if I switch to the NextGen project, you won't be seeing any reports by default enabled there. So in order to enable the 4 reports that are available in the NextGen project, you have to go to project settings, and then in the project settings you'll go to the features in the left hand side, and you'll see reports is available there, right? So if by default it's disabled. If I enable that and go back to the project, you will see the reports are available here, and if you click on the reports, you will see the 4 reports: the burn up report, sprint burndown, velocity report, and cumulative flow diagram report are being available now. Okay, so these are some of the key differences that are there between the classic and NextGen project. And there are a lot of differences in terms of project settings as well. Let me switch to the classic project of Scrum, and we have seen the report. Then in terms of like the reports, we have seen a lot of that's the NextGen. Let me switch to the classic one, sorry, this one. And here we had seen the reports that are available, right? So these are very similar to the server version of the report that we have seen in our previous tutorials. Then you have the option for issues, what all filters are available. We can create new filters, save the filter, and also use those filters on boards or any other reports that are available in Jira. And I can create components, I can do integration with other development tools, and then I have the option for releases, pages, which is basically the integration with the Confluence, right? So I can use pages once I integrate this particular Jira software cloud with the Confluence. So I can create the page, and simply I can use that particular page into my classic project. Okay, so let me close this as of now and go back to Jira here. So, and then I have this add item, which is basically to add a shortcut, repository, or pages, right? And once I cancel that, I can go to the project settings, and project settings will be very similar, or if we go to the project settings, you will see that you will find a lot of similar information as we have seen in the server version of Jira for the project settings, and we'll cover all these project settings in detail in our upcoming tutorial. But because this tutorial is just to give you a brief overview of the differences between the NextGen project and the classic project in Jira, so we have briefly covered the differences, what all key differences that we can notice when we first browse through the classic project and NextGen project in Jira. Now, in the next tutorial, we'll go ahead and understand how we can create the issues in the project. So what we'll do is we'll start with the classic project of Jira, because that will be very widely used as such in the product development. And then we'll also walk through the NextGen project and some of the key features once we cover the classic project in the first phase of this particular tutorial series. So we'll cover each and every bit from very basic, and then move to the NextGen project, and then the administration concept, which will be helpful for the project managers, Scrum Masters, or anybody managing the Scrum teams or the Kanban teams for the development. So that's all for this tutorial. Hope you like it. Please do share and subscribe. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again. In this Jira Cloud tutorial, I'm going to talk about Jira homepage. So once you are signed up for Jira Cloud version and you are on the Jira instance that you have signed up for, if we go to the home page, let me cover through some of the key concepts here. So we have already created NextGen project and the classic project, and we have understood a little bit of difference between the projects that are available in the cloud version. So I'll just walk through some of the links that are available here, because these are important in terms of when you are completely starting from scratch. So if we go ahead and click on these, switch to option here, the little icon here, you will see that because we have signed up Jira with the Confluence, so I have the switch to option to either work on Jira software or Confluence, and then there are options to do the administration. So if I click on administration, it will redirect me to the admin part of the Jira administration or this instance. Okay, so I'll cover the administration concepts in much detail in the upcoming tutorials, but here you can basically switch between the applications. So if you want to switch to Confluence, simply click on that, and then you can also discover different tools that are available there. The next is, if you click on this icon, the logo here, it will list all the projects that are available. So these are the 3 projects that are available. It will list all the projects, and if you click on your work, it will show you what all the projects are there, what all issues are available, and then if you click on assign to me, it will list you the issues that are being assigned to you, the viewed ones, what all has been viewed, and if there is anything that is starred, that will be listed here, right? Then there is the next tab is the projects tab, which we have already covered, how you can view all the projects. So click on view all projects. To create new project, click on create project, and then the recent project will be listed in the projects tab as well. In the filters, you have all the filters, or basically filters are nothing but the search capabilities that are provided in JIRA. So in very simple terms, if you want to search any issues in JIRA, you go to the filters, and if you click on all filters, it will give you the list of all filters that are available by default, and you can simply click on view all filters link here, and it will list the filter. Okay, let me go to all issues, and then if in the all issues, then there are filters specific to the boards that you create, and then you have advanced search, issue search, which is basically JIRA query language that we'll be using in advanced search. So in the view all filters, you will see this is the only filter that has been created for this RT board, right? So I can go ahead and basically say, for example, I want to switch to another project. There are no other filters, right? So this is the only project that has been available, right? So if I clear, so it will list all the filters. The next thing is basically in all filters, or basically if I just say all issues, is that you have these predefined issues or the open issues. If you want to see what all open issues you have, you simply click on my open issues. You want to see the reported issues by you, click on reported by me, open issues, done issues, etc. So all these are predefined sort of filter queries that are already available by default out of the box. Then when we go to the dashboards, so dashboard, if you see, click on dashboard, all dashboards are nothing but, if you go to the default dashboard, you will see the main page that appears, right? So this with an introduction or what all projects are there, the assigned. So on the dashboard, you can basically add the gadgets or the information about the project or the overall JIRA instance that you want to see for yourself. So for example, you are working in a project ABC, you want to see the relevant information for that particular project, then you can create your own dashboard and add these gadgets. So these sections here are the gadgets or the add-ons for this particular dashboard that can be added to show the relevant information for that particular project, and we'll understand how you can customize these dashboard. So by default, this is the default dashboard that will be available, and you can create the dashboard by clicking on this create dashboard link here. Okay, and then you have the people tab here, which is basically available in the JIRA Cloud version to add your team or to start your team or add the people. So if I click on view all people and teams, it will redirect me to a page where I can add people, or I can start a new team, or I can manage users. Okay, so say for example, in my organization, I have different teams which are working in different on different features of the project. Then I can start a team and add those team members within those teams as well. Then the apps is nothing but the Atlassian marketplace, wherein you can find a lot more add-ons or the features that if you want to utilize, you can find the apps. So if I go to apps and find the apps, I can find the new apps from the Atlassian marketplace, or if you have the existing app, you can manage your apps from this link, and you can view app requests as well. So if I go ahead and go to the Atlassian marketplace, you will see a lot of additional add-ons or the marketplace apps that can be used. Now by default, as you know, if you are from the testing background, that JIRA doesn't provide test management functionality by default, so you have to use the test management plugins. And you can see this X-Ray test management for JIRA is the test management plugin that is available, which is widely used. Zephyr is another one. So Zephyr for JIRA test management is also very widely used. This is the most widely used plugin, which we'll cover in the JIRA for Testers tutorial in detail, and I'll cover all these features of Zephyr and X-Ray as well. So these are some of the apps that are available. JSU is another one, which is for automation suite for JIRA workflows that is very widely used as well. So these are some of the external apps that will provide you the add-on functionality to the JIRA instance. And these apps are, if you click on the apps, you will get the details of these apps, what all, options are available, what is the cost basically. So initially they are free for, 30 days. So for example, if I hover over this, you can see that this app is free for 30 days. And then after it will be charged accordingly. So for 1 to 10 users, $10 per user per month. So you have to basically see the details before you go ahead and install any of the apps, whether they are available for free or what is the billing option, or what all cost is required, or what it costs to use that particular app in your in your JIRA instance. So that's about the apps. You can find the add-ons and the apps in the JIRA marketplace. Now coming to the right side, you can search. You have this quick search here, where you can specify the quick search. For example, I want to search a specific issue. I can start typing that particular issue, and that issue will be listed, right? So for example, RT5, you can see issue has been listed, and in terms of board. So all these, this is basically the quick search that is available. Then you have the notifications will be listed here, or shown here. Then you have the help and the settings. So this is the JIRA or the administration section of the instance. Now because I am the Atlassian admin, or I have used my email to sign up, so I can see this particular option enabled. But in your team, say for example, you are just a member of the team and you don't have admin access, so you might not be seeing these many options. You might be seeing your personal settings that you can update, the account settings or the JIRA settings, etc. So these are some of the settings, or the admin details, or the JIRA settings and the personal settings that are available. Then you have this drop down, wherein you have the personal settings, you have the profile account settings, and the logout link as well. So these are some of the important links or the tabs that need to be covered, so that you are familiar with the the home page of JIRA before we get into the details or discuss about the other advanced topics in JIRA. So that's all for this tutorial. Hope you like it. Please do share and subscribe, and thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again to JIRA Cloud tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn how to update personal settings in JIRA. So in the previous tutorial, we have understood a little bit detail about how you can add users in JIRA. Now to add the users, you need to have the site admin administration privileges to add the users. We have invited the user, and the user has accepted the invite. And once you are a user of the JIRA instance in your organization, you can update the personal settings for yourself. So you can update your profile picture and other notification settings when you log into JIRA. So here I am logged in as the user of the JIRA, not the administrator. So here, if you see in the right hand side cogwheel, you will see the settings cogwheel. If you just click on that cogwheel, you'll see the Atlassian account settings that you can change in the personal settings. What all you can change is basically you can change your language, time zone, and other profile information. And then you can also personalize, or you can update the personal JIRA settings, for example, the email notification and other JIRA setting. Here at the bottom, you will see that you do not have access to JIRA settings or Atlassian admin. So you need to contact JIRA admin to grant you access. If you want to be the JIRA setting or JIRA administrator, then you need to get that particular access from the Atlassian admin, the JIRA admin. So as a JIRA user, this is how the settings will look like for yourself, because you won't be managing the JIRA admin. If you're not the JIRA administrator, so you won't be getting all other options. If I click on this profile icon here, you will see your personal settings. You can go to the your profile, your account settings, etc. So if I click on the personal settings, you will see the details of the personal settings here, right? So let me go ahead and first explain what all things you can update. So going to the account settings, it will open the account, your Atlassian account basically, and here you can update your name. So you can update your full name, your public name that appears. These information are not editable for the end user. So these all information, your job title, your department, your organization, you can update all these details for yourself. And then the location, so for example, where exactly you are located, you can update that, and this you can control. So you can control the visibility of these two fields here, your time zone and your location, right? And then in the contact details, you will see your email and who can see this. So only you and admins, or you can change it to anyone as well. Okay, so by default it is only you and admin. So these are some of the profile and visibility options that are available for you to update, and the things that you can't change in the profile details. If you go to the email section here, you can use, so for example, you have been invited on an email, you want to change your email, you can update the new email as well by providing the email here. In the security section, you can change the password, as well as you can enable two-step verification, right? So this is important as well. If you want to keep your account secure, you can manage two-step verification as well. Then if you go to the account preferences, you can change the language and then the time zone. So by default, it will pick the matching time zone, and the time zone can be added as well. To delete your account, you have the option to delete account as well. Okay, then if you go to the connected apps, so there are no connected apps at the moment from the marketplace, so you can't see any of the apps here. And products, you will see which products you have access to. So only JIRA software you are having access to, so you can see the link for the JIRA software. There is no link for the Confluence. So these are some of the Atlassian account setting. Now going back, and here if I go to the personal JIRA settings, then this will redirect to this particular page, right? So it is same as basically, just let me close this and go to the home page so that you can see the navigation of the personal settings page. So personal JIRA setting, if I click on it, you will see it navigates to the same page as it did from this personal setting. Okay, so it will navigate to the same page. It will show you what time zone is there. You can't edit these from this particular page. For editing your time zone and language, you have to go to this Atlassian account settings. But then here what you can change is basically you can change what issues you want to watch. So by default, you will see it is inheriting from the global settings, and whatever global settings are there for the JIRA instance, that will be inherited in this particular case. Then the email notification is another important thing which you will be interested in enabling or disabling based on how many notifications you receive and what all you want to receive and don't want to receive. So you can change those notifications here, right? So I can say I don't want to get the notification for if someone mentions. All these are important, by the way. Like if I'm watching the issue, I want to get notification. If I'm the reporter, I want to get notification if something is updated on that particular issue. If I'm the assignee, I would like to know what is happening to that particular issue. If somebody is mentioning me in that particular issue or putting any comment, I would be interested in getting the notification. But if you don't want or it is not required, you can uncheck these notification check boxes and save the changes, and you won't be notified for the instances or for the settings that you have chosen not to be notified. Right, now let's see how you can update the profile picture. Right, so we have seen the account settings, and we have also seen the personal settings that you can update. Then if you go to the personal setting, it's the same thing. We are on the same page, personal settings page. And if you go to the profile, right, so here you can update your profile picture. So here if I click on this little icon, I can drag and drop the images here, or my photo or any avatar, and upload the photo if I want to change this particular avatar or the photo. And once I upload, this new photo will be applicable here. Okay, it will be saved. Then my job title, department, organization, etc. can be managed from this particular profile page as well. Okay, here on the work down section, you will see all the work, or others will, you will see basically what all work has been completed, or basically things that you basically created, edited, or commented in the last 90 days that will be displayed here. Then here you will see in the below section you work with. So here you will see the people you collaborated with within the 90 days will be shown in the you worked with section, and the teams, right? So if you are part of any teams, that will be visible as well. Then in the account settings, so if I click on account settings, I'll be redirected to, again, the same page, profile and visibility, where we have already covered this, right? So from this particular icon, your profile and settings page, you can go to the account settings or the personal setting and change the profile picture, or from this administration settings as well, you can go to the account settings and the personal JIRA settings to update the personal profile information or update the personal settings in JIRA. So that's all about updating the personal settings in JIRA once you sign up, or basically once you accept the invitation to join the JIRA software of your organization, and how you can update the profile settings in JIRA. One more thing I want to cover is basically, now say for example in this case you just have access to JIRA software because as an site admin I didn't provide you the access to the Confluence, or site admin didn't provide you the access to Confluence. Now say for example the Confluence access has been enabled by the site admin. Let's go back and refresh this particular user and see that you can see the Confluence access being enabled as well. So here now you can see Confluence access is available to you as well. So once you are invited, you also need to have access to the product, or basically the product, say for example the Confluence or JIRA software, what all applications you will be provided access from the site admin. Those applications will be visible to you here in the application section, and those are the softwares or the applications that you can use in your organization. So in case you face issues or you are not having access to any of the application, that you might not have been provided access to that particular application. All right. So that's all about the updating personal settings in JIRA. Hope you like the tutorial. Please do share and subscribe, and thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again to JIRA Cloud tutorial. In this tutorial, we are going to learn how you can create issues in the JIRA Cloud project. Okay, so let's get started. And here, if you see on my screen, I am into the classic software project. So let me cover how you can create the issues in the classic software project first, and then we'll also understand how you can create the new issues in the NextGen project of the cloud version. So your team might be using either the NextGen project or the classic project. Most of the software development teams will use the classic software project because it gives you a lot more flexibility. So you will most of the time will be on this particular interface or the board. Okay, so in order to create the issues in the classic project, you have this create button. So I'm in this particular project. If I simply click on create, it will open the create issue template or the page, and it will by default select the project that you are in, and the issue type will be the default issue type that has been configured. So by default it's story, and if you select this particular drop down, you have the option to create task, bug and epic as well. So these are different issue types that are available at the moment. We can create custom issue type, and that I'll cover in the upcoming administration JIRA administration tutorial. But as of now, to create a new issue, you can simply choose the type, provide the summary. Say for example, this is the test story 1. So I'm just putting some dummy information there. So I'll provide some summary information, which is the mandatory field. If you see, these are the mandatory fields that you have to populate, the things with the red star here. And then if you want to attach any attachment, you can simply drag and drop the file or browse the file from your computer. Then in the description, you have the option to add the description. I'll just copy and paste, and you have a lot of styling options are available in the description, right? So for example, I want to highlight something. Say, let me copy it again, and I want to change this particular text to bold. So I can simply say Control B or simply press this bold, and then I can type in the text that I want to basically make bold. Okay, so I'll say test story there and just provide the text that I want to make bold. And then if you want to make it italic, you can simply press Control I, Control U for underlining, and then you have different options to color code the text as well. There are many other options for example, linking or attaching. You can browse and attach the details there. You have the bullet list option as well. So for example, I want to use the bullet lists, so I can simply use the bullet list numbered or non-numbered. So if I want to use numbered, I simply choose that. Let me select all of that, and this is the numbered list, and this is the non-numbered. Okay, then I can use different icons that are available there within the particular description. Say for example, I want to use certain icons there, I can use that. And then there are other options, for example, user mention. So if you want to mention any member of your team to have a look or be notified that you have added something in the description and somebody needs to be notified or needs to review something, you can just say user mention, which is basically starting from @. So if you just say @ and start typing name of the persons, so that name will appear. So for example, my name, because I'm using or I'm raising this particular issue, this is not, I can mention myself because I don't have any other user that I have added in this instance. So I'll just mention myself in this particular case. And then you have other options, pre-formatted panel, horizontal rule, etc. Okay, so these are some of the formatting option in the description that you can utilize. Pretty simple, similar to Word. You can explore through and get through the details of the description format. Then in the reporter, by default, you will be the reporter because you are raising this particular issue. And then there are linking options. So if this particular issue that you are raising is linked or blocks or is blocked by, or there are different linking issues that are available, options that are available, this list can also be customized, and we'll cover that in the administration section as well. Then here you choose which particular issue is being related to this issue that you are raising. Then if you have any fixed version or the assignee, so assignee, if it is automatic, it will be automatically assigned to the assignee, either whosoever is the project lead, if the assignee, automatic assignee is the project lead, or you can assign a particular person this particular issue. So I just have one user, I'll assign it to that particular user. Then you have the priority labels, the epic link, if this particular issue is related to a particular epic, which in most of the cases it will be. So for example, you want to specify the epic link and the sprint. So if this particular issue is raised within sprint 5 or sprint 6, you specify or select the sprint if it is available in your project. So if I select all the information that is available here and then click on create, and you can see that RT-1 issue has been created, and you can see the name or the description has been there, the title is there, and on this particular page you can see the icon, smiley icon, and the @mention. So you have used @mention to specify that particular user, and that mention is available here as well. There are a couple of more fields in the right hand side that you can see, that labels, reporter, and assignee that we have chosen. The epic link, we left it blank. Components, we left it blank. And these are all the details on this particular issue that we simply created. Now if I click on create issue again, and you'll see this create another checkbox. If I select this create another checkbox, this is really helpful when you have to create multiple issues. So what this does is it will create a new issue and it won't close this window. So you can provide the new information on this particular window and then click on create, and it won't close this particular window until you want the last issue to be created. So for example, in this case, I created test story 1. I want to add 2 more stories here. I'll simply copy and paste the details, summary and description, and I want to create, more. I'll simply say assign it to me. I want to create one more story. I'll simply check this, create another, click on create, and you can see RT test story 2 has been created, and I'll create another one, 3. And in this particular case, this window is still there, so I don't have to go ahead and click on create again and click on create, right? So if you uncheck this and then again create another issue, then in that particular case, this window will go away because this is the last issue that we got created. Okay, so this is how you will create the issues in the classic software project. Now if you want to see the issues, so simply if I go to the backlog, right, and you can see that I have these 4 issues being created and available in the backlog. Now the other way to create the issue, so we have understood how you can create using this create button here, but if you are in the backlog, you have this create issue icon or the link here as well. This will do exactly the same thing. If I click on create here, I can simply specify the details of the story that I want to create, right? I'll simply say story 5, and let me copy, and if I hit enter, right, it will create that particular story. But then what I have to do is I simply have to go ahead and open that particular story. So if I click on this RT5, and then I can go ahead and add the details for that particular story. So that's another way of adding the issues from the backlog itself. So I can simply click on this create issue and provide the details in this particular issue, and it will create. And here I can select the type of issue that I want to create. So story, task, or bugs. If for example I want to create a task, so I can say task 1 and hit enter, and it will add that. But in order to edit all the detail, you simply have to open the details of this particular issue that has been created and fill the details in this particular page here. Okay, so that's another way of creating the issues in the backlog. Now if we go back to the NextGen project, the creation of the issue is similar. If I switch to the NextGen project, I can use this create button. This is the simplest way basically to create issues, and that should be, this is the preferred way to create the issue, because it will give you the window that is available to fill out all the information and then create. But you can also go to the backlog and you will find similar option in the NextGen project as well. So I can simply provide the information here, that I can choose the type, and then I can provide the details of the story or the task or the bug, and then just hit enter. Okay, and you can see that RNS3 has been created. If I click on these 3 ellipses, I can find that I have different options. I can add flag, I can copy issue link, I can delete because I'm the administrator of this instance as well, and then I can move it to top of the backlog or the bottom of the backlog. So these permissions or these details vary. The links that you see here will vary based on the roles and responsibilities of your roles and responsibilities within your team. So if you want to edit this particular issue, simply click on it and you can provide all other details here, or simply go to the issue detail, click on it, open the link and fill all the information. You can also use this create button here at the top and create issues in this particular project. So you simply have to basically choose the project where you want to create issue and the type, and then you can provide summary description. So issue creation is not a very complex thing in JIRA. It's very simple, easy to basically create issues in JIRA. You just need to know the different options, where all these options are available and what all features are there to create the issue from different places in JIRA. So that's all for this tutorial. Hope you like it. Please do share and subscribe, and thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to another JIRA Cloud tutorial. In this tutorial, we are going to discuss about boards in JIRA. Now, when we talk about boards in JIRA, it is basically either the Kanban board or the Scrum board, right? So we have created a couple of projects, as you can see on my screen. There are, there is a NextGen Kanban, there is NextGen Scrum, and the classic Scrum project. Now, all these projects in JIRA have the corresponding board, and board is nothing but a set of columns. So if you would have worked in any of the Agile development projects, you would have seen that people maintain physical boards which are divided into rows and columns, and then you have the piece of work being displayed on those particular boards, and which is sort of a written hand note or printed note which represents a piece of work that needs to be done. Now, usually in JIRA, if you see on my screen here, the board will be something like this. So you have the column to do which states where that particular work item is in the work life cycle. Now, in this particular case, I have taken very simple life cycle of which has three statuses: so to do, in progress, and done. And this is very true for every day-to-day work that you do personally or for the projects that are being executed within the organization, right? So that's the importance of having the board, because it visually represents the piece of work and how the work is progressing across that particular life cycle. So in this case, you can see the board is basically the visual representation here. This is the JIRA board, a screenshot taken from the JIRA board, where you can see how many items are in the to-do list, then how many are in the progress, and how many are in done. And this visual management or representation of work items on board is helpful in tracking and making everyone well informed within the team where the work items are or how the work is being progressing within the project. Okay, so now let us go back to JIRA and discuss a bit more about what all boards are there in JIRA Cloud. So if I go to the NextGen Kanban project, you will see that as soon as you go to the project, it goes to the board in the left hand side, and board is nothing but different columns and the items within that column. So at the moment, there are no issues, or there is no work item basically in this particular board. So you are seeing it just like that, the default. In review column is the column that we have added manually, right? If you go through my previous tutorial, you will see how we have added in review column. To add another column in the board, you can simply click on this plus create column and simply add the name of the column, and that column will be added successfully. So I can say in development. So for example, I want to add in development, and just click on this tick, and in development column has been added. Now, if I want to change the sequence of these columns, I can simply drag and drop. Okay, so I can say to do, in review, in development, and in progress doesn't make sense. So you can, delete that as well if you want. And I can delete that in review. All right. So that's how the board in the NextGen Kanban project will look like. And usually it is the visual representation of the work. Say, for example, here you have some tasks to be done. So I can say task 1, and that got added here, then task 2. Right, and as these tasks are being progressed or being completed, you can move it accordingly within your workflow or within the board. And this gives a clear picture where the tasks in your project are, or which state they are, and how the tasks or the work are being progressing across this particular workflow or the board. So this is the importance of the boards in JIRA and how the board looks like in the NextGen Kanban project. Now, if we go to the another type of project, right? So let me say view all project, and then we have a NextGen Scrum project. So NextGen Scrum project board will look a little bit different. So you will see the core concept of board is still same. It's a visual management or representation of the work visually, and it can be, so this is the board in JIRA. So this is a digital board. If it is a physical board that is maintained on the wall of your development team. So in your office, if you're maintaining a board on the wall, that's a physical board, right? So nowadays most of the organizations are preferring digital board, and then accessing that digital board from different tools that are available. So it becomes a lot easier to basically update that, and every member keeping a track of the work item on the digital board easily. If you're maintaining digital board and the physical board together, it becomes a bit of overhead to maintain two boards at a time. Now in this NextGen Scrum project, you can see that there are 3 columns. These are the default columns that are available. To add a column, it's nothing different. You just simply click on the plus sign and you can add the column in the Scrum project, NextGen Scrum project as well. Right now, if we go to another project, which is basically the classic project, that is very much near, or the board for that particular project is very close to the JIRA server version of the board. So here you can see that you have to do in review, and look and feel is very similar to JIRA server version. Okay, so that's the difference between the classic and NextGen project board as well. Now in review is the column that I have added manually later, and the process of adding the column is again similar. So here if I go to board settings, because from here you can simply, to add a status, you can add the status, or to add the column, you can add the column by clicking on the add column. And if you click on add column, you have to provide the name of the column, the category. Now in JIRA, you have the 3 main categories of the issue statuses, which is basically to do, in progress, or done, right? So you either have an open item to be worked at, to be looked into, which is basically to do status and in a broader sense, or you have the work item which is in progress. So it can be either in review or in development or in testing, whatever. The category, the broader category, is still in progress, and then once the issue is completed or done, then the broader category is done. So these are the 3 categories, and depending on, say for example, I want to add a column in development, then the category will be in progress, right? So the category for the existing status with this name will be used. So let me add, and then in development got added, and here you can see that I can have in review, in development column being added. I can remove this in progress, right? So that's how you will be adding a column into the classic project. If I go back to the board, now you can see I have to do, in review, in development, and done. And now as soon as there is a sprint created and the backlog items being added, you will see the board representation, or the board will look exactly similar as it is on my screen here, or on the slide here. So you'll have the issues listed in different statuses in different columns, the assignee and what type of issues they are, and then depending on how the people have progressed the work accordingly, the issues will be moved further. Now to move the issues from one column to another column in JIRA, you simply have to drag and drop issues from one column to another column. And this dragging and dropping the issues from one column to another column on the board is basically controlled by the underlying workflow. So now if I go and explain a little bit detail about the workflow and how the board and workflow are being mapped. So in JIRA, there is an underlying workflow, which is nothing but the process of your project. So how the issues within your project are going to traverse through the life cycle of the completion. So you have the work items that need to be done. Now basically to complete that work item, how many statuses it need to pass through, or how many people need to work on it, and then finally it gets closed. So that is represented through the workflow in JIRA. So in this case, it is a simple workflow, to do, in progress, and done. And then this workflow gets mapped to the board. And that's what, so board is the visual representation which is visible to you as an end user, but in the background in JIRA, there is a workflow which is tied up to that board. Right, so we'll explain, or I'll explain all these details in the advanced topics, but here I just wanted to discuss about the visual management, visual representation, and how the boards look like in JIRA in a brief manner so that you know what exactly board is, why they are important, and how you can move issues from the board, how you can add the column, new column within the board or the visual board or digital boards in JIRA. So that's all for this tutorial. Hope you like it. Please do share and subscribe, and thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again to another JIRA Cloud tutorial. In this tutorial, I'm going to explain how you can create new boards in JIRA. So in the previous tutorial, we have understood about the visual management and visual representation, what are boards in JIRA, and how boards are being, very helpful in the agile development environments. Now, when you have the JIRA tool, we have seen a couple of boards already being created. So for example, if I go on the home page here, I have a couple of projects and which we have already walked through that. If you have a NextGen project, NextGen Scrum or NextGen Kanban or a classic project, all these projects by default, when you create using the template, they have the board automatically created. So there are two ways in which the boards will be created in JIRA. First is if you use any Kanban or Scrum template, be it like your classic or your NextGen project, there will be a board already associated, automatically created and associated with that particular project, right? So which we have already seen in the previous tutorial. Now there you can also add a new board in JIRA. So at the moment, currently JIRA doesn't support adding additional board for the NextGen projects, but they might add it in future releases. But at the moment, you don't have any options to basically add the new boards for the NextGen project. So you can't add new board either in NextGen Kanban or NextGen Scrum. But if we go to the classic Scrum project or Kanban project, we can add new boards or additional board in JIRA. So here, this is the board, which is the default board that got created with this particular project when we created the classic project. But I can go through the right three, ellipses, and I can go to the details here. Here you can see that I can do the settings or create board as well. So I have this option to create a new board for this particular project. So if you want to create a board, you can simply click on create board and you have the option to create either a Scrum board or a Kanban board. All right. Now Scrum will be more suitable for planning or when it's more of a product delivery sort of project or product development sort of project wherein you have sprints and you're following Scrum methodology. In Kanban, if it is more of a continuous flow of work, for example IT support and all, then Kanban is more suitable. So you can choose the type of board. So for example, I will choose the Scrum board. Then it will ask board created with the new software project. What do you want basically? So you want it with the new software project or board from an existing project or board from an existing save filter. So how do you want to create that particular board? So for this particular project, RCV Tutorial Classic, I want to create an additional board. So I'll choose board from an existing project. So I'll simply click next, and then here in the project you will see RCV Tutorial Classic has been selected, and then I'll say additional Scrum board. I'll just name it so that we can identify it with a specific name, and then simply click on create board. Now you can see that if I go to the boards here, I have additional Scrum board, right? And I have the RT board. So RT board was the board which was created by default, right? So this is basically, if I click on the active sprint here, so you will see that this is the board which got created with the project. But if I want to switch to additional Scrum board, this is the new board that I created for this particular project. So I can, for classic projects in JIRA Cloud, you can have multiple boards being created for the same project. and can utilize those boards. Okay, the next important thing is you can have a single board which contains the issues from multiple projects as well. So say for example, in this particular project, I want to have the issues. So for example, this RT board, and on this particular board, I want to filter, or I want to display the issues from multiple projects. Then I can have that. I can have the query written, and then that query will display the issues from multiple projects on this particular board. So this is a brief introduction of how you can create board in JIRA Cloud. And at the moment, JIRA Cloud doesn't offer you to create boards for the NextGen projects. So classic projects, you can create additional boards for your project. Okay. The next thing is basically the board configuration. So to configure the board, you simply just go to the three ellipses here in the right hand side corner and click on board settings. All right. So let me walk through some of the board settings as well. We have already seen the board settings in the classic project when we went to add the column. So once you go to the board settings, you will see the board settings are almost, similar to the JIRA server version. Most of the options you will see are pretty similar. So you have the general settings wherein you will be displayed what the board name is, who are the basically administrators, etc. So because I am the JIRA administrator and I have created the board, so by default I am the board administrator because I have created the board. So if you create the board, you become the board administrator for the board that you create, right? Then what's the location, or basically which project this board belongs to, then the query, right? So filter query. So this is what I was mentioning, that this particular board can have the issues being displayed for multiple projects. What I have to do is I simply have to edit this filter query, and in the query I have to add basically, say for example, instead of this one project, I can simply say multiple projects, and I want to display issues from multiple projects in this particular board. So I can select all the projects and simply save it. And if I go back to the board, so let me go back to the classic project, and at the moment it's not showing any issues as such because the sprint hasn't been started, but once the sprint will be started, you will see that all the issues from multiple projects will be displayed in this board. Going back to board settings, you have the column settings. So column, I can add or remove column. To remove the column on the board, simply click on delete icon here, and the column will get removed. And as we have already discussed in the previous tutorial, board and workflows in JIRA go hand in hand. So board is the visual representation, but the underlying workflow which maps the board is the workflow. So workflow has statuses and transitions, and then the statuses of the workflow are being usually mapped to the board columns. So one status can be mapped to, or multiple statuses can be mapped to the same column as well. So for example, here I can have in progress. So for example, my column name is in progress. I can have in review and in development statuses mapped to the same column as well. Right. So this is a brief about how you can update the column. So to add the column, you simply click on add column and provide the name of the column, right? And then to move the column in a different location, you simply just drag and drop by pressing the left mouse click. All right. Then you have the statuses, different statuses, which are the statuses from the workflow, and those statuses can be basically mapped to these columns. And I'll cover all these details in very detailed way when we go to the administrative section, but this I'm just covering so that you are very aware of what all board configurations are available, right? Then we have many other configurations that are available on the board configuration. For example, Swimlanes, filters, card colors, layout, etc., estimation, working days. So what I'll do is I'll create a completely separate tutorial for covering all the board settings or how you can configure the boards in the classic project in JIRA Cloud. So that's all for this particular tutorial, in which we have learned how you can create a board in JIRA Cloud and how you can do a brief configuration of the board. We have also understood that at the moment it is not possible to create additional boards for NextGen project, and you can create additional board for the classic projects in JIRA Cloud. So hope you like the tutorial. Please do share and subscribe, and thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again to JIRA Cloud tutorial. In this tutorial, I'm going to explain how you can configure boards in JIRA. So we have already understood an introduction about the board, why boards and visual management is important. And then we have also understood how to create new boards in JIRA Cloud. Now let us understand what all configuration options are available to configure the boards in JIRA. Okay, so this is the classic project in JIRA Cloud, and this is my board at the moment, right? So let me show you how you can configure this particular board. So this particular board has multiple columns. So to do this column, I haven't named it. So it is just showing as new column, then in review, in development, and done. Now let's say, for example, what all configuration can I do on this particular board? Just go to the right side and click on the ellipses here, and there are certain options here. So you have the board settings to configure the board, which we'll cover in detail. Then to create a new board, we have already understood in the previous tutorial how to create new board. Then you have hide menus. So if you say hide menus, this menu will get hidden. All right. The other is show detail view, so which basically will show the detail view of the selected story, right? The next option is open issue in a dialog. So if I say open issue in a dialog, it will open in the dialog. Or if I change it to open issues in sidebar, it will open the selected issues in the sidebar. You can see in the right hand side, it's opening the selected issues in the sidebar. And then you have expand all swim lane, collapse all swim lanes being disabled at the moment, and I'll explain you why these are disabled, because we haven't configured swim lanes yet. And then you have the hide epic label. So epic, we don't have any epics at the moment, but when you have epic, you have epic labels, and if you want to hide those labels, you can click on hide epic label. To print the cards, so as I have explained that in the physical boards, you actually write the task work items on the piece of paper or the cards, and then paste it on the physical wall, right? So JIRA provides you option to print these cards or the stories and then paste it on the physical board if you want to track like that. So to print that, you have the option to print cards as well. Now when we go to the board settings, so if I go to the board settings here, so we have certain general settings which we have covered in the previous tutorial, so I won't get into much detail. We have covered the columns as well. So to add the column, we have covered you click on add column and you can add the column. To delete a column, simply click on delete icon here and the column will be deleted. So now this particular board has to do in review, in development, and done, right? So let me remove this particular status, and this right hand side you have the unmapped status. So any statuses which are not mapped in this particular board will be listed here in the unmapped status section. Now one thing to remember, very important thing to remember, that many times you will notice that some of the issues in a particular status are not displayed on the board. So the very obvious reason might be that the status in which that particular issue is not mapped to any of the columns, and if it is not mapped to any of the column, then that particular issue won't be displayed on the board, right? Then the next thing is swim lanes. So swim lanes basically are nothing but it's sort of a row. For a particular board you have column and rows. So when you want to group the issues in a particular rows, so for example you want to group the issues on the board as per stories or queries, assignees, etc., then you can group the issues based on the swim lanes. And depending on what you choose here, so for example I'll choose assignee, then it will ask where do you want to show the unassigned issues. So you can say show below other swim lanes or show above other swim lanes, right? So if you choose below, then unassigned issues will be shown at the last. So if I simply go back to the board now, I'll show you how the swim lanes will look like. So now you can see these are the swim lanes. So you have now the column and the rows as well, right? So admin has one issue, then RCV test has one issue assigned, then this particular third user has another 2 issues assigned. So this is how the swim lane configuration changes your board layout. So you can configure these swim lanes accordingly. Now this swim lane is as per the assignee. Now going back to the board settings again, here we have covered swim lane, right? So there are different options. You can just go through and play around in the configuration of the swim lane. Then we have the quick filters. Quick filters are nothing but if we want to quickly search the issues or filter the issues on the board itself. So for example, on the board we have only my issues, and the JQL for that is assignee is equal to current user. So whosoever will be the user that is logged in, if he goes back to the board or he opens the board and he clicks on only my issues, then only the issues that are being displayed that will be displayed will be the issues that are assigned to that particular user. So in this case, these are the issues that are assigned to me, then they are being displayed, and these are the filters, board filters or the quick filters on the board. Now you can create multiple other quick filters. If there is a need in the project, you will have say for example you want to have a quick filter for a particular components, then you can write a query for the components to filter results based on the component, and you can add that quick filter here. You can simply write that query, provide the name and click on add to add a quick filter. Now the next important thing is the card colors. So I can color code the cards based on the different colors. So if I go back to the board, you will see there is a color coding for the cards, right? So these are the colors that are shown for the card. A test story is red, and these are red, this is like orange. So you can have different colors for the card, different color coding. If I want to rate or give the color coding based on the priorities, then I can select priorities or assignees, and you can change these colors as well. So for example, I want admin to be dark blue, I can simply select that particular color. Okay, if I go back to the board now, the cards will be coded as per the assignee. Okay, so this admin has blue color, the other user has different color, and third user has different color. So color coding is also possible for the cards. Then card layout is another important thing. So card can be configured to show up 3 extra fields. This is really important. So many places you would have seen if you're working in JIRA that there are different additional fields that are displayed on the card. So on the cards, either in the backlog or in the active sprint, you can add 3 additional fields. So additional fields could be say for example assignee you want to add. Okay, let me add it in the active sprint. So assignee is one that we want to add, and say for example I want to add due date, right? Because these are the things I want to track. So if I want to add additional fields, then I can add up to 3 additional fields. So let me add the impact as well. And if I go back, then if these values are there, right? So these 3 additional fields, so you can see now, this priority has been added as well. Okay. And then assignee is being also shown. So these 3 additional fields, depending on what important information you want to see on the board itself for that particular task, you can add these 3 fields in the card layout, in the backlog as well as in the active sprint as well. Now the next configuration is the estimation. You can have the estimation time tracking based on the none or remaining estimate and time spent. You can change that, and you can change the estimation statistic as well. Then when we go to the working days, you can configure the working days, the region, the time zone, etc., and the working days as per the working days of your organization. Then when we go to the issue detail view, so for example, if we go back here, when we click on any of the issue, you will see that the detailed issue details are being shown, right? Different fields, sprint label, etc. So these detail or multiple or different additional details can be added to the issue detail view using the issue detail. So here what I can do is I can add additional fields to be displayed in the issue detail view. So in the date field, what I want to add additional, so change start date, for example. I want to see start date. I can add that, and those details will be added, or those fields will be added in the detail view of the issue on the board. So here, if I go on the board and click on the issue, I'll see the additional fields that have been added in the issue detail view. Then the last field is basically the roadmaps. Roadmap is the new thing. So roadmaps are basically designed for the single project. Now, because this project I have created a filter or board filter which contains multiple projects, so that is why it is giving me this error. But with the roadmap, you can create, manage and visualize your team epics on the roadmap. So let me edit this filter query, and then let me just include one single project so that we can see the roadmap as well. Okay, let me remove the other two NextGen project and save this query. Okay, let me go back to the classic project, go to the board. Okay, so now you can see the roadmap is still in beta, and it is still, you can try using it, but if I enable this roadmap, then I can have the visibility basically when we are planning that particular piece of work, what is the timeline and the dependency accordingly. So this is a detail, or this is a bit advanced topic for to be covered as part of this tutorial. But if you want to get more detail about the roadmap and how you can configure roadmap, you can simply go to the learn more about the roadmap link, and it will give you a lot of explanation how to configure roadmap and use it in your project. So that's all about the brief introduction of the configuration of the board, or how you can configure board in JIRA, and what all configuration options are available for configuring board in JIRA. Hope you liked the tutorial. Thank you very much for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to another JIRA Cloud tutorial. In this tutorial, we are going to learn how you can add users in JIRA. So we are in the JIRA Cloud version, and in the previous tutorial, I have already explained how you can sign up for the cloud version. We have also gone through many introductory concepts of the JIRA Cloud version. What are the differences between the JIRA Cloud and a JIRA server? We have covered a little bit detail on that as well. So let's understand how you can add the users in JIRA. So before we get into the details of JIRA Cloud and how you can navigate through and what are the options available to add the users, the first thing to understand is basically who can add users on JIRA Cloud. What role is required, or what administrative access is required. So say for example, you're working in an organization and you got an access to JIRA. Everyone who has access to JIRA software won't be able to create user or invite users to join the JIRA software or the product unless and until you have that particular right level of access. So in JIRA Cloud, there are certain roles or the user types that are available. So the first user type is basically the site administrator. And when we talk about the site administrator, he is the person who manages users and groups for the JIRA site. So for example, this is the instance that I have created. So by default, I am a person who is signing up for this particular JIRA Cloud version will be having the site administration access as well as JIRA administrator access as well. So site administrator is someone who can add users or groups in JIRA. The next user type is basically the JIRA administrator. Now, what is the difference between the site administrator and JIRA administrator? So JIRA administrator is the person who configures the instance or JIRA instance for all users. So there are a lot of administration capabilities, for example, configuring the email notifications or schemes or the workflows, advanced workflows, customizing the screens, adding the new custom fields. All these operations are being performed by JIRA administrators. The third role is the JIRA project administrator. So as JIRA administrator administers the whole instance of JIRA, JIRA project administrator is specific to a particular project. So as on this particular screen, you can see I have 3 projects. So there can be 3 administrator or 3 project administrators for each of these projects. And then there is a user, which is JIRA team members or the users who will be allowed, or if you just have the JIRA user or you are part of the JIRA user group or role, then you will be only allowed to use the JIRA and not administer the details or the overall instance of JIRA. So these are, brief user introduction to the user type. I'm explaining these to make you aware that not everyone will be able to add users in JIRA. So you need a proper level of access, and site administrator is the person who will be able to add users. Now, because I have already logged in and signed up as I have logged in as site administrator. So to add the user, I can simply go to the settings here in the right hand side column here, or right hand side corner. You can see if you click on this cog wheel, this is the administration section, right? And now here you will see the Atlassian admin section and then JIRA settings. So all the options below JIRA settings will be mostly done by the JIRA administrator, and Atlassian admin is basically the site administrator. Now, because I am the site admin as well as the JIRA admin, I can see all the details and configure all the details. But in the actual organization, or there will be a segregation of responsibilities. So site admin will be mostly looking at the user management part of it as well as the billing details. And then there will be JIRA administrators or multiple administrators, JIRA administrators, who will be managing the system, product, project, all other issue types or the apps, etc. Right. So to add the user, simply click on this user management link here, and it will redirect you to the admin.atlassian.com URL here. And you can see that we are on this RCV Academy tutorial site, right? And in this particular site, I can simply invite the users using the email. Okay, so I can simply add the email. So for example, I want to invite this particular user. I'll simply remove the rest here and simply add the email of the user that I want to invite. And then here you have the checkbox which says these users can invite new users and access, administer, and add products. So if you check this box, then they will be able to invite new users as well. If this checkbox is not checked, they won't be able to invite new users. Okay. So to invite, you simply add the email and click on invite team member, right? So as soon as I click on invite, you can see users invited to site. The user has been invited to join your site. Okay. And here you can see org and site admin is the person or the user who has signed up for this account. In this case, I have signed up for this account. So I have this org and site admin. And then here you can see this is the new user that I have invited. And invitation is pending. I can resend invite. If the person doesn't receive the invite, I can resend the invite. If you click on these 3 ellipses and click on show details, you will see what all access levels are being provided to the new invited user. So he'll be having access on the site to the JIRA software and the Confluence as well. Now, if I don't want to provide access to any of the products in my stack, I can simply turn that off as a site admin. So I can, if I turn off Confluence access, then this particular new user that has been invited won't be able to access Confluence, which we'll see once we verify that particular detail. Now in the role section, you will see that the role is the basic role, right? Which basically what it says is they can access the products you specify, right? And if I change, so there are different levels here. So you can see trusted can update product settings, add new products, and invite basic users. So this is the trusted. And then site administrator. So you can, when you are the site administrator, you can add new site administrators as well. Okay. Then what groups are being or which groups they are added by default, you can see Jira software users group, they are added by default, right? So let's go back to the email, and you can see the RCV tutorials has invited you to Jira. Email has been is available here in that particular account. If you click on that, then you will see RCV tutorials and your team are waiting for you to join. You simply have to, that person you simply has to click on join them, and then here I have to simply provide the name, or that particular person who has been invited has to provide the name. So let's say, for example, he I'll say RCV test. I'll just say name, and then I'll simply create the password for that. So I'll say provide the password and sign up. So let's complete the captcha and verify. So now that person will be onboarded to the team, right? So if it will redirect, and here that person again has to choose what sort of, like role or work. You can skip this question as well. So I'll simply skip these questions for now. And here you go. So that new person is now logged into the Jira software. Okay. So now if I click on switch to, you can see only one product is applicable or accessible to that particular person who has been invited, because I didn't give the access to Confluence, right? So this is the board that is available, or this is the dashboard, or basically the home page that is available for the new user that has been logged in. And if I click on the profile details and click on profile, you can see that I can update, or that particular person can update the job title, department, organization, etc. Right? So this is a brief introduction how you can invite or add users in Jira Cloud. And once the user has been added, he can accept the invite and he can log in, and he'll be able to log in and access the product that are available in Jira software, or the product that you have provided the access. So you can see all three projects here. And then if you click on this cogwheel here, and below that you will see that this person, the new user that has been added, won't be able to see any of the administration functionalities, for example the site administrator or Jira administrator functionalities. So in the settings, they can change the Atlassian account settings and the personal Jira settings, right? So we'll cover how you can update the account settings or personal Jira settings in the next tutorial. So this is all about how you can add users in Jira Cloud. In the next tutorial, I'll cover a bit more detail about the customization functionalities for the particular users in Jira. So that's all for this tutorial. Hope you like it. Please do share and subscribe, and thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again. In this Jira Cloud tutorial, we will learn how to add user story in Jira. Now, we have already understood about the project types that we have been working through. So most of the time during the course of this tutorial, we will be working either with a classic Scrum or Kanban project, or NextGen Scrum or Kanban project. So what I have done here is I have created all 4 types of project, and whatever tutorial I'll be explaining how you can go ahead and add user story in each of these type of project. So it doesn't matter which type of project you are using in your organization, you will be able to navigate through within Jira Cloud and add the user stories. Now, as we have already understood in the previous tutorial of adding the epic, I have explained you the basic, the structure or what all the default issue type comes in the Jira when you create a Scrum project. So when you create a Scrum project with the classic template, you get these 5 issue types out of the box when you create the project. So you have the epic task, story, bug, and subtask. Now in the previous tutorial we have understood how you can add epic in a JIRA project. Now we'll understand how we can add stories in JIRA. Now we have already also understood in the previous tutorial the hierarchy basically. So epic is a large piece of work item that might span across multiple iterations. So epic can have multiple stories within it, or you can have tasks or bugs within an epic. So if we see the overall structure, so epic can have multiple stories, so we'll create a story within an epic, and then we can have the subtask within a task or story or bug. So that's how the overall hierarchy looks like. So here I have created a sample user stories, couple of user stories. So user stories, if you want to get into more detail how the user stories are written, you can visit Google and search for the user story creation. So there are a lot of websites wherein you can go through and find the format of the user story. So it's nothing but you can compare it with the requirement in the traditional approaches, which is defined in the form of end user, how the end user is going to interact with the system. So for example, in this case, portal registration could be one of the epic, right? So say for example, I am launching an e-commerce portal where the person should have the capability, or the buyer should have capability to register into the portal. So that could be one of the features. So portal registration can be epic, and within that epic there can be multiple user stories. So for example, as a buyer, I would like to register using Google account so that I can log into e-commerce portal successfully, right? So this is a sample format of user stories, how the user stories are basically written with the persona. So buyer is a persona, and then what he wants to do in the application. So there is some outcome, so that there is some outcome, right? So let's go ahead and add these user stories. So what I'll do is I'll open let's start with the classic Scrum project first. So in the classic Scrum project, if you go to the project, to add a user story, you simply have to click on this create button. So creating any issue type in JIRA is the same process. You simply have to click on create button and then select the particular issue type that you want to create. So if you want to create epic, you select epic. If you want to create story, you select story. So in this case, we'll select the story, and then we will add the summary. Okay, so let me add a summary. So this will go into the description. So I'll add the description, and in the summary what I'll say is buyer registration with Google account, right? So I'll simply say with Google account, and then you add the description. So you can add as much description as you can. So usually a story will have the acceptance criteria as well, which defines what all needs to be implemented in the user story, or when the user story can be considered as accepted. Okay, so the acceptance criteria will be something like I should be, or user should be able to click on the register link successfully. When he clicks on register link, the register option or register window or modal should open, right? So these are some of the criteria that can be defined within the user stories. And acceptance criteria are defined with the numbering. So acceptance criteria 1, acceptance criteria 2. So that's how usually it works in the actual project, right? And based on these user stories and acceptance criteria defined on these user stories, developers work on their part of it, and once the development is completed, testers refer to the same stories within that sprint to write their test cases, to automate the scenarios within the sprint so that they can fulfill or they can verify the acceptance criteria that are defined for this particular user stories. So we'll define the description here. Then you have the option for a reporter, linked issues, etc. So a lot of other fields in the form that are available. So you can change the assignee. So whosoever needs to work on this particular story, you can change the assignee to it. if this particular story is linked to any other story. So for example, this relates to, or this particular story blocks something, then you can link that particular issue. So for example, this story needs to be completed before any other story can start. So you can say this story or this link, this issue blocks the other issue which needs to start after this particular story will finish, right? Then you have the epic link here. So if, for example, this story is related to this particular epic, right? So portal registration epic, then we can simply link that particular epic from this epic link. And if you want to work on this particular story within this sprint, then you select the sprint, whichever sprint this story needs to be worked into. You can select the sprint from here. Here at the top, you will see that you have the configure fields option available. So you can choose what all fields are available for you on this particular page. So if you select custom and say, for example, I don't want the linked issues or labels, I can just select the custom and I can disable the components or the fields that I do not want to see on this particular form. Okay, and those fields will be hidden. So that is configurable. You can configure yourself. As of now, I'll just make it to all, so all fields are visible. Now this is what all you need to do to create a user story. If you want to create or add one more story, simply check this box, create another, and then click on create button. Okay, so when you click on create another, this window will still be open and you can add another story, and that user story, so buyer registration with Google account, has been added successfully. All right, so as of now, I'll cancel this. So you will see that buyer registration with Google account has been created successfully in the backlog. All right, so this is how you will create a user story in the classic Scrum project. Now in the classic Scrum project, you have these epics as well. Now there is another option. So for example, there is an epic, and let me create an epic which is portal registration, and then I'll show you how you can create user stories within that epic. Okay, let me put the same summary as of now and click on create. So you can see that portal registration epic has been created. Now within this epic, I can either click on create to create a story and then link to that particular epic. So this epic is RT17. So I can simply say RT17 and link the story to it, or I can directly create a story within this epic. So I can click on create issue in epic and it will open the same create issue page. And by default, if I will, click on create issue from the epic, you will see that portal registration epic link will be chosen by default. All right, so this is another way to create a story within the epic. So this is all about creating the user story in the classic Scrum project. Now, if we go to the other type of project, the process will be exactly similar. So there won't be much difference. The only difference will be something around the navigation. So for example, if I go to classic Kanban, then in classic Kanban, I'll still see the same create button, and I can click on the create and I can select the issue type as story, and rest all remains exactly same. You will have the configure fields to select or deselect or hide the fields that you don't want to see on this particular window. And then if you want to add the user story from the epic, so you can create an epic in the Kanban project. So for example, let me create an issue on this board. So let me create the same epic here, so I can show you how you can add the story within the epic, right? Let me quickly create this epic. Now this epic got created. Let me open this epic. I can go to this epic, right, detail here, and if you see this little icon, you can either click on this click issue in an epic from here, and it will open issues in this epic option here, and you select the type as story, and within the story I will simply copy the details of the story and paste and create the story. Now you can see that this epic has one story. If you want to open the details of this epic, you can open it, and within the epic you will see that this story has been created in this particular epic. If If you want to add more, you can simply click on click issue in this epic, in the epic detail as well. So this is how you will create user stories in the classic Kanban project. Now going back to the NextGen Kanban. Okay, so if I click on NextGen Kanban and click on create button here, you won't see the story option by default here in the NextGen Kanban. Okay, so to enable story option, you can simply go to the project settings. If you are the project administrator, go to the project settings, and from the project settings go to issue type, and here you can see you can add the issue type, right? So I can add the story, and then I can also add bug to this particular project, right? So now I can see the story type. When I click on create, I would be able to see the story, to add the story in the NextGen Kanban project, right? So by default, when you create a NextGen Kanban project, you won't be seeing these issue type by default, right? Now going back to the NextGen Scrum project, the process will be exactly same. You click on the create button, select the issue type as story, provide the summary, description, and all other details in this particular form, and click on create. If you want to create from the backlog, go to the backlog, go to the epic detail, open the epic details, right? So you open the detail of the epic, and from the epic you click on this child issue icon, and you can add the type as story, task, or bug, whatever. Provide the detail and click on create button, right? So roadmap is also another option where you can go to the epic and simply click on, say for example you have an epic here, you click on this plus icon here and select the type as story and add the story from the roadmap itself, right? So NextGen Scrum will have multiple options, so either from the create button, from the roadmap, from the backlog, right? So there are multiple ways to basically add the story into different type of projects in JIRA. So we have covered how you can add user stories in JIRA Cloud, which has a different type of project. So Scrum, Kanban, and even in Scrum Kanban there are two different type of project, classic and NextGen project supported. So NextGen project is the new concept that has been launched in JIRA Cloud, which enables anyone to create the project quickly, and there are limited customization options in NextGen project, but classic is very similar to what we have seen in the server version of the JIRA. So that's all for this tutorial, how to add user stories in JIRA projects. Hope you like it. Please do share and subscribe, and thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again. In this JIRA Cloud tutorial, we will learn how to add tasks in JIRA. Now, before we get into the details of adding the task or steps to add the task in JIRA, let's first understand the issue hierarchy that we have looked into the previous tutorial as well. So the task sits in at a similar level basically as the story and bug in the default Scrum project, or these are the default issue type that get created, or you get those when you create a Scrum project. So epic is a big piece of work which can have multiple stories within it. An epic can span multiple iterations. Story will most probably be finished within the iteration, right? So that's how the stories or a bug or task should be ideally in any Scrum project. Now, adding a task in JIRA is very simple process, and it's exactly similar as we have seen for the epic and user story. But before we go ahead and add the task, let me explain you what could be the task in JIRA or in any Scrum project. So basically when we say story, a story is something or some requirement which when implemented will have a working software which fulfills end user needs or the business needs, right? But the task is a piece of work within Scrum or Kanban, which is basically sort of enabler to get you started to work on some story. So if, for example, you want to configure development environment to start working on the story, so that could be one of the tasks. Or you want to configure proxy settings in the test environment, or you want to install API testing tool on the test server. So these all tasks, installing web automation tool on the test server. These all can be categorized as tasks instead of stories, and that's why there is a separate issue type in JIRA available for you to create tasks so that you can segregate the actual piece of work that will bring some value to the end user when implemented, which is basically a user story, and the task which is an enabler or the piece of work that needs to be done but doesn't directly add the value to the working software which will be produced when that story will be implemented, right? So any other or any piece of work that is not directly required to build that particular piece of user story can be configured or categorized as the task, and you can create task in JIRA separately. Okay, so for example, configure development environment. How you can add this task in JIRA? Simply go to the project, right? So for example, you want to select the project first. You can select the project. So I'm in the classic Scrum project. Now within this project, if I'll click on create button here, so you have the create button. So simply click on create button and the create window will open. So create issue window will open, and here you can select the issue type as task, right? So you have different issue type. So previously we had seen to select the story. Now we can select the task, and in the summary you provide the summary of the task. In the description, what all needs to be performed or the details that you want to basically go through to achieve that particular task. If there are any attachment, you can attach those. Then rest is all same as it was in user stories. The reporter, if this task is blocking any issues, right? So you can select the linking options available here. So if, say for example, this task needs to be completed before a developer can start working on any particular user story. So for example, before I can start working on buyer registration with Google account user story, I need to have my development environment configured, right? So as a developer, I can simply say, I need to do this task first before I can start working on this particular user story, and then assign it to myself. And because I'm going to configure this particular development environment, if somebody else is going to configure this development environment, then I can assign it to somebody else within the team. Then if there are any labels, I'll cover labels in detail in later tutorials. Then epic link, if this task is linked to any epic, I can link to the epic as well. So for example, this links to this portal registration. So portal registration, I can do the epic link. If this task needs to be performed in the current sprint, I can specify the sprint, the active sprint here based on the project. Okay, so you have to choose the correct sprint which is part of this particular classic Scrum project. I won't choose it now, and simply click on create. If you want to create another task, simply check this box and this window will keep open and you can create another. So when you click on create another, all the important information is still, like captured. So for example, assignee epic link, you can see that these information are persisted when you check on this create another box here. So for the configuring fields, you have the option to disable or enable, or basically hide the fields that you don't want to see on this particular create issue case, right? So I'll choose all and simply cancel this. So this is one way to add the task to your project, right? Now you can also add the task from the epic, right? So for example, I go to the roadmap and here I have this epic, right? So I can go to the epic detail. Okay, so simply go to the epic detail, and from the epic detail I can simply click on create issue in this particular epic. And if I click on create issue in this epic, from this drop down I select the task, provide the detail of the task and click on create, and the task will get created within this portal registration epic. Now I can edit this task later to fill more information there, right? So that's another way to go from the roadmap and do it. Then from the backlog also, I can simply open this epic section, right? And I can create issue in the epic. This is more of a traditional project that you would have seen in the JIRA standalone version. If you click on create issue in epic, it opens exactly same create issue window as we have seen when we click on this create button, right? So select the task type as issue type as task, and you can follow the same process to create the task. So this is how you will do or create the task into the classic Scrum project. Now let's go to the classic Kanban project and see what is the difference there. So if you go to the classic Kanban project, you will see exactly similar navigation, similar, almost similar, like buttons. So you simply click on create and you will see the issue type as task. You will see a lot more details are similar in this particular page. So you simply have to choose the task, provide the summary and detail description, and click on create button to create the task in Kanban project as well. From the epic as well. So for example, from this particular epic, I want to create task. I can open this epic and then click create issue in this epic. So this little icon, and then select the type as task and provide the details here, right? So that's how I'll add the task into the classic Kanban project in JIRA Cloud. Going back to the NextGen Kanban and NextGen Scrum, it is almost similar. So this button is still there. The simplest way to add the task in NextGen Scrum, simply add the task from the drop down, provide the details, click on create, and then from the roadmap, so in the NextGen Scrum you will get the roadmap. From the roadmap you can simply click on this child issue within the epic, this plus icon, and select the type as task and add the task within the epic, right? From the backlog you can go to the epic, right? So in the backlog you can enable this. If you can't see this epic panel, most probably it is because this is disabled in the NextGen Scrum. So you simply go ahead in this drop down, enable this epic panel, and this will be visible. And from the epic here, you can simply click on view all details. It will open the epic detail and you will get this add a child issue icon, which you can click, select the type, and add the task within this particular epic. Okay, then you can go to the NextGen Kanban project, right? So we can go to NextGen Kanban project, and from the NextGen Kanban project, create button is still there. Select the type as task, and then you can go to the roadmap. From the epic you can simply click on add child issue, select the type as task, provide the details, and add the task, right? So that's about adding the task. And here from the board as well, you can simply click on create issue, and from this drop down you can simply select the type as task, provide the detail, and add on the board as well. Okay, so in the NextGen Kanban project. So there are many ways or many places where you can go ahead and navigate and add the tasks within JIRA Cloud and even in JIRA Server, because JIRA or Atlassian tools are made in such a way so that they are very easy to use for the end user. So say for example you are on the board, you can directly add the task here rather than navigating to the create button, going to the roadmap, or even if you are in the issue detail and you feel like I want to add a task in this particular epic. When I'm viewing the detail of the epic, I have the possibility to add the task right from there. And that is why there are so many positions or so many places in the JIRA projects where you can add these issues from. So I'm covering all these places so that you can be really comfortable and you know where exactly you can navigate to perform the same functionality or add the task within JIRA projects. So that's all for this tutorial. Hope you like it. Please do share and subscribe, and thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again to JIRA Cloud tutorial. In this tutorial, we are going to learn how you can add subtasks in JIRA. Now, before we get into any project and understand how to add the subtask, let me first go to the whiteboard, and we have understood about the issue hierarchy into the JIRA Scrum project. When you create a Scrum project, these are the default issue types that you will get: epic, task, story, bug, and subtask. Now we have understood that epic is basically a big piece of work that might span across multiple sprints. Then the task, story, and bug are below epic, which most probably fit within one sprint or 2 weeks cycle in the Scrum software development. Now subtask is the issue type which can be created either for the task or the story or bug to further divide these pieces of work into smaller manageable pieces of work. So for example, there is a story that needs to be implemented by the developer, so he can create the subtasks within that particular story. So the first subtask could be, say for example, implement the UI, the wireframe, the UI part. The second subtask could be to map the API or work on the REST API or the SOAP API for that particular implementation. And then third could be integrating the service with the UI component. So these are some of the smaller items that he can divide or create the subtask within the story to work further, so that there is a progress that can be seen within the particular sprint. And that's why the subtask issue type is there, to segregate or to divide the task or story or bug further into manageable piece of work. All right, so you can create subtask either for a task or a story or a bug. Okay, and since JIRA Cloud has different type of project, and we have been focusing on NextGen Scrum, NextGen Kanban, Classic Scrum, and Classic Kanban, so I'll go ahead and show you how you can create subtasks into any of these issues that you have in any of these projects, right? So for example, if I go to the Classic Scrum project, and to create a subtask, you won't get any direct option to create a subtask when you click on this create button. So let me click on create button here at the top. So as we have seen, to create the user story in epic or bug or task, you can directly click on the create button and you can choose the issue type from here. Right now, because the subtask is the child of either the story or bug or task, so you don't have that option to create the subtask directly from this create option here. So what you can do is you simply have to go to a particular task. Say for example, I want to create a subtask for this particular story. Okay, so story test story 5. So I can open this test story 5, and simply if you see this little icon, which is basically create subtask. Okay, so if you click on this create subtask icon, the subtask section will open for this particular story. Okay, so for example, this particular story, so I'll say subtask implement UI. Okay, so for example, this is one of the work item that needs to be done for that particular story. I provide the detail and I click on create, and you can see the subtask got created. Okay, if you want to open the full detail of this particular issue type RT5, you can open that and you will see the same create subtask icon available here and the button as well. If you click on it, it will open the same option to create the subtask, right? And you have this little icon for the subtask, and this subtask is the child of this particular story. Now, because subtasks can be created for tasks, for bugs as well, and any custom issue type that you add, you can enable subtask for that as well. So let me go back and show you how you can add the subtask for a task. So if I go to the task, say for example, just click on the task on the board, and you have the same option to create the subtask within the task. And if I go to the defect, so there are no defects at the moment. Let me quickly create one to show you how to add. So I'll say test bug. Let me create one and let me open this bug. So now within this bug, the option to create subtask will be exactly same. All right, so this is the bug. Just click on create subtask and subtask section will open, and this is subtask. So provide the detail, subtask for bug, and subtask gets created for it. All right, if this particular bug is on the board, say for example, if it is available on the board, say RT board, let me open it. then once you click on that particular bug, then you will get the option to create subtask in the right side, similar as we got for this task and for the user story. Now subtask, if you go to the epic, you can't create subtask because, so let me go to the epic and show you in the issue. If I click on create issue in the epic, because epic is the highest level of the issue type, which is the big piece of work that spans across multiple cycles or multiple iterations. So epic has the child issue type of task, story and bug, but you can't create subtask within the epic. If you want to create the subtask, they need to go either below the task, story and bug, and that's why this is the hierarchy that I explained, and this is important to understand that how the overall hierarchy of issues is defined in JIRA, the default hierarchy that you need to follow. If your JIRA is customized within your organization, then you might have many other issue type and the hierarchy might be a bit different, but this default hierarchy will still remain same. It doesn't matter how much customization has been done for the issue types within your JIRA instance. So this is how you can add the subtasks within the JIRA project. Now this is the classic Scrum project. If I go back to the classic Kanban project, the option is still same. So I simply have to basically say, for example, this is the story. I want to create a subtask in this story. I select the story and then click on this create subtask icon. It will open the subtask section there. Okay. If I want to open the story detail view, so simply click on the detail view. It opened RCK3 and I can click on create subtask to create subtask within this particular story from this particular button as well. All right. Then going back again, in the epic, you can't add the subtask. We have already understood. So this holds true across the JIRA instance. It doesn't matter what type of project you are working on, right? So hierarchy will still be similar like we have seen here. All right. Now going back to the NextGen project, let's go to the NextGen project and let's go to NextGen Kanban. So here in NextGen Kanban, if you want to add a subtask to this particular, say for example, task issue type, just open that and click on add a child issue. All right. So when you click on add a child issue, you can say subtask 1, whatever name you want to specify to this particular issue, then click on create and the subtask will be added to this particular task. All right. So that's how you will add a subtask in the NextGen Kanban project. Now there are other type of issues as well. So for example, let me create a story and then I'll say test story as of now. And if I want to add a subtask, simply add a child issue, right? And it will add a subtask into the NextGen Kanban project. You can also add a subtask from the story detail. So if I open the story detail, from the story detail on this page, you will have this add a child issue icon as well. All right. Now going back to the NextGen Scrum project. So let me open NextGen Scrum project. The process of adding the subtask is exactly same. So select the task, click on add a child issue and add the child issue within this particular story. If it is a story, you add a child issue. If it is a task, the process will still be similar. Okay, you simply have to click on the task or bug and then click on add a child issue icon to add a subtask within that particular. So if you just remember these issue type, default issue type that JIRA comes out with, then subtask can be added to a task, to a story, to a bug, and we have already seen how you can navigate through different types of project within JIRA Cloud and open the issue detail to add the subtask. All right, so that's all for this tutorial, how to add subtask in JIRA. Hope you like it. Please do share and subscribe, and thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again to another JIRA Cloud tutorial. In this tutorial, we are going to learn how to create epic in JIRA. Now, before we get into the details of epic creation in JIRA, let's first understand what exactly epic stands for in JIRA. Now, if you're familiar with the agile development methodologies like Scrum and Kanban, you would have heard of these, concept or this term epic. Now, epic in general in agile development approach is basically a large piece of work that can have multiple child issues within it, so multiple stories within it, and can span multiple iterations. Now in JIRA, if we talk about the default issue type, so this whiteboard here, you can see that I've created the default issue type that you will get when you install JIRA or when you sign up for JIRA and you create a project using the Scrum template. So you'll get an epic issue type, story, task, bug, and subtask. So these are all issue types in JIRA. But they are categorized, or basically they are the naming convention. So epic will be used when you have a large piece of work that can span multiple iterations, or you want to have a placeholder which can contain multiple stories within it. So that's where when you use epic, or what exactly is an epic. Now when we talk about the subtask, story, task, and the basically the size of the issue in terms of the complexity and the duration it will take to complete these issue, subtask is the smallest unit of work. And if we talk about the small and large piece of work, so subtask is the smallest and epic is the largest piece of work that can have, so one epic can have multiple stories. So basically there can be multiple stories in an epic, there can be tasks as well in an epic, bugs in an epic as well, and then a subtask will be created within story, task, or bug to further divide a piece of work into smaller manageable pieces of work that can be completed. So this is a brief about the epic. So epic is a large piece of work that can contain multiple issues and is a placeholder to many stories. Now to create an epic in JIRA Cloud, so for example, depending on which type of project you are in, so I have NextGen Scrum, NextGen Kanban, and the classic project. So I'll go to the classic project first and explain how you can create epic within the classic project. Now within this classic project, the easiest way to create an epic is to click on this create button in any of the project that you will see. This create button will be there always in your JIRA instance. So simply click on the create, and then you just have to choose an epic type from the issue type as epic. All right, so this is what you need to choose in order to create epic. So issue type needs to be epic, and project you have to choose basically whichever project you are trying to create this epic in. Now since we have already selected this particular RCV tutorials classic project, this will be by default available in this drop down. So I have chosen the issue type as epic. Now you simply provide the name of the epic, the summary of the epic, you can provide the description and the attachment if there are any attachments in the epic. Reporter will be the person who is logged in. By default he'll be the reporter. Then there are certain linked issue and other options that are available there. And in the assignee, you can leave it to automatic, or you can assign it to a person within your team. And then you have the option for the priority labels, etc. Now this thing is important here. So epic link, you cannot have epic link to another epic. Okay, so that is why this is disabled here. And then the sprint option is available, wherein you can choose in which particular sprint this particular epic will be worked upon. Now since the epic is a large piece of work, you usually don't assign to a specific sprint, because within the sprint you won't be able to finish an epic. Epic will have multiple stories linked to it that will be associated, or that will be taken within the sprint for completion of the work. Now these are some of the default fields that you see. If as a user you can click on the configure fields and you can choose the custom fields as well. Whichever you don't want to see, you can uncheck those, or if you want to see all the fields, then you can select all, and all the fields will be visible here in this page. So this is basically the first way to create the epic. And after you have filled all the details, simply click on create button. If you want to create another epic, simply check this checkbox, create another, and this page will be open, and you can create another epic as well. So let me click on create, and you can see test epic 1 got created, right, with RT-11 link. Now this is the first way. Now the second option is basically from the roadmap. So roadmap is still in beta, but you can create epic from the roadmap as well. So simply go to the roadmap and you have this create epic link here. You can simply specify the name of the epic, right? And then hit enter. Right, so epic got created and you can see the epic is available in this roadmap. Now to update the details within the epic, you simply click on it and you can then edit the details of the epic in the right hand side, or you can click on this link, open the details, and then edit all the details within this particular epic. So that's the second way of creating an epic. Then you have the third way, which is basically going into the backlog, and within the backlog you will have this versions and epic. So if I click on epic, I have this epic create epic link here. If I'll open or click on this create epic, it will open a window to create an epic, and it will select the issue type as an epic, and I'll simply provide the epic name here and summary of the epic. So let me say epic 2, and then I can create the epic from here. If I want to see more fields here, so simply click on configure fields and select all, so that you can see all the fields in this particular window and fill out all the details here itself, rather than going back and editing this particular epic, and then simply click on create, and this epic will get created and it will be available in the epic section. So this is how you will create epic in any classic Scrum project in JIRA Cloud. Now going back to our other project, so there are NextGen Scrum and NextGen Kanban as well. So if I go to NextGen Kanban, we can create epic in exactly similar way as we have created in the classic project. So you can click on create button here. In the drop down issue type drop down, simply select epic, rest all information or the details you need to fill out, and then click on create button. Okay, so this is how you will create epic in the NextGen Kanban project. That's the first way. The second is basically you can go to the roadmap, right? So in the roadmap in the NextGen Kanban, you can simply provide the detail of the epic. So I can say test epic 1 here and hit enter, and the epic will be created in the roadmap. To edit, you have to follow the same process. Just open the issue and edit the details within the epic. Now if we go back to our third project, which is NextGen Scrum project, the process of creating epic is exactly similar there as well. So click on create. You can create an epic from here. So simply select the type as epic, fill out the details and click on create button, or go to roadmap. You have the option to create epic here, or go to the backlog, and within the backlog you can create the epic. So by default this panel is not enabled here. So if I have this enabled, so epic panel will be enabled in the NextGen Scrum, and now I can click on this create epic and I can say epic 1 and hit enter, and you will see that epic got created in this epic panel. Right, so this is a brief introduction about epic, and then how we can create epic in various JIRA Cloud projects. So we have in JIRA Cloud, we have NextGen Scrum, NextGen Kanban. So the different templates, different projects are available. The classic Scrum and classic Kanban project are available as well. So this will help you to understand where to navigate to in the JIRA Cloud in order to create an epic if you are working in different types of project in JIRA Cloud. So that's all for this tutorial. Hope you like it. Please do share and subscribe, and thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again to another JIRA Cloud tutorial. In this tutorial, we are going to learn how to add issues to epic in JIRA. Now, when you're working in any Scrum or Kanban project, we have already understood that epic is a high-level piece of work, or basically a big piece of work that can span into multiple sprints. Now, when an epic can span multiple sprints, it has multiple stories within it, or can have multiple issues within that particular epic. So when you create an epic, you need to basically add issues within that epic as well. And most of the time, your epic within your project will have multiple stories that you need to add. So for example, we have taken here this sample epic. Okay, if I go to this sheet, so this epic is basically a portal registration of an e-commerce portal, and these are some of the stories that dummy stories that I have written. So 4 stories need to link to that particular epic. Now how can you link or associate these stories to an epic within different projects in JIRA Cloud? That's what we are going to learn in this particular tutorial. So let me go back to the project section of the JIRA Cloud and start with the classic Scrum project. Okay, so if I go to the classic Scrum project, there are multiple ways to link issues to an epic. All right, so the first and foremost way in the classic Scrum project is simply when you are creating an issue. Say for example, I'm creating an story, then I can say I'll copy all the details of this particular story, I'll provide it in the summary and the description, all of it, and then to link this particular story to an epic, I can simply choose this epic link. Okay, so if I click on this epic link, it will start showing me the epics that are there. If you can't find the epic, you can simply start typing the details of the epic and it will pop up the epic link that you want to associate this particular story to. So you can simply choose that and create this issue, new issue. So whatever new story will get created will have this particular epic link. So if I create this now, this story will get associated to that particular epic. So you can see epic link has been added in this particular story. So this is the first way. So basically whenever you're creating an issue, at the same time in the classic Scrum project, you can associate it to an epic. Now many times you are creating the issues and you haven't, say for example, you forgot to link to the epic or associate to the epic. You can later associate the stories or the tasks to an epic as well. Let's see how you can do it. Say for example, if I forgot to associate the epic, then I can go to the roadmap, either to the roadmap, and in the roadmap you can see that you have, you know, all the epics that are listed here. And if I open this portal registration, you can see the stories or basically the issues that are associated to this particular epic within this particular epic listed here. Now if I go to the backlog, okay, in the backlog, let me find a particular issue which is not linked to an epic. Now how you can figure it out whether a particular issue has been associated to an epic or not, you can see this link here. So whichever issue will be associated to an epic will have this link of the epic, the detail of the epic shown here, right? So portal registration is being shown. If there is no link shown here, that means that particular story or task or defect is not associated to an epic. Usually defects and tasks we don't associate to the epic in the actual practical scenarios in the projects. So most of the time, say for example, this is the story which is not associated. I can simply open the details of this story and then you can scroll down, and if you click on show 6 more fields, go to the bottom, you will see epic link here. You can simply click on the epic link and you can select the epic that you want to associate this story with. And as soon as you associate it, you can see the portal registration epic link appeared here against the story. If you want to remove the epic link, it's also simple. Simply click it and remove. Click on this little cross icon and it will remove the epic link from the particular issue in your project, right? So that's the second way basically to associate the issues to an epic. All right. From the roadmap, what you can do is you can directly basically create the new issues within the epic, right? So this is the simplest way when you want to associate the issues within the within a particular epic. Say for example, you have this portal registration epic and these are the 4 stories you want to create. The best way is to basically go into the roadmap or in the backlog, and from the backlog go to the epics panel, and from the epic panel you simply create the issues within that particular epic, right? So as soon as you will do it, this epic link will by default be chosen already for you. So any new issue that you create from this particular place will have that association to the epic already. All right, so that's the best practice basically when you are creating issues within JIRA and want to associate them to an epic. So this is all about the classic Scrum project. Let's go to the classic Kanban project and see what's the difference there. So if I go to the classic Kanban project, I can do the same thing as we did in the classic Scrum project. So I can click on create. While I'm creating the issue, I can associate that to the epic by simply selecting the epic link here. Okay, or if the issue has already been created, say for example I'm on the board and I want to see whether this issue has been associated to the epic, you can see this is already associated because portal registration link is available there, right? So you can see the epic link here. If you want to remove, you can remove it from here, or you want to add, simply select the portal registration and that gets added. So epic link gets added from the issue details as well. Okay, so either from this detail or you can open the link like this as well, and you will see the epic link editing option on the issue detail page here as well. Okay, so that's about the Kanban board. Then if we go to the NextGen Scrum, okay, so in NextGen Scrum it's a little bit different. So when I click on create, okay, so I can't see the epic linking option by default in the issue creation. So there is linking issues possible, but epic link is missing, and by default this is not even available even after you select all the fields to be enabled. Okay, so how you can do it in the NextGen Scrum project, say for example you want to associate test story 2 to any epic. Test story 1 is already associated. You can see the label epic 1. What you can do is you can simply either click on these three ellipses here, and then you can add the parent. Okay, so if you click on add parent, it will open the epic option and you can select the epic to associate this issue with. Select the epic and click on done, and you can see the epic label appeared on that particular epic from the board itself. Okay, you can also do it from the roadmap. So from the roadmap it's the easiest. Basically you can select the epic, okay, and from directly from the roadmap portal you can create the child issues when you are creating the issue directly within the roadmap. Select the story, provide the details within the story, copy that and create the story which is basically associated to that particular epic. Right, the next option is from the backlog. So from the backlog you can directly create the epic and open the epic and view the details. For example, if I view the details of the epic, then I can create the child issues from the epic itself. So this is the epic 1. If I click on plus, this issue that gets created here from this backlog epic details will get associated to this particular epic. Right, that's another way. Now say for example I want to associate an issue to an epic. That issue hasn't been associated yet, so let me open issues without epic. Now say for example I want to associate test story 5 or say test story 3 to epic 1 as well. What you can do from the backlog, you can simply drag and drop on the epic section and the epic will be updated for the issues that you drag and drop. Okay, so from the backlog this is also the easier option to add issues in the epic. If you will create epic or issues here, so for example test story 5 and new issue you want to associate, you can again then drag and drop or go to the details of the issue. You can simply click on this add epic link here, right? So this little pencil icon, and select the epic from here as well, right? So this is another place to add epic to the issue. So for example, you didn't drag and drop or you didn't selected the epic, then you can edit the details from the issue itself. If I want to remove, simply click on this pencil icon and you can remove the epic from there as well. So you can see the association has been removed. So this is about the NextGen Scrum project. So from roadmap, from the backlog, right? So there are multiple ways Even from the board, you can basically select the issues. Say for example, this is not associated, and I can open the details of this particular issue, and once the issue details open, then I can add an epic on the issue details. So here you can see little pencil icon. I can select that and add the epic in the issue detail page as well. Okay, going back to the NextGen Kanban. So NextGen Kanban will be almost similar. So here you can simply click on these three ellipses. You can change the parent, or say for example, this story doesn't have the epic. I can add the epic by clicking on add parent. I can go to the issue detail, and from the issue detail I can add the epic, right? Or I can basically go to the roadmap, and from the roadmap itself within the epic, so for example below the epic I can create the new issue. If the new issue is you want to associate the new issue that you are creating to the epic, you can simply create it within the epic from the roadmap. Okay, if the issue has already been created and you forgot to link it to the epic, you can simply select the issue and then add the epic from the issue. All right, so many ways, multiple ways to handle the association of the issue to the epic in different type of projects in Jira. So that's all for this tutorial, how you can add or associate the issues to an epic in Jira in different type of Jira Cloud projects. Hope you liked the tutorial. Please do share and subscribe, and thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again. In this JIRA Cloud tutorial, we will learn how you can delete a task or issues in JIRA. Now, before we get into any of the JIRA project and try to delete the issues, you need to understand that when you are working in any project and you are not getting the option that I'm showing in this particular tutorial to delete the issue, the possibility might be because you do not have permission to delete the issues within those projects. So in JIRA, there are a lot of permissions that are given to you when you are working in a project as part of the project member. So if your role is such that you are not allowed to delete any issues, you won't get these options to delete the issues, right? But if you are able to see these options, then you might have been given the permission to delete the issue. Most of the times you will have the delete permission for the tasks that you create or subtasks that you create. You will be having the permission to delete those. Now let's start from the classic Scrum project in a JIRA Cloud. So deleting the issue or a task in JIRA is very simple process. So for example, here if I am on the in the backlog and I want to delete any of the issue that is shown here. So the simplest way is to basically say, for example, I want to delete this task 1. I can simply select that, just highlight it, click on it, and click on the right three ellipses, right hand side three ellipses. It will show actions, and then click on this delete link here. If you click on the delete, it will give you you are about to permanently delete this issue. This warning will come up, and all the data and the attachments for this particular issue will get deleted if you click on press delete. So for example, if I press delete, then the task 1 has been deleted. Right now, deleting a user story or any other bug is also similar. Okay, so if I want to delete this bug, user registration using Twitter account, then I can simply click on these three ellipses and click on delete. The other option is there is a shortcut, so you can simply highlight the issue and press the dot icon, dot on your keyboard, and this operation will open up. So operation window will open up and it will show you which issue will be worked upon. So RT8 has been selected, right? So here from the drop down, you can select the delete option. So there are many options. This is the shortcut that you can use. You can choose the workflow options there or the action. So within the action, you will have the delete option there. So you can select the delete option and you just click on this delete button, and that defect got deleted, right? So this is how you will delete the issues from JIRA. The other way is simply right click. right? So in the backlog, simply right click on the issue and you will see the option, delete option, to delete the issue in the particular backlog. All right. So these are a couple of ways to delete the issue. If you are in the issue details, if for example I open RT1 in the detail window here, now from this detail view as well, I can simply click on this actions ellipses and click on delete to delete this particular RT1 test story. So if I click on delete, that story will get deleted, right? So this is some error that occurs because this is not handled properly, and because we were on the issue detail page and we already deleted that, so that issue itself is not available, so that link became invalid, and that is why this error is being displayed. So simply close it and that story got deleted. So these are a couple of ways that you can utilize to delete the issues from the classic Scrum project. Similarly, if we go to the classic Kanban project, there is nothing different. Deleting issues is exactly same in the classic Kanban project as well. So we can highlight the issue, we can select the issue, go to the actions and click delete to delete the issue, right? And then if we go to the NextGen project, so let's go to the NextGen Scrum project. In the NextGen Scrum project, if I simply click on these three ellipses, so I'm on the board at the moment, so you simply click on the three ellipses and you will get the option to delete that particular issue directly. All right. Or you simply right click on the issue and you will get the delete option. So either you hover over the issue, click on the ellipses, or you simply right click on the issue and click on delete, and it will pop up the same window to delete the issue, right? So this is about the NextGen Scrum project. From the backlog as well, you can also navigate. You will get the same option. So simply right click. Right click is not working in this particular case in the backlog. Let me go back. From the ellipses, you can click on the three ellipses and click on delete, right? From the story details as well, you go to the actions and click on delete. So many options to delete the issues from JIRA project. So this is about NextGen Scrum project. If we go to the NextGen Kanban, it will be almost similar. So not much difference. So navigation wise and in terms of where they have provided or where Atlassian has provided the buttons and operations to perform delete operation on the issues, it's almost similar. So for example, this particular issue on the board, if I want to delete, simply click on the ellipses, click on delete, or right click on delete. If I want to go to the details, issue detail, I can go to the actions and delete it, or I can go to the actual, completely open the new window for this particular issue and then go to the actions in the right hand side, three ellipses, and delete this issue. All right. So that's how I will be working or deleting the issues from the NextGen Kanban project. Similarly, if I go to the backlog, I can also delete the issues from the backlog by simply clicking on these three ellipses and deleting the issues from the direct backlog as well. All right. So this is all about how you can delete the issues from JIRA projects, and we have understood how there are various projects, different types of projects that we have gone through, and what all options are available, what all shortcuts are available in order to delete the issues from JIRA projects. So that's all for this particular tutorial. Hope you like it. Please do share and subscribe, and thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again to another JIRA Cloud tutorial. In this tutorial, we are going to learn how to use labels in JIRA. We will understand how to add the labels to JIRA issues, how to remove the labels, and then how to search the issues in JIRA with the labels. All right. So before we get into the details of the addition or removal of the label and then searching the issues wherein you have added the labels, first let's understand how exactly or what exactly is label in JIRA. So labeling in JIRA can be understood similar to like tagging any issue. So you can add certain labels to the issue. So for example, you are working on an epic, which is basically a registration which has many user stories within it, and there are many other issue type within it as well. So what you can do is you can add the label, say for example registration, to all the issues that belong to that particular category. So it is more of an informal way to categorize the issues in Jira, and it is really helpful to when you want to filter out the issues within the Jira project that are specific to a particular functionality or to a particular any other component and all. So component becomes more of a formal sort of addition in Jira, but when you talk about label, you can label the test cases based on a regression or functional, etc. So that's all possible within Jira. Now let's understand how you can add the label. So in Jira, there are many default issue types. So for example, story, epic, subtask, bug. So all these issue type you can add label, and even the custom issue type that you will create in your Jira project, you can add labels to that. Now say for example, I'll go to the backlog in this particular project and let me open some of the issues here. Let me go to all issues. Now say for example, this is the user story for which I want to add label. So if I go to the details of the user story, if you scroll down, you will see the option here, 6 more fields, and you will see the option labels available there, right? So to add a label, it's pretty simple. Simply you have to provide the label. So for example, this user story is categorized into the registration bucket. So what I can do is I can simply add a label registration, right? And if that particular label doesn't exist, then it will give you the recommendation that you can add a new label. So I'll click on registration and the new label will get added. Now if I want to add any other label to this particular story as well, I can add one more label here as well. Say for example, this also belongs to the UI part of the implementation, so I can add a UI to this particular user story as well. So now 2 labels have been added to this particular story. Now if for example this is the task for which also relates to the registration, so I can go to this particular task, and as soon as I'll click on the labels, I'll see the labels that are available that we have already created. So simply I can choose registration if this particular task belongs to the registration, and then that label will get added. All right, for this particular task as well. Now say for example, this is the defect related to the registration, then I can add the same label registration for the defect. And how this labeling will help us, I'll explain in a little bit. Let me add one more story to this particular label, and say for example here I'll mention as database. Okay, so another label got added. So registration and database. All right. So this is how we'll add the labels to any issues in Jira. And this is basically possible at the epic level as well. So we have done, task, the defect, user story. I can also add labels to the epic. So for example, this is the epic. RT17, and I can add the label here as well. Okay, so I can say this epic belongs to the registration functionality. So once these labels are added, removing the label is simply selecting it and clicking on the cross button here, cross icon. So if you click on cross, the label will get removed. Simply remove it and click somewhere else and the label will be gone. So let me add it again. And now once we have added the labels in our issues, let's go to the search option or filters and then see how easy it becomes to basically search for the issues when we add the labels. Okay, so in the filters, what I have done is I have went to the advanced issue search. So it will open the basic search. This is the basic search at the moment. So now say for example, I want to search the issues. If you want to get more options of the search, so I can say label, just start searching for the criteria that you are looking for in the basic search. So I'll say label, and then it will list all the labels from which I want to select and search the issues. So for example, I want to search all the issues in the registration functionality. If I click on it, and then it will give me the list of all issues that are having that particular label. right? So labeling of the issues in JIRA helps us in the overall categorization or informal way of having the group of issues that are related together. Okay, so for example, this is the portal registration epic, which has multiple user stories within it. I can label the epic as well as user stories with that particular label. Any defect that gets raised within that particular epic, I'll use same label, so that once I search for the issues with that particular label, I get to know how many epics were there in this particular feature, how many stories were there within that particular epic, how many defects were raised, and then any other issue type that were being worked out in that particular feature. So this is the basic advantage of having the labels. Now the components are more formal way, so you have to basically create the components and then assign the components to the issues within JIRA as well. So that's another possibility of categorization, and there are other releases and versions that you can manage as well. But this is the very flexible and easy way to add the labels so that you can basically search the issues. The other advantage of adding the labels is basically there are many gadgets available in the JIRA dashboard that you can use, and those label gadgets will help you to analyze the issues. So for example, you want to see the issue statistics or heat map, etc. So those gadgets are specific to the labels, and once you have the labels assigned to the issues within your JIRA project, you can use those gadgets to see the overall picture or overall status based on the labels within your JIRA project. Right. So what we have learned how you can add the labels, how you can remove the labels and the advantages, and basically how to search the issues with the labels in JIRA. So here I have just chosen single label. If I want to choose multiple labels as well, it will filter out the issues that have any of those labels. Alright, so that's all for this tutorial, how to add labels in JIRA. Hope you like it. Please do share and subscribe, and thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again to another JIRA Cloud tutorial. In this tutorial, we are going to learn how to close epic in JIRA. Now, as we have already understood in the previous tutorials, that all the issue type, be it epic, story, task, subtask in JIRA, follow a defined workflow. So whenever we say issue closer, so it doesn't matter whether it's an epic or it's a story, it basically follows a predefined process that you associate, or predefined workflow that you associate with that particular issue to follow. Now, this workflow is by default available in JIRA, so you can use the default workflow, or as per the project requirements, you can customize this workflow so that it suits your project's need. Right. Now, when we say how to close an epic in JIRA, it's basically moving that piece of work or moving that epic within that workflow or across that workflow, and then moving it to the closed status or the done status of that particular workflow. So if I go to a particular project, now there will be 4 projects basically that I'm covering in this particular tutorial. So I'll walk you through the different ways to navigate to epic and how you can basically close epic. Now, closing an issue is a very simple task. It's in the tool. It's basically following certain steps and navigating to the right windows to basically close. Now, when I go to the classic Scrum project, if we open the project, you will see in the left hand side in the backlog, if I go in the backlog and then in the backlog I go to the epics, right? So there are certain epics here. So say for example, portal registration is an epic which has 2 issues in it. Okay, so if I click on portal registration epic, you will see that it has 2 user stories, and usually you will close the epic once all the issues are done or completed within that particular epic. Now in JIRA, you can have the automatic closure of the epic once all the issues within that particular epic are completed, but by default the epic closure needs to be done manually. Say for example, this is portal registration epic, and if these two issues are completed, then you can simply open the epic, right? And simply follow the workflow, right? So in this particular epic, if I see the workflow at the moment, this particular epic is in progress. Okay, so I can simply select the workflow, whatever workflow this particular epic or this particular issue, which is of type epic, follows. I can simply click on done and the epic will be marked as done. So that's all about closing the epic in Jira. But in terms of process, if we talk about process, then usually whatever the user stories will be there within the epic, that needs to be completed. So for example, now this epic has 3 user stories. One is in the backlog and then 2 are in the to-do. Now say for example, if these particular user stories are completed, right, only then you should be closing the epic. Now because I have marked this epic as done, just to show you how you will close the epic, but this can be done automatically once all these issues are closed. So you can, in your workflow, you can define that as soon as all the issues within this particular epic are closed or moved to done, then this epic automatically, the status of this epic automatically gets changed to done. All right, so by default, say for example, it will remain like this, and once the issue has been done, you will see the progress is shown. As soon as other issues will be done, the progress will be 100% of that particular epic. Let me go back and then change the other one as well. Okay, and let me refresh this page. So you'll see that now the progress is shown here, 100% done. So when we customize the workflow, then in that particular case, once all the issues will be done, the epic will be marked as done as well. But if your workflow doesn't support the automatic movement or automatic closure of epic once all the issues within that epic are completed, then you can simply open the epic and change the status to done. So that's how you will close the epic in Jira. So in terms of the actual steps to close the epic, it's pretty simple. But in terms of process, you have to basically follow the closure of all the issues that are within the epic to be closed first, to be done and accepted, and then you mark the epic as done either manually or through the customization of the workflow within Jira. Workflow concepts I have covered in a lot detail in the workflow tutorial that you can go through, and I'll also cover workflow tutorial and customization in the upcoming advanced tutorials as well. So this is how we'll close the epic. So from the backlog itself as well, you can simply go to the epic section and select the particular epic, and then from this particular epic, say for example, you have certain issues in the epic, then you can select those issues, and then you can close those and then finally close the epic. From the roadmap as well, you can follow the similar process. So for example, from the roadmap, closing the issues is very simple. So say for example, you are managing the whole project and you see that all the issues within that particular epic are being completed, then you can simply go to the epic, and then from the epic you can mark that epic as done from this drop down status here, right? So this becomes a lot easier if you are monitoring the epic progress from the roadmap. So this is about the Jira Classic Scrum project. Now let's go to the NextGen project. So let's go to NextGen Scrum project, and in the NextGen Scrum project, the roadmap is the simplest way to basically see what all epics you have and what all stories or the issues within that particular epic are. So now say for example, within this particular portal registration epic, you have 2 user stories which are currently in to-do status. Once say for example they are marked as done or they are closed, you will see the progress in the progress bar as well of the child issues, and once these are done, you will see the portal registration epic green bar has been done. 2 of 2 issues has been done. And if you are managing the project, simply go to the portal registration epic now, click on it, and you can manually close the epic by just choosing the drop down here and choosing the status as done or closed, or whatever status is available for marking or completing that particular epic to closed, right? So this status is because of the simplified workflow that is available out of the box in JIRA, but in your actual project you might have many statuses available depending on how the workflow has been customized in your organization. Okay, so I can simply choose done, and you can see the epic has also been marked as done. The green tick is available against the epic in the roadmap. Okay, you can do it from the backlog as well, but the easiest option is to basically do through the roadmap, but you can do either ways. You can simply like open the epic details. Say for example, I want to close epic 1, you can simply open the epic 1 and you can close it directly by opening the epic detail. So it's similar to any other issue type. So working on epic or closing an epic or moving an epic is exactly similar to any other issue type or closing any other issue type in JIRA Cloud projects. So that's all for this tutorial, how to close epic in JIRA. Hope you like the tutorial. Please do share and subscribe, and thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again. In this JIRA Cloud tutorial, we are going to learn how to create Scrum project in JIRA. Now, creating Scrum project in JIRA is basically the responsibility. Most probably your JIRA administrator will be creating the Scrum project or Kanban project in JIRA. But in JIRA Cloud, Atlassian has introduced two types of projects. So one is the classic project, which is basically very similar to what you would have seen in the JIRA server version, and the NextGen project. Now, classic project still cannot be created by end user, but by default JIRA Cloud has provided ability to end users to create the NextGen project. Okay, and that creation or that ability to create NextGen project for the end user can be controlled by JIRA administrator. So please note that if in your organization you are not able to create any of the project, that means that your JIRA administrator hasn't provided you permission to create the NextGen project. Alright, but by default, once you will sign up for JIRA, and if you go to the project section and say for example I go to view all projects. Now creating a project, you can simply click on projects and click on create project, or go to view all projects and you will see a create project button here. Now if this button is not available for you, that means you are not allowed to create project, right? And by default all the users in JIRA will be having ability to create the project or create the NextGen project, not the classic project. So you can see here I have classic Kanban, classic Scrum. These projects only JIRA administrator can create, but NextGen Kanban, NextGen Scrum, these projects can be created by the users in JIRA by default. So that's how out of the box JIRA Cloud provides. Now to create a project, you simply have to click on create project. Once you click on create project, you will find the options. So basically we are creating the Scrum project in this tutorial. So you can select the classic or the NextGen, right? Now if you are the administrator, you will have this option to select the classic project. If you're not, you will only have the option to select the NextGen project or create the NextGen project. Now what exactly is the difference between the classic and NextGen project? Classic project are more similar to what we have been seeing in the JIRA server version. So they will provide you the full feature set, advanced configuration, and more reports. So here are some of the comparison that you can see. I won't go into too much detail about the features that are available in classic and NextGen project. So in the NextGen project, they are rebuilding the JIRA software from ground up to make setting up projects easier, right? So anybody can set up the NextGen project. They don't have to do a lot of configuration, and they are for independent teams, right? So this is what NextGen project is. It has limited reports, and then there are many other features that are not available in NextGen project. But you can create Scrum project either in the classic or NextGen project, both. Okay, so to create a classic project, simply click on classic project, and to create a Scrum project, you simply have to pick a template, Scrum template. All right, so when we say Scrum template, you simply select the Scrum template here, which is basically more suitable for the product development team. So simply select that and the template will be set here. Now what you have to do is you have to simply provide the key for the or name of the project. Okay, so what I can say is I can say Scrum sample project. Say for example, I'm just providing any name there, and you can see here that the key for the project automatically gets assigned. Now if you want to change this key, you can change it here by providing the name, and the relevance of this key is basically this key gets associated with all the issues that you create, and then it is easy for you to search the issues basically based on the key. Right, so you can find the issues very easily or the project easily. So this key is the association between the project and the issues within the project. All right, so when you create the issues, any new issue will be incremented, the key will be incremented, but the key, so the number against the key will be incremented, but the key will remain same across all the issues within that project. Now if you see the share settings with an existing project, this is not available in the free plan, so you need to have the paid plan to have this, create a project with the shared configuration on JIRA Cloud. Now once you have selected this, click on create and the project will get created. So this is how you will create the Scrum project, and as soon as Scrum project is created, you will be redirected to the board and the active sprints. Okay, so this is about the classic Scrum project. Now if we want to create a NextGen Scrum project, the process is exactly same. You simply have to create the project, go to the projects, either view all project or simply click on create project, and it will open the same window. If you want to select the NextGen project, click on select NextGen project and change the template to Scrum. Provide the project key. So I'll say NextGen Scrum sample, and rest all will remain same. So you have the key associated automatically, unique key, and then you simply have to click on create. So now once you click on create, the Scrum project or the NextGen Scrum project will get created successfully, and you will be redirected on the board, the Scrum board. So that's all that is required to basically create a Scrum project in JIRA Cloud, and you have two different types of project available in JIRA Cloud. Basically classic, which is more similar to the projects that we have seen in the JIRA server version, and the NextGen Scrum project, which is the new type of project that are easy to set up and maintain for any teams. Okay, now the other thing to note here is that if you're not getting option to create the projects in JIRA, that means your JIRA administrator might have restricted your ability to create the project in JIRA. So that's all for this tutorial. Hope you like it. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again. In this JIRA Cloud tutorial, we are going to learn about how to enable Kanban backlog in JIRA projects. So usually in JIRA Cloud, if we create the new project or the Kanban project, be it the NextGen Kanban or the classic Kanban. So for example, if I go to Kanban, classic Kanban, you won't see any backlog option available in this classic Kanban. And if I go to the NextGen Kanban, I won't be able to see any backlog option available in NextGen Kanban as well. But if I go to the Scrum projects that I have created, so let me open the classic Scrum, you will see the backlog option is present there, right? So I can go to the backlog and prepare the backlog for my team here. Now, if I want to enable this backlog for the Kanban projects in JIRA Cloud as well, there is a setting that I'll walk you through. So if I go to NextGen Scrum, you will see the backlog option is present in the NextGen Scrum as well. So let's go ahead and understand or see the steps to basically enable the backlog in classic Kanban first, and then I'll go to the NextGen project. Okay, so now if we are in the classic Kanban, to enable the backlog, you simply have to go to the board settings. So in the right hand side, 3 ellipses here, click on that, click on board settings and click on columns. Now in the columns, you will see in the left hand side, you have this Kanban backlog, right? And with this particular Kanban backlog, because the status backlog is not mapped to this particular Kanban backlog, the backlog won't be available here. Now what you have to do in order to enable the backlog here, you simply have to drag and drop this status into this particular area here, right? So if you see here, drag a status here to enable this Kanban backlog. So simply drag and drop this backlog and you will see the backlog got enabled here, right? So you can see classic Kanban project has the backlog enabled as well. Now if I go to the NextGen Kanban, let's understand how you can enable the backlog into the NextGen Kanban project. So now I am in the NextGen Kanban project. To enable the backlog in NextGen Kanban, simply go to the project settings, and in the project settings you go to the features. Now in the features you will have this backlog, right? So you simply have to enable it. So by default, when you will create a new Kanban project, NextGen Kanban project, this will be disabled. Once you enable this, go back to the project and you will see the backlog option is present in the NextGen Kanban project as well. And now in this backlog, you can start creating epic, and within the epic you can create the stories right from here in the backlog. So that's all how you can enable Kanban backlog in JIRA NextGen Kanban project or classic Kanban project. That's all for this tutorial. Hope you like it. Please do share and subscribe, and thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again to another JIRA Cloud tutorial. In this tutorial, we are going to cover another very important topic, how to enable roadmap in JIRA projects. Now, in the JIRA Cloud, you have two types of project basically. So NextGen and the classic project. So NextGen is the new introduction in JIRA Cloud. And when you open NextGen project, or when you create NextGen project, you will see the roadmap option or roadmap feature by default is enabled in the NextGen Kanban project. Or if I go to the NextGen Scrum project, the roadmap feature is by default enabled as soon as you will create a new NextGen Scrum or NextGen Kanban project. Now, if I go to the classic Scrum or Kanban project in JIRA Cloud, let me open classic Scrum, you won't see the roadmap option by default enabled. Okay. And if I go to the the classic Kanban project, the roadmap is not enabled for the classic Kanban as well. So I'll explain how to enable the roadmap step by step for classic Kanban first. So to enable the roadmap for classic Kanban, simply go to the board, right? On the board, in the right hand side, go to the three ellipses shown, click on it, go to the board settings, and in the board settings at the last, you will see the roadmap, which is still in beta for the classic projects. This is the new introduction, and they are having this feature in beta at the moment, but you can simply go here and click on it and enable this particular button here, right? So as soon as you will enable, the roadmap option will be available here, right? So this feature will be enabled here in the left hand side. Now in future, once this roadmap feature gets out of the beta, then you might be getting this roadmap feature by default when you'll create the classic Kanban or classic Scrum project. But as of now, this is the way that you have to basically navigate to and enable the roadmap in classic Kanban. Now going back to classic Scrum, the process will be almost similar. So if I go to the classic Scrum project, simply I have to go to the board and right hand side three ellipses, go to the board settings, in the roadmap, directly go and enable this roadmap for this particular project. Now, because I believe because this is in beta, and that is why this is not by default enabled as such at the moment, but once this is out of beta and released publicly, then it will be available when you create the Scrum and Kanban, classic Scrum and Kanban project by default. So as of now, if you don't find the roadmap, this is the way to enable roadmap in the classic Scrum and classic Kanban projects in JIRA Cloud. So that's all for this tip and tutorial. Hope you like it. Please do share and subscribe, and thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again. In this JIRA Cloud tutorial, we are going to learn how to create product backlog in JIRA. We will also understand what is product backlog in very simple terms, and then we will go step by step to create the product backlog in the classic Scrum project and NextGen Scrum project. Now, in the previous tutorial, we have already seen how you can create the Scrum project. So we can go to the projects and we'll open the same project and we'll open the sample Scrum project. Now, if you see the backlog here in the left hand side, you have this backlog option here. If you click on it here, this is the window where you will create the backlog. Now, before we get started into creating this particular backlog, let's first understand what exactly a backlog is. Now, these are the sample stories and the epics that I have created just to explain you what exactly is a backlog. Now, backlog is basically a list of requirement or the items, tasks that represent the outstanding work in the project. Say, for example, you are starting a project and you need to build something. Now, here at the top, say, for example, I want to build RCV Academy website, and then I want to build RCV Academy mobile app. So these are the top rows here are basically the initiatives, and these initiatives will last for a couple of months. So for example, I start developing my company website. It will take a couple of months to develop that, depending on how complex the website I'm trying to build. So that becomes an initiative, and this is how, in the organizations, that's how the overall projects are managed. So you have the initiative, and then that initiative is being broken down into smaller pieces of work, and that could be your epics in JIRA. So for example, portal registration is one of the epic, which will have multiple stories and other tasks within it. And then we have the course catalog as another epic. There could be a lot more epic within this particular RCV Academy website initiative. All right. So this is how the initiative and epics map together. And then below the epics, you have the stories, or basically this is the backlog that needs to be created or built in order to meet this initiative or in order to deliver this initiative, which is RCV Academy website. Now, the next initiative could be RCV Academy mobile app, okay, which will have a couple of more epics and the stories within it. So this is what the product backlog is basically. So whatever initiative you have for that particular, project, and that initiative is being broken into the epics and user stories or any other issues that you want to build, or say defects that arise, that all can be added into the product backlog. Now, once you have your initiatives and the epics defined properly in the sheet or in any other tool, for example Confluence, many people use Confluence along with JIRA to manage all these details. Now you can simply have these details, high level details, and you can start creating your product backlog. Okay, now extreme details are not important. Say for example, you don't need to have a complete detail of the user story to start creating the backlog, because backlog grooming is another activity that can be done, that is actually done within the project cycle or during the execution phase, which will refine the user stories based on the new information that is available during the execution phase. Okay, so in order to add the stories to the product backlog, we'll go to the product backlog here in the Scrum project, right? Go to the backlog, and simply if you open the epics panel, you can start creating the epic. Okay, so now say for example, I want to create a backlog for this RCV Academy website. I'll simply copy this portal registration epic. I'll create the epic first. So I'll simply provide the epic name. I'll provide the epic summary. Okay, and if I want to create another, so here issue type, if you'll see it is epic, you just ensure the project is the same project where you want to create this epic. Okay, and then click on create another, because I want to add another epic as well. So this window will still be open. I'll create the epic. Okay, now the next epic I want to add is the course catalog, and in the course catalog I'll have a couple of more user stories. I don't want to create any more, so I'll simply click on create, and you can see 2 epics are being created. Now once the epics are being created, you can go ahead and create the backlog or add the work items, which is basically the user stories within these epics. Okay, so to create the issues within the epic, you simply click on the create issue in epic. That's the easiest way to create the issues within epic, and once you click on that, it will open the create issue window. Check the project, the issue type that you are creating within this epic, and simply copy and paste the details that you have for that particular issue. Provide the description, fill out all the details, and then simply you will see in the bottom epic link is by default picked because we have navigated from this epic directly, and I want to create another. I'll check that box and click create. So I'll simply add 2 more. So 2 epics are 2 stories are being added in this particular epic, SSP1, and let me go to SSP2 and add 2 more epics or 2 more stories there. So I'll simply copy paste, create another, and then I'll uncheck this, create another. Alright, so now if you see, I have added 2 user stories in portal registration epic and 2 user stories in course catalog, and there are 4 user stories being added into this particular backlog. So this is how you will create the backlog for your initiative or the project that you are trying to deliver. So it's project backlog is nothing but a list of items or the requirements that you want to build for that particular initiative or project. Now if you want to create more issues, you can directly create the issues from the backlog itself. So you have this backlog and you have this create issue. You can simply click on create, select the issue type that you want to create, so you can have the bug or task or story in the backlog. Say for example, once this story development started, then there would be defects that are found for that particular story. That defect can be either fixed. Most of the time it's fixed within the sprint, but if not, then it is moved to the backlog, and that bug can remain in the backlog and can be prioritized and pulled for the development. So that's how you will create the product backlog in any Scrum project. And this is the classic Scrum project. Now let's go back to the NextGen Scrum project and see how you can create product backlog in NextGen Scrum project. So this is NextGen Scrum project on JIRA Cloud. You simply go to the product backlog. So this is the backlog, right? So the navigation will be a bit different, or the screen layout would be a bit different, but rest all still remains same. So you can create the epic in this project. So simply click on create epic button here, and we'll start creating the epic. So let's say I'll add this epic portal registration. Okay, and just hit enter, and you will see that portal registration epic has been added, and then we'll add another epic course catalog. Right, so we have added epic. Now we'll add the stories within these epic. Okay, so what we'll do is I can simply create, click on create issue, and we can add the stories. So let me add the stories quickly. I'll add 2 stories for portal registration and 2 stories for course catalog. Now these are just the dummy stories that I have created just to show you how you will create the backlog. Now you can see the backlog has been created in the NextGen Scrum sample project, and these stories at the moment, if you'll see, they are not tagged to any of the epics. Okay, so to tag these stories to an epic, simply drag and drop to the epic. All right, and you will see the epic or the story has been tagged or linked to the epic. So I'll do same for the next portal registration one, and then another for the course catalog. So now you can see the epics have been associated, or the stories have been associated to the epic. And now if I see the details of this particular epic, then I can see the child issues within that epic. If I want to add more issues, I can also click on this plus sign within this epic, and I can add more issues, either task or bug or story, within this particular epic. But that's all that you need to do in order to create a backlog in any JIRA project. So that's all for this tutorial. Hope you like it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again. In this JIRA Cloud tutorial, we will understand how to create sprint backlog in JIRA. In the previous tutorial, we have understood how to create the product backlog. Now, once you have the product backlog ready, let's understand how you can create the sprint backlog within JIRA project. Now, there are certain prerequisites before you go ahead and start creating the sprint backlog, and the prerequisites basically in terms of JIRA setup is basically that you need to have your Scrum project created already, and then you should be having your project backlog ready with the issues. And in the actual scenarios, the product backlog will be ready, and also it will be groomed. And when we say product backlog grooming, it means that the backlog or the work items in the project backlog are well defined, and they are in such state that they can be picked up within the sprint, which is nothing but a time boxed iteration of 2 to 4 week cycle, and can be built, or that work item or story can be built and implemented within that time boxed iteration. Okay, so let me open one project where we have created our project backlog, and this is our sample Scrum project, and this is the sample stories that I have created in the backlog, right? So we have understood the epics that we have created and the stories within those epics. So let me create few more stories within these epics, and then I'll show you how to create the sprint backlog, right? So that one is created as well, and then one more. So let me associate these two portal registration epics. So to associate these here, either you simply create an issue just by clicking this create issue link, or you can open the issue detail and edit the epic details, right? So epic link here, so I'll choose portal registration and portal registration of SSP1, right? So that's the project, so I'll just choose that one, and then I'll choose other story, or I'll choose the link for the other story as SSP1 as well, right? So now you can see the epic link has been updated for these user stories. Okay, so now we have the project, we have the Scrum project created, we have the product backlog also created. Now in the actual scenarios, you will have the user stories well defined. There will be acceptance criteria defined within the user stories. There will be, estimation that will be done. You'll have story points, and then you'll start picking up the user stories within the sprint. So now to start creating your sprint backlog, the first thing you have to do is basically create the sprint. Okay, so to create a sprint, simply click on create sprint, and remember this is our classic software project or classic Scrum project. Okay, so this is classic Scrum project, and the layout is for the classic Scrum project. Now once I have created the sprint, you can see that I can now plan my sprint, and from this is my product backlog here. So whatever items are there are the product backlog based on the initiative that drives that particular project. And now within 2 to 4 week cycle, what you want to achieve, so that you can simply drag and drop the user stories. So for example, I want to finish 3 stories or 4 stories out of the backlog stories that I have within this particular sprint. So what I'll do is I'll simply drag and drop. So this activity happens as a team. When you're working as an agile team, you come together. So the whole team comes together, and they discuss what all items can be picked up, and that forms the sprint backlog. And these 4 items here within the sprint are basically the sprint backlog now, right? Now once you have the sprint backlog ready and the work items being added within the sprint, you can now start the sprint and start working on the sprint backlog or the work items that had been added into the sprint. So I'll simply say start sprint. Once you'll click on start sprint, it will you can change the sprint name here if you want to. Duration is basically custom at the moment, and by default what it will do is, so whatever date you are starting this sprint, and it will pick 2 weeks from now as the sprint. So that's most of the project, or most of the places you will go, the standard sprint duration is 2 weeks, right? So iteration is of 2 weeks. So it will pick the dates automatically. And if you want to change it to, like other duration, say 3 weeks or 4 weeks or custom, so you can choose that, right? So by default, 2 weeks will be picked up, even if you, choose the custom, and then I'll simply say start the sprint. Okay. Now in the sprint goal, you have to specify what exactly as a business value you want to achieve out of this sprint. So you specify the business value text here that is targeted to be achieved as part of this sprint. Once you define the sprint goal, simply click on start and the sprint starts. And this is basically your sprint backlog that we have added within this particular sprint. Now this is how you create the sprint backlog into classic Scrum project in JIRA Cloud. Now let's go to the NextGen Scrum project. Okay, so we have NextGen Scrum sample as well. So I'll open NextGen Scrum project, and the process to create the sprint backlog is same in the NextGen project as well. So there is not much difference. Simply you have to go to the backlog, and in the backlog, what you have to do is you have to basically, first thing is to have the project. So project is there. There is a project backlog as well. There are some items in the backlog. Now the first thing you have to do is to basically create the sprint, and you can see that sprint 1 has been created, and now I have to plan this sprint. So I can drag the issues from backlog that I want to work as a team within 2 weeks or 4 weeks iteration or sprint, and then I can start working on those items. Say for example, in this project I want to or my team has decided we'll complete 2 stories within this particular sprint. So we'll have a discussion around these 2 stories. We'll define the unknowns, or we'll most of the time these stories will be well defined and groomed that you will be able to pick them and actually start working. But in case there are some doubts, that can be also discussed within the team when you are planning your sprint. Then once you have pulled these work items or stories within the sprint, the next thing is again to start the sprint. And once you will start the sprint in NextGen project as well, you will find similar options. Sprint name you can change if you want to. Duration by default will be 2 weeks, and you have to specify the sprint goal. So whatever business value needs to be achieved as part of the sprint, you specify that sprint goal and start the sprint. Once the sprint is started, you will see the work items that we have selected as part of the sprint backlog will appear on the board, right? So this becomes your sprint backlog, or the work items or the requirements that need to be completed within the iteration or the sprint duration that has been defined for your team. Okay, so at this point we have 10-day sprint or 2-week sprint. So this shows as 10 days remaining to complete this sprint backlog or the work items within this particular sprint. So that's how you will create the sprint backlog in JIRA Cloud projects. So be it like NextGen Scrum project or classic Scrum project. Now, because sprint is a time box iteration, it doesn't have or it's not relevant for Kanban project. All right, because Kanban is mostly for the continuous flow of work, and when we say fixed time box iteration, it is more relevant for the product development or Scrum approach. So that's why creating the sprint backlog will be available for the Scrum project, whether it's a NextGen Scrum project or the classic Scrum project in JIRA Cloud. So that's all for this tutorial. Hope you like it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello everyone. Welcome again to JIRA Cloud tutorial. In this tutorial, we are going to learn how to create sprint in JIRA Cloud. Now, we have already seen how to create the project, and we have already created a couple of projects. Now, sprint creation, or before we actually go ahead in JIRA and see how to create the sprints, let us first understand a brief introduction to the Scrum process, right, or Scrum. So this is the image that I have got from wikimedia.org. So I'm just accessing it, and this briefly explains basically what exactly happens in the Agile development approach. And in Scrum, this is the overall workflow that you can say, or the framework that Scrum follows. So you have the product backlog, and product backlog is nothing but you can say a set of requirements which are defined in the form of user stories written with the end user keeping in mind, and how the end user is going to interact with the system. And that product backlog is a very, could be very high level requirement, and then these requirements are refined, or basically brainstorming happens, discussion happens, and then the refinement process happens, which is when we say backlog refinement, it is basically breaking down the big chunks of work into smaller pieces of work so that you can actually achieve it within the small time frame, which is sprint 2 to 4 week cycle. Now, once this product backlog is being refined, the top items in the product backlog are being pulled into the sprint, and sprint in Scrum is nothing but the 2 to 4 weeks cycle or iteration. Now, once you have the work items added into the sprint, then within the 2 to 4 week cycle, so here it says 30 days, so a sprint can go up to 4 weeks as well, and that is why it says 30 days here. But ideally, in most of the scenarios, you will see that sprint is mostly 2 weeks, or the max 3 weeks. So 2 weeks is very standard nowadays, used across the organization. So 2 to 4 week cycle, and then every day or every 24 hours you have the stand-up meetings to see what you have done yesterday, what you are planning to do today, and what are there any impediments or blockers. So those things are being discussed in daily stand-ups. And after this sprint cycle, there is a working increment. So working software is the key measure of progress in Scrum, right, in Agile development. So you have the working increment. Now let's go back and correlate this sprint backlog or creation of sprint with this particular process. Now, when we talk about the JIRA tool, JIRA maps very well to the Agile, Scrum, or Kanban, and that is why it is very widely, very easy to understand and use it, because it maps very well to the Agile frameworks that are there. So now, for example, I want to create a sprint to, either a NextGen project or NextGen Scrum or, Classic. So to create a sprint in NextGen Scrum, here you can see you have the backlog as well, right? And when we talk about backlog in JIRA here is basically backlog of the stories or epic, whatever, right? Or defects. So any item that needs to be picked up for the development and delivered in the after the end of the sprint, that needs to be completed is mentioned as a backlog. It's nothing but a requirement as it was used in the traditional approaches like waterfall methodologies. In the waterfall methodology, we had the requirements document. In Agile, we have these user stories, epics, etc. So these are nothing but the requirement, the piece of work that needs to be done. So that is the backlog. And if we correlate that with the diagram here, so backlog is the work items here in the Scrum, and then in JIRA you have the backlog work items. Now to create a sprint, you simply have to click on create sprint button here. Okay, so this is the NextGen Scrum project. I'll simply create a sprint, and the sprint got created. Now once you create the sprint, you have to plan the sprint, right? So when we say plan the sprint, we simply need to pick the work items from the backlog to the sprint, right? So say for example, in this particular sprint, which is 2 week cycle or 1 week cycle, I want to finish 4 work items, 4 stories. So I'll pick the work items or the work items from backlog and put it into the sprint. The next thing is to basically start the sprint, right? So when you say start sprint, the timeline of that 2 week cycle or the sprint cycle that you define will start. Okay, so we have created the sprint. Now let's click on start sprint. And here you can see, as soon as you will say start sprint, it will provide you the name of the sprint. So you can change the name as per your desired name of the project. I'll just keep it as default, which is the project key and the sprint 1. And then duration, you have, you can select the duration, usually 1 to 4 weeks, or you can specify the custom duration as well. Now standard is 2 weeks. I'll keep it as 2 weeks. And as you select 2 weeks, it will automatically pick the start date and end date. And then you have sprint goal. Sprint goal is nothing but what you want to achieve at the end of this sprint in terms of business, language, or the high level goal that you want to achieve. So for example, you are implementing the login functionality of a portal. Now, login feature could be using your Google account, your Facebook account, your other social media account, or using your email address and password. So there are multiple possibilities or multiple features that need to be built in the login functionality. Now, as part of this sprint, say for example, I want to enable, or I want to implement login functionality using Google account. So that can be one of the sprint goal. So that is documented here. We want to achieve, right? So we want to achieve login functionality using Google account. Okay, so something like that, and then simply start the sprint. As soon as the sprint will start, you will see that you are redirected on the board. So this is the NextGen Scrum project, and the 4 stories that we have chosen are in the column to do. Right now, these stories need to be assigned to the team members. So you have the team members, they'll be, assigned to the team members, and team members will start working, and they'll move as the work progresses, they'll move to in progress, and then finally, if the work is done, they'll move it to done. So this is how you will create the sprint and start the sprint in the NextGen project. Now, going back to the classic project, process is exactly same. Now we have this backlog, right? A backlog, it's similar as we have seen in the NextGen project. It looks very similar, except this classic project in JIRA is very close to the server version of JIRA. So to create a sprint, simply click on create sprint, and you can see that it has created this sprint. Now you have to plan this sprint. So as a team, you have to basically agree what work needs to be completed, and you simply drag and drop the work items into the plan, right? So for example, for this particular project, I want to complete story 1, task 1, story 3, and say story 5. Okay, story 5 and story 2. Let me close this. Okay. All right. So for example, I want to achieve these 4 items for this particular sprint, and you can see the sprint name is already taken, the key, project key, and sprint 1. To start the sprint, simply start sprint. It will prompt the similar, sort of window, except the difference in the look and feel between NextGen and classic project. It will prompt for the duration, the date will be picked accordingly. You can change it if you want. You provide the sprint goal, and then 10 working days, basically in 2 sprints, and simply start the sprint. And now you can see those 4 work items are being displayed on the board into the to-do column, right? So this is brief introduction how you can create the sprint in JIRA, and also a brief introduction of the product backlog and sprint backlog. Now when we say product backlog was the backlog that is available here, right? So the overall backlog of your product roadmap, or what you need to achieve in like 6 months to 1 year. So all that work item will be in the product backlog, and this backlog needs to be refined. It can have multiple new items being added in the later phases. When we say sprint backlog, it's the backlog or the items that are there in the sprint. So story 1, task 1, story 2, and story 5 are the sprint backlog, which needs to be completed in this particular sprint. So when we say sprint backlog, it is the backlog or the work items within the sprint. So this introduction I took from the diagram just to correlate the Scrum process with JIRA, so that it's easier for you to understand when I talk about backlog and the sprint backlog, or creating the sprint and starting the sprint in JIRA. So that's all for this tutorial. Hope you like it. Please do share and subscribe, and thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again. In this JIRA Cloud tutorial, we are going to learn how to configure Scrum board in JIRA. Now we have seen about the product backlog, then sprint backlog, and how we create the sprint, basically when we are creating the sprint backlog. And once you create the sprint backlog, you would have noticed about the boards in JIRA, right? So for example, if I start with the sample, Scrum project, which is basically of the classic software project in JIRA Cloud, once we create the sprint, this redirects us to or once we start the sprint, it redirects us to this active sprints board, which is nothing but just the columns that are available in this particular board. Now we'll understand how you can configure this board, or say for example you want to create new board in Jira. We'll understand all of that in this particular tutorial. Okay, so in order to configure this board, you just have to go to the three ellipses in the right hand side and you can see the board settings. If you want to create a new board, you can go to create board and you can add the new board depending whether you want to create a Scrum board or the Kanban board. You can choose the board accordingly. Okay, so as of now we are not going to create a new board. We'll just understand the existing board that got created, what exactly it all means to have a board and how you can configure the board. Okay, so if you see this particular board, this board has three columns: to do, in progress, and done. And now these columns are basically mapped to the underlying workflow. Now in Jira you have the workflow, which is nothing but the process that the issues will follow from start to finish. Okay, and when we talk about the process, it's basically defined as the workflow in Jira. And the workflow will have certain statuses that will be mapped to the columns in the board. And these columns that you see, to do, in progress, and done, have the mapped statuses which are from the Jira workflow. Now if I want to show you that detail, so for example if I'll go to the board setting, let's see how these columns are being mapped. So in the board settings, I'll go to the columns and here you will see that these are the statuses, right? To do, in progress, and done. Now these are the statuses that are coming from the workflow which is being associated with this project, right? So you can see simplified workflow or using simplified workflow, and the workflow for this particular project is managed by Jira software, and we can add and remove. As a project administrator, we can add and remove statuses. Now this is more of an administration concept which I'll cover in more detail when we go into further advanced tutorial. But as of now, if I click on this particular workflow, we'll see that this is software simplified workflow, and if I open the diagram view, you will see it has three statuses: to do, done, and in progress. And all the issues, there are global transition. When it says all being mapped to these statuses, that means the issue can transition from any other status to this particular status. So this is a brief of the statuses in this particular workflow. I am just showing you so that we can understand how the statuses get mapped to the to your board. Now on this board, you can see now these were the statuses. So to do is mapped to do column, and in progress is mapped to in progress column, and done is mapped to done column. Now if you want to change the name of these column, you can do that. That's not a problem, right? I can name it as closed, and if I'll go back, I'll see the column has been renamed as closed. Okay, so let me go to board settings again. Now if you want to, say for example, if you unmap a status, then this particular column will be hidden. Okay, so now on the board, that particular column won't be available if there is no status map to that particular column. All right, so there has to have a status of the workflow map to the column in the on the board. Okay, so now to add a new status or new column, now because this is a simplified workflow, we can add the status and add the column. Okay, now say for example, I want to have or add a column which is basically I would say in development. All right, and the category will be in progress because in development still lies into the category of in progress. So I'll just choose that. And now, so I'll say, rather than keeping it as in progress, I'll say in review. Okay, so I'll change it to in review, and I have added in development. So we have something that needs to be done, which will be in the to do column, then it will move to in development, and that in development, if you see that as soon as I created a column, it automatically created a new status and mapped to it. All right, and then I'll simply map this done to this new to the closed column. If I want to add a separate status, I can add by clicking on add status and provide the name. Okay, so I can simply say in QA, say for example, I want to add a new status in QA. I can add a new status in QA, and in QA will be available in the unmapped status list because I haven't mapped it to any other column. Now I have added one more column here in this particular board. So let's go back to the board and see how the board looks like now. So you have to do in development, in review, and closed. All right. Now, say for example, as a software development team, I want to have in QA column as well. So I'll simply go to board settings and I'll add a column and I'll say in testing. Okay. And then I can simply map this status. You can see that there is a new in testing status already created, but I can map this in QA if I want to use the in QA as well, and remove this mapping to unmapped. All right, so now I have in testing column as well, and I have mapped in QA status to in testing column, and now I'll have in testing column as well. So this is about adding the column and mapping the status to the column. Now I'll go to board settings again, and the next important thing is about the general configuration of the board. You will be having the board name. You can edit the board name. Who are the administrators of the board? The location, basically which project this board belongs to. Then the filter. So you can edit the filter that is being associated with this particular board. And filter is nothing but a sort of filter to filter out or basically search the issues in that particular criteria. So whatever criteria you define in that query will filter out the results and it will show on the board. Now this board is basically shared, so it shares the Scrum sample project, and then you have the filter query here and other permissions. Basically you can view the permission of this board. So this is about the general configuration, nothing too complicated here. You can just read out and configure the general configuration. Columns we have already understood. Swimlanes is something which is basically when you create a swim lane, it's a row that gets created on the board, and that row is the row which will be used to group the issues together. Okay, so I can group the issues based on assignee or epics or project or queries. So depending on what values I would choose here in the swim lane, I can group the queries accordingly on my board. So if I say assignees, then if I go to my board, then you can see this column got created or a row got created unassigned because none of the issues are assigned to anyone at the moment. So for example, let me change the assignee to somebody here. Okay, and now if I refresh this board, now there will be two rows in this particular board. So one will be having a person. So for example, RCV tutorials has one issue assigned, and then there is another row which has 3 unassigned issues, right? So this is how we'll configure the swim lanes. Now moving next is the quick filters. So quick filters are the filters on the board that you see. So for example, these are the quick filters. So if I say only my issues, then it will filter the issues that are assigned only to me. And the recently updated will filter out the issues that are recently updated. Okay, so you can choose multiple filters in the quick filter list. Let me uncheck all, and you can also add new quick filter. So you can provide the name of the filter, and you can write the JIRA query language, which we'll cover in the later part of this series, how you can write the JQL queries and use those in the quick filters, and then add the description and click add, and it will add the filter into your quick filter list, and it will be available into your JIRA board at the top of the JIRA board, something like this. Okay, now going back here, card colors is another important thing. So say for example, I want to assign, or I want to have the color coding of the card based on the colors Okay, so for example, based on the priority, so highest will be red, and then accordingly the color will change. So now if I go back, you can see this little line here, the vertical line is the color coding of the card. So this will be now, because all of these issues are medium priority, that's why this is showing as same color. So let me change the priority to low, and then you will see that the card color will change, right? The color. So if you see here, the color coding for this card has changed already, right? Because we have chosen the lowest. If I change it to medium, you'll see the color coding has changed. Similarly, for the highest, it will become red. Okay, so that's about the color coding of the card. And then the card layout. So in the card, basically in the card layout, what you can do is you can add up to 3 extra fields on the card, which will show on the card. Okay, so for example, on the active sprints cards, I want to add the assignee on the card. Okay, and then I want to add the description as well. Okay, now let me go back, and you can see that the description and the assignee has been added, right? So it will show you the details or extra details on the card. Okay, then the next option in the board configuration is about the estimation. So basically here you can change the estimation statistic based on the story point, original time estimate, and issue count, right? So I won't go into much detail about this estimation. I'll cover this whole part separately and explain what exactly needs to be configured here when we talk about the estimation bit. Then in the working days, it's pretty simple. You can set up your time zone, the region, etc., the working days, etc. And then in the issue detail view is another important thing. So what exactly issue detail view is, if you go back to the board and click on any issue, so for example I click on this issue, in the right hand side you will get the issue details open, and these are the issue details that you can see, for example sprint priority and other fields that are displayed on the issue. And when we go to the board, you will see in the board settings we can update the issue detail. Now in the issue detail there are many options that are available. You can go to the project settings, issue layout, to basically change the layout and configure the issue details, or basically the fields that are available on the issue detail. So I'll cover this part as a separate tutorial series as well, because this is more of a administration concept, so which we'll cover in detail. But as of now, just understand that in issue detail view, you can basically see the fields or add and remove the fields that you want to see on the issue details when you click on the issue. Then roadmap is in beta basically, and you can enable or disable roadmap for your Scrum project. So if I want to enable it, then simply toggle this button and roadmap option will be available in your project. So that's about the board configuration in the classic Scrum project in JIRA Cloud. Okay, so we have understood the board settings, basically what all options are available in the board configuration. Now let's move back to the NextGen Scrum project and see what all board configurations are available there. So I have the NextGen Scrum project already created, and on this particular Scrum board, if you see, the board has 3 different columns, and this is a bit different as compared to the classic project, right? So there is not much flexibility or not much ability that you would find in the NextGen project as it is in the classic projects. So in order to add new columns though in the NextGen Scrum project, you simply have to click on this create column, right? And say for example I want to create in QA, and simply click on this tick and it will add a new column in QA. And if I want to change the location of the column, say for example to do in progress in QA, I simply drag and drop the column and the sequence will be changed. So this is how you will add the column in the NextGen Scrum project. Now there is no concept of status as such, because all of that is handled in the background in this particular NextGen project. And if I go to the right hand side 3 ellipses here, you won't get any board configuration option or setting option as such in this particular NextGen Scrum project. There is a manage rules option which I'll cover in few minutes, but then in terms of swim lanes in the NextGen Scrum project, you have this group by option, so you can group by issues by assignee or epic or basically subtasks. So you can assign or you can group the issues accordingly. So that is equivalent to what we have seen in the swim lanes in the classic project. Now the other important thing to understand here is basically about the manage rule. So on this board you can configure, on NextGen Scrum board you can configure the board rules. And what board rules are, basically if I click on add rules, you can see that there are certain rules that I can set. Say for example, assign an issue to someone. Okay, so if I select this rule and go to next screen, say for example, once I assign the issue to, or once I move the issue to done, I want to assign it to my product owner or whosoever wants to have a look. So I can say choose the product owner, whosoever is the product owner, and add that rule. Okay, so if say for example this particular issue is in QA and this story at the moment, let's see whom it is assigned to, it is basically unassigned, right? So let's say I assign it to myself. Okay, so now it is assigned to RCV tutorials, and as soon as it gets moved to done, it should be reassigned to RCV test, right? So that's the concept of rules, that you can automatically configure rules on the board. Okay, so I'll cover a lot more detail about the rules as well, but this is just to give you an intro about the rules and how you can configure rules while configuring the Scrum board in the NextGen project. So that's all about this particular tutorial on how you can configure Scrum board in JIRA in the NextGen Scrum project or classic Scrum project in JIRA Cloud. So that's all for this tutorial. Hope you like it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again to another JIRA Cloud tutorial. In this tutorial, we are going to learn how you can configure swim lane in JIRA Cloud projects. Now we are going ahead with the classic Scrum, classic Kanban, NextGen Kanban, and NextGen Scrum projects. So I'll show you what all swim lane configuration options are available in these projects, these type of projects basically, and how you can configure swim lanes in all of these projects. So let me go ahead with the classic Scrum project first, which is very similar to the JIRA server version. So if you go to the classic project and go to the board, so basically if you go to the active sprints, and this is the board, and when we talk about the swim lane is nothing but it's basically a categorization or a row being added into your board. So if we go to the 3 right ellipses at the corner of the page and go to the board settings, and here in the settings you will see the swim lane. So if you read the description, a swim lane is a row on the board that can be used to group issues. So that's all a swim lane does. It's basically say for example you have the columns in the board, but you want to categorize the issues in the form of rows. So for example, you have 5-member team and you want to categorize, you want to have a row of issues for each member in your team. So you can create the swim lane based on those criteria. So in the classic Scrum project, you go to the board settings and in the swim lanes, and in the swim lane you will see this drop down wherein you can base your swim lanes based on the queries, the stories, or the assignees, epics, or projects, or you can disable the swim lane altogether. So if say for example I don't want to enable swim lane, just change it to none, and that's it. If you go to the board, back to the board, you will see none of the stories are being there is no row in this particular board. Okay, let me close this. If I want to enable the swim lane, go to the board setting again. Say for example this time I want to have the swim lane or base the swim lane on the assignees, And then unassigned issues, what I want to do, so show below other swim lane or show above other swim lane. So this is for the unassigned issues. So if I will choose show above other swim lanes, then unassigned issues will be shown at the top. All right, so let me go back to the board, and you will see the unassigned issues row has been created, right? So this is the swim lane. It's a row which has unassigned row, which is one issue, and then based on the user, you will see the issues are being assigned, right? So you can maximize or minimize these rows and see how many issues are being associated to that particular user. So this is creating the swim lane based on the assignee. Okay, so that's all you need to do to basically configure the swim lane in classic Scrum project. Simply go to the board settings, go to the swim lane, and then configure the swim lanes accordingly. Now going back to the classic Kanban project, so if I select classic Kanban project, it will have a similar configuration to configure the swim lane. So in the Kanban board, go to the Kanban board. In the right hand side, you will see the board settings. So click on the three ellipses, go to the board settings, and you will see exactly similar configuration as we have seen for the swim lane in the classic Scrum project. Okay, so say for example, I want to group the issues based on the stories, base the swim lanes on stories, then I'll choose the stories, and then the issues will be grouped as per the story. Now, since here there are not, there are not many stories, so it can't show you, but that's the way to configure the issues based on the story. Let me try changing it to something else and see if it say for example, let's say epics. So if both the issues are, so at the moment there are no epics, no issues assigned to the epic, so it's not showing. So let me change it to projects, or not to the stories, say assignees. Okay, and here you can see both the issues are unassigned, so it is showing the unassigned swim lane. All right, if I assign this issue, so for example, let me assign it to someone and show you the swim lane. Okay, so I have assigned that issue, and if I refresh this, let me go back to reports and go back to the board again, and now you will see that there is a swim lane for the user RCV test and a swim lane for the unassigned issues, right? So this is how you will configure the swim lane for the classic Kanban project. Now let's go to the NextGen project. So NextGen Scrum by default, I mean the NextGen projects don't support swim lane configuration, but there is an option. So the option is to basically group by. So in the right hand side, if you click on these three ellipses, you won't see the option as you will see in the classic projects. So in the NextGen project, you can group the issues. So there is an option group by, wherein you can choose the group by assignee, which will be sort of similar to what we have seen in the swim lane as per the epic, right? So issues without epic and issues with epic. So you can see the configuration there, and as per the subtask. So whatever is available here, that's how you can group your issues in the particular board in the NextGen Scrum project. And similar is the case for the NextGen Kanban project. Okay, so if I go to the NextGen Kanban project, here as well, you can group by the issues based on assignee, epic, or subtask. All right, so if you want to group the issues or have the swim lanes in the NextGen project, this is the option that you have to choose. Now, by the time you are using, or in the later releases, there might be a possibility that Atlassian adds the functionality of configuring the swim lane in the NextGen project as well, because there is a lot of demand, or there is a lot of many people on the community have asked for this particular feature, because swim lane is very important feature and very highly used feature in the Scrum or Kanban development projects. Whenever we are having stand-ups in the team, we configure the board based on the assignee, or based on different swim lanes, so that it's easier for the members of the team to visualize the cards accordingly, what issues are being assigned to them or what issues are being assigned to other person. So configuring swim lane and flexibility around configuration of the swim lane is very important, and it might be available in future, but at the moment, while I'm creating this particular tutorial, the only option to configure swim lane in the NextGen NextGen project is basically through the group by feature. In the right hand ellipsis, there is no other option to configure the swim lane as we configure in the classic project. So that's all about the configuration of the swim lane, or how you can configure swim lane in JIRA for different projects in JIRA Cloud. So hope you like the tutorial. Please do share and subscribe, and thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again. In this JIRA Cloud tutorial, we are going to learn how to add story points in JIRA. Now, story points are more relevant for the user stories in JIRA or any, Scrum project. If you are working in the Scrum project, you would have seen that story point is sort of an estimation that we put against a user story, which basically defines or clarifies the amount of time or the effort that is going to take to complete that piece of work, which is the user story. Now, in the projects, there might be a requirement that the projects want to have the story points enabled for other issue types as well. Say, for example, the subtask or bug as well. So we'll understand in JIRA Cloud how you can enable story points for other issue type. It is not recommended. However, if required in JIRA, you can enable it for the Scrum and even for the Kanban project. Now, in the Kanban project, usually story point doesn't make sense because Kanban is mostly used for the continuous flow of work, and the story point might be required. So if required, you can enable it, but by default in JIRA, you won't be getting that option to have the story points. So let's start with the Scrum project first. So I'll start with the classic Scrum project because most of the projects that you will be working with will be classic Scrum projects if you are working in the software development. So we'll open classic Scrum project, and if you want to see whether you can add the user story, so simply say, for example, I'll create an issue in this particular classic Scrum project, and if I choose the issue type as story and scroll down, you will see the story point field is available, right? So I can add the story points in this particular story. Let me change it to epic, and for epic as well, you will see the story points is available. So in case this field is not available, I'll show you how you can enable that. So for task and bug, let me show for the task. So for task, you won't be having that field by default, and for bug, it's not available as well. Okay, so say for example, in your project, you want to have the story point tracking for these two issue type as well. Now let me start with the task. So the easiest way is to basically go to the configure fields, and if you can't see the field here, say most of the time it might happen that the field is here but it is not displayed. So for example, it is chosen as custom and it is not being selected and it's not displayed here. So make sure all is selected and just check if that field is available. If not, then you can go to the where is my field, and here start typing the field that you are not able to see. So I'll say story points, and once you see the story point, it will give all the details about the field. So field configuration, field screen where that field is available, and then project and issue type scope. So here in the scope, you'll see the field story point is not configured on scope of project RCV Scrum, okay, classic Scrum, and issue type task. So for this issue type, it is not configured. So what we have to do is to solve this issue, go to story points configuration page. So let's go there. So I'll open story points configuration page, and here you will see that in the configuration, only epic and story are being chosen in this particular project. So to add the other issue types, what we have to do is we have to click on edit configuration and make sure you have the administration access before you'll be having these permissions to edit this. So here now I can see that story and epic are already chosen. Now if I want to choose bug, task and subtask as well, or if I just say any issue type, then all the issue type in this particular project or the issue type that are available here will be having that particular field available. Okay, so if I want to choose all, so I want to have story point for bug, task and subtask, I'll choose any issue type, and now bug, story, task, subtask and epic will have that particular story points field available. Okay, now below you will see here choose applicable context. So basically here what you have to do is you have to choose the context. If I select global context, then it applies to all issues in JIRA. Okay, but I don't want to choose the global context. I'll choose the context of a selected project because this is the project, so classic Scrum, so that I don't change the configuration of any other project. So I'll choose this second option and I'll choose RCV classic Scrum project or whatever project I want to update, and I'll click on modify. Okay, so now you can see the issue type is global. That means all issues we have chosen, and this is the project. Okay, so now if I go back and close this page, cancel it, and let's refresh and open the project. So RCV classic Scrum project, and let me create task this time. Okay, so task is selected, and let me scroll down and see story points is available here now. Okay, so story points is available for task, story point, let's see if it is available for bug as well. So for bug, it is still not available. So the reason we have to find out. So to find out the reason, easiest option, go to configure fields, click on where is my field, and again type in story points. Okay, so now let's read out why it is not available on the bug screen. So here field story points field is not included in RT Scrum bug screen. Okay, so on this particular screen that you see when we open the bug or try to create the bug, this field is not visible. So what we have to do is we have to solve this, we have to go to this RT Scrum bug screen configuration and update it. So let me open it. And this is the screen configuration, and if you'll see the field story points is not available here, and that is why it is not visible even though we have enabled the global context for that particular field. So what we have to simply do from here, I'll simply type in story points and add it here. Okay, so now this story points is added to the issue bug as well. Okay, so that's done. We don't have to save or anything. It's already saved. Now, if I go back, close it and cancel it and refresh this page, and let's try to create the issue type bug again. And now that field should be visible. So for the bug, now you can see story points is available. Now, the reason it was not available because this field itself was not part of this screen, which is the bug screen that you see. Okay, so the easiest option to troubleshoot any of the screen layout issues is basically go to the configure field and click on where is my field, and this is the easiest option to basically figure out why the screens or why the fields are not visible. Okay, so this is all about how to enable or how to add story points in JIRA for the issue type. So now when you are creating any of the issues, so for example, I'm creating bug and I'll say test bug, and then I can add, say for example, this bug is complex and it will require 3 story points. Then I can add 3 story points in this particular bug and create it. Okay, because I have this story point enabled. Similarly for task, I have the story points field available, so I can have the story points for the tasks as well. Okay, so this is how you will enable story points in the classic Scrum project. Now if we go to the Kanban, so classic Kanban, so usually in Kanban you won't see that particular field, okay, because Kanban are totally different projects, or they are the purpose of Kanban project or Kanban methodology is more for the IT support or continuous flow of work. So in those cases it is not, story points are not relevant much, but in case it is required, then say for example I want to create an issue here, say for example classic Kanban, I want to create a task and I want to have the field story point, so I can do similar option. So for task, basically I can go to configure field and click on where is my field, and I'll say story points, and I can follow similar steps to configure and add that field in my classic Kanban. So nothing different as such. So I can simply go to story points configuration field, and here this is global at the moment. The project is only classic Scrum. So what I can do is I can add the Kanban project as well. Okay, so I can say classic Kanban as well and modify. Okay, and then all the issues in the classic Kanban project will also be having that story point field when you create the issue type. Okay, so let's go ahead and click on create, and now you will see if the field is not visible, so that might be another issue because of the field is not available on this screen. So let me go to story, it's not there as well. So we have to basically add that field to this screen because in Kanban by default it's not available. So I'll go to configure fields again, click on where is my field, and go to story points again, and this time I have to basically go to the bug screen configuration and add that field. Okay, so in this configuration I have to add the story points. Okay, so same thing I have to do for user story for task. So this is for the bug, I have done it for the bug. So now if I go back and cancel this and create bug again, I should be able to see story points. Okay, so this is for the Kanban project or classic Kanban. Now, if I go to the NextGen project, I'll also quickly show you how you can configure on the NextGen Scrum. So in the NextGen Scrum, usually if I click on create for the story, the field story point estimate will be there automatically. Okay, for the epic, let's see if it is there. For the epic, it's not there, and I think for other issue types, say bug, it's not there as well. For bug it is there. So in case like you are not able to find that field, so for example I'll go for task is there. So I think in NextGen project it's available for most of the fields. So for example epic, it's not there. Then what we can do is we can check in the configure field here. If it is not there, then to do the settings, because this is the NextGen project and you won't get so many customization options here. So what you can do is you can go to the project settings, and in the project settings we can go to the issue types. All right, and here in the issue types, say for example for epics, so if you see the bug, we have story point estimate, right? For stories we have, for tasks we have it. Okay, and even for subtask we have this, but for epic we don't have. So if we don't have it, simply go to epic, and here you have the story point estimate. You can drag and drop. Okay, and now if I click on save changes and go back to the NextGen Scrum project and go to NextGen Scrum project and click on create, and for the epic I should be having story point estimate, right? So this is how I will enable story point estimate for NextGen Scrum project. Now if I go to the NextGen Kanban, it's exactly similar. So NextGen Kanban, let's see, click on create. Usually this is not recommended to have story points for the Kanban, but if it is a requirement, JIRA provides you the flexibility to basically configure those fields. So in the NextGen Kanban, the field is not there. What we'll do is we'll go to the project settings, and in the project settings go to the issue type, and here in the bug you don't have, right? Or in the story you don't have, or in the task you don't have, right? So that the reason you don't have is because in the Kanban you don't need the story point, or you don't need to estimate the stories or your work item in the terms of stories. But in case you need it, you can basically create a custom field. So here you see the create field. So you can create a custom field, name it as, story points. So for example, I'll say number, and I'll say story points, and then I can add that field in, say for example, I want to add it in the task. I have added it in the task. So let me add it in the story. Okay, so here I've got the story point because I have added the custom field. So now it is added for the story as well. Okay, so if I go back, so let me save it. So I'll save it, and for this particular project, if I go and select the story now, you can see the custom field story points is available. Okay, so this is how you will customize JIRA projects, and I have covered these projects because these are the most widely used projects that you will come across. Now it doesn't matter whether you come across NextGen Scrum or NextGen Kanban or Classic Scrum or Classic Kanban. I have walked you through all these projects and shown you how you can customize and add the story point field in any issue type in these type of projects. Okay, now recommended approach is to have story points only for stories and epics if possible, but ideally it's for stories. But in case in the project you need it for other issue types, now you know what are the steps you need to follow to configure the story points field for other issue type in any projects in JIRA Cloud. So that's all for this tutorial. Hope you like it. Please do share and subscribe, and thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again. In this JIRA Cloud tutorial, we are going to learn how you can close the sprint in JIRA. Now before you start going ahead and understand the steps to basically close the sprint, the first and foremost thing is that sprints are applicable for the Scrum board. If you are working on a Kanban project or Kanban board, then you should be checking the deploying a release in the Kanban board. In the Scrum project, sprints are relevant because we follow Scrum, and Scrum has these 2 to 4 weeks iterations or cycles which are known as sprint, And to complete a sprint in JIRA, you must be either a JIRA administrator or you should be having a managed sprints permission. Now, if you're not able to see the button or the way that I'm showing you to close the sprint, most probably you do not have managed sprints permission. And in that case, you need to reach out to your JIRA administrator in your organization to get that permission first. So once you get the permission, I'll show you the steps how to close the sprint. So because sprint is relevant, or sprints are relevant to the Scrum project, so we'll start with the classic Scrum project. And if I open the classic Scrum project, I go to the active sprint. So if you go to the active sprints, you will see the board and the active sprint that will be progressing. Ideally, this timeline that you see here, this will remain or reduce to 0 days remaining when your sprint is over. And sprint is nothing but, like 10 days duration or 2 weeks, 2 to 4 week cycle, which is the iteration. So in Scrum, so we follow the iterative development approach. And once in the 2 week cycle, some of the work items are being done, or in best case scenario, all of the work items are done, then you can simply click on complete sprint button here. Okay, if this is disabled for you, you need to reach out to your JIRA administrator to get the complete sprint or managed sprint permission. Now, say for example, there are a couple of items which are in review and in development and not being completed, and the timeline has been timeline is finished for that particular iteration. So you can still go ahead and click on complete sprint. Now in this case, once you will click on complete sprint, so you'll see RT sprint 2, the current sprint which we are in, and it will show you how many issues were done, how many issues are still incomplete, and then we have to select where all the incomplete issues need to move. So basically these incomplete issues, 2 are in development and 1 is in review. I can either move it to the new sprint or to the backlog. Okay, but the other thing is, now say for example, I want to move it to the next sprint. So what I can do is I can go to the backlog and I can create the next sprint. Okay, so I can simply click on create sprint, and you can see RT sprint 3 got created. Okay, so let me go back to active sprints again and click on complete sprint, and now I can see the RT sprint 3 as well. So I can either move to new sprint, backlog, or the sprint that I recently created. So now because after this sprint I know that I'll be moving these items to the next sprint, so I can simply select move to RT sprint 3 which we created and click on complete. And once I'll click complete, it will go to the sprint report where you'll have the option to create the retrospective page, etc., and see the details how the overall sprint progressed. Okay, I'll cover these reports in later tutorial. I'll go back, and if I go to the active sprints now, I don't see anything here, right? Because the sprint has been completed. If I go to the backlog now, I'll see RT sprint 3, and those 3 items which we moved from RT Sprint 2 are here in RT Sprint 3. Okay, so now in this Sprint 3, we'll do another sprint planning. We'll prioritize these, as well as we'll add some new items in this particular sprint and agree as a team that yes, this is what we are committing to build in this particular sprint. And then once everyone agrees, the Scrum Master will basically start the sprint. Okay, once we'll say start sprint, then this is basically estimation issues or do not have the value for the estimate. That's why we are getting this alert. But it will ask for the duration, start, and I can simply provide 2 weeks and then start this particular sprint. And now RT Sprint 3 has been started and the items that we planned are available on the board. Okay, so this is about the closing sprint in the classic Scrum project. Now let's go back and see the NextGen Scrum project. So if I go to the NextGen Scrum project, process is similar. So we have to go to the boards, and on the board I'll see the sprint that is currently active. So these are some of the items. 4 are done, 2 are in progress. To complete the sprint, I'll simply click on complete sprint. Okay, usually this will get reduced to 0. So once the sprint is actually completed, because I created this sprint just today to demo how you will close it, so that is why it's showing as 10 days remaining. But ideally, once that duration has been over, you will see 0 days remaining and your Scrum Master will basically discuss and complete the sprint. So once I click on complete sprint, it will give me same options as we have saw in the classic project. So I can move the issues to the new sprint or to the backlog. Say for example, if I change it to new sprint, let's see what happens. So click on complete sprint, and you will see that it has moved to the backlog here, and the items have been moved to this particular RNS Sprint 3 automatically, right? Because we have chosen the new sprint. And now again, there will be sprint planning. There will be a few more items added into this particular sprint. Once the team finalizes, then they'll again start the sprint. Okay, so this is how you will do it in the NextGen Scrum project. So overall concept is same whether you are doing it in the classic Scrum project or NextGen Scrum project. A little bit difference in the navigation and the layout. All right, so that's all how you can close the sprint in JIRA. Hope you liked the tutorial. Thank you very much for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again. In this JIRA Cloud tutorial, we are going to learn how to reopen sprint in JIRA. Now reopening sprint in JIRA is very simple and straightforward in classic Scrum project, but in NextGen Scrum project, the Atlassian hasn't allowed, or there is no feature yet, but there is a workaround which I'll discuss, how you can reopen the sprint, close sprint in NextGen Scrum project in the next tutorial. But let us cover the classic Scrum project first and see how you can reopen the closed sprint in JIRA. Now reopening the sprint is required multiple times. Say for example, by mistake somebody closed the sprint or completed the sprint and you want to reopen. Now reopening the sprint is not very straightforward, because once the sprint is closed, you cannot see it here on the board. So what you have to do is you have to simply go to the reports, and in the reports you have to go to the sprint report. Once you go to the sprint report, it will give you the closed sprint there. So I have already closed sprint 1 and sprint 2 for this RCV Classic Scrum project, and then I can simply select the sprint that has been closed. So for example, RT sprint 1. Okay, so this was the sprint that has been closed already. And if I want to open this sprint or reopen this sprint, simply go to the ellipses, 3 ellipses here in the right hand side, and you have this reopen sprint option here. But when I click or when I hover over, you can see the pop-up there. This sprint cannot be reopened at the moment because we have an active sprint already. So either we have to close the active sprint, or I have to enable parallel sprints to work on multiple sprints concurrently. Now because if I go back to the project and go back to the active sprints, you will see that RT Sprint 3 is already active. And because parallel sprint feature is not activated in this particular instance, So I cannot reopen the closed sprint. So one way is to close this sprint or complete it and then reopen the RT sprint 2, or you can have the parallel sprint. So to enable parallel sprints in Jira, simply go to the settings, go to the products, and in the products, you will go to the Jira software configuration. Okay, so in the Jira software configuration, as soon as you will go there, you will see this feature parallel sprints. Simply check that box there. Okay, and this allows you to have the parallel sprints, or basically have 2 active sprints at a time. So now if I'll go to RCV Classic Scrum project and go to the reports to open RT sprint 2, which was closed. So I'll go to reports, go to the sprint report, and I'll navigate to the sprint that was closed. So RT sprint 2, here if you'll see, this was the sprint that I closed, and I can go to the ellipses there, and now this reopen sprint is highlighted because I have enabled parallel sprint. Okay, so I can simply click on reopen sprint and RT sprint 2. So 3 issues will be moved back to the sprint you are reopening, and then 3 issues are part of another active sprint and cannot be moved back, because what we did is, so whatever issues were closed in this particular sprint will be moved back to this sprint, but because 3 issues that were not done in this particular sprint, we moved to RT sprint 3, that cannot be moved back when we reopen this sprint. So once we'll reopen all the issues that were closed in this particular sprint, so let's see what issues were closed. So these are the 3 issues. So test story 2, 4 and 15, right? So 2, 4 and 15 should be moved back to RT sprint 2 once we reopen this sprint. So let me reopen it, and let's see that we have 2 parallel sprints now in the active sprints, right? So now in the active sprints, if you see, I have RT2, RT4 and RT15 issues available there, and because the other issues were moved to RT3, so they are available in the RT3 sprint, because when we planned RT3 or closed the sprint RT2, we moved those issues to RT3, right? And now you can see I have parallel sprint feature enabled here. I can have multiple sprints in this particular active sprint at a same time. Okay, so this is how you will basically enable parallel sprints, and then how you will reopen sprint in Jira in RCV Classic, or basically Classic Scrum project. RCV is the name of the project. So in any Classic Scrum project in Jira Cloud, these are the steps to follow to reopen a sprint. Now once we go to the NextGen Scrum project, the things are not simple. To reopen a sprint in NextGen Scrum project, it's not very simple. So what I'll do is I'll create a separate tutorial to cover how to reopen sprint in NextGen Scrum project. So that's all for this tutorial. Hope you like it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again. So in this Jira Cloud tutorial, I'm going to discuss a bit about the reopening sprint in Jira NextGen project. So in the previous tutorial, I mentioned that there is a workaround to basically how to reopen the sprint in Jira NextGen project, and I have gone through the ticket on the Atlassian website or on Atlassian Jira, and here you can see this is the ticket reopen sprints on NextGen boards. But I tried these workaround steps, so I have created a filter that returns the issue from that sprint, and in the NextGen project I cannot find anything which says create a new Scrum board basically when I click on the new filter. So this looks pretty, it doesn't look very straightforward, whatever workaround they have given, and then basically following the reopening a sprint to reopen the sprint, right? So they have a document which is basically the same document as I have used for the classic project, and this is not that is something working for me. And if I go to this particular, this issue has been closed, but this issue duplicates this particular issue. So if I let me open this one, and here you can see ability to see, edit, reopen and delete sprints in the NextGen boards. And in this one, if I go to the last comment, so even 3 days ago, right? So I'm recording on 5th of October 2020, and somebody has commented like 3 days ago, and they still don't have delete closed sprint, so that my reports are accurate, or anything that is mentioned in this particular section here on this particular case, basically reopening the sprint is not still available for the NextGen project. Okay, so this is a limitation if you are using the NextGen project, but I would encourage anybody from the community, if you're watching my video, this particular video, and you find out that the feature for reopening the sprint in the NextGen project is available, please do comment and I'll create a video on that, to how to reopen the sprint. But as of now, I'm sorry, I'm not able to find the workaround that has been mentioned by JIRA, and if somebody can help us out, that would be great. But I just wanted to make this video in continuation to the previous video, so that you are aware that I'll be working and keeping a note on it, that as soon as this feature is available, I'll be posting a video on how to reopen a sprint in JIRA NextGen project. So that's all, and thank you. Hello everyone, welcome again. In this JIRA Cloud tutorial, we are going to learn how to create Kanban project in JIRA. Now, Kanban project or Kanban methodology is mostly used for continuous flow of work, or the projects where you have IT support or any production support sort of work, where there will be continuous flow of tickets and work coming through. So that is more suitable, or those type of projects are more suitable for Kanban project. Now, to create Kanban project in JIRA is absolutely same as we create the Scrum project. So now in this particular case, we are going through with the classic and NextGen projects and explanation in this particular JIRA Cloud series. So I'll explain you how to create the NextGen Kanban or the classic Kanban in JIRA. So here I am on the homepage, basically in the project section. So you can create the Kanban project just like you create any other project. So go to projects and click on create project from here, and then it will give you the option to choose the project. So now here, if I select the classic or NextGen, so in the cloud I have the option to either choose the classic and the NextGen. So if I choose classic, I'll get the two option. Basically, I'll choose multiple templates here. So I have the Kanban, or I can choose Scrum or bug tracking. So to create a Kanban project, you simply have to basically choose the Kanban template. So I can click on create project from here, or on this particular page you have this create project button. So if I click on create project, it will redirect to the same page. So now in the NextGen project, if I select NextGen, you will see creating a Kanban project is simply the matter of choosing the template, which is Kanban. So I can simply go to the Kanban, select the template Kanban, provide the name. So I'll say Kanban project, or I'll say new Kanban project. Okay. And this is the NextGen project. So this is new Kanban project, and I'll say NextGen. Okay. And once you have selected this Kanban template, you simply click on create. And once you'll click on create, the NextGen Kanban project will get created. Okay. So now you can see new Kanban project has been created, which is of type NextGen. And now it is all same, and you have the board roadmap, and we have been covering about the NextGen Kanban project in detail till now. So now if you want to create any other or classic Kanban, so you can simply go to the create project and click on select classic, and here you have to make sure that the template is Kanban, and it says that monitor work in a continuous flow for agile teams, so it suits team who control work volume from the backlog. Okay, so you have to provide the project name. So I can simply say classic Kanban, I'll say new, and then just click on create. And once the classic Kanban project has been created, you will be redirected to the board, and you can configure the Kanban board and the project details here. So now in this tutorial, what we have seen is we have seen how you can create the NextGen Kanban project or the classic Kanban project in JIRA Cloud. So that's all for this tutorial. Hope you like it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again. In this JIRA Cloud tutorial, I'm going to explain how to create backlog in any Kanban project in JIRA. So we have already seen how to create backlog in the Scrum project. Now let's understand how to create backlog in the Kanban project in JIRA. So we have created two Kanban projects. One is the NextGen project and the classic Kanban. So let's start with the classic Kanban project. And here, if you see, you don't have any backlog option once you create the classic Kanban project, and we basically have to enable the backlog in this particular case. So I've already explained the steps to enable the backlog, but I'll again explain in this particular tutorial as well. So if you are in the classic Kanban project and you can't see the backlog, so what you have to do is you have to simply go to the three ellipses in the right, go to the board settings, and in the board settings you will have the columns, right? So in the columns, you simply, what you have to do is you have to drag and drop this backlog to the status here in the Kanban backlog. Okay, so as soon as you will map this status, you will see the backlog has been enabled in the classic Kanban project. Now once we have the backlog, we can create the backlog, right? So once we have this backlog option available, I can go to this backlog and I can start creating the backlog. And backlog is nothing but the work items that need to be worked upon. So in Kanban, there'll be work items coming through the tickets, or there'll be like task or story. So as of now, what I have done is I'm just taking these as tasks, and we can simply say these are 4 tasks that need to be achieved or stories, and I can create that in the Kanban project as a backlog. So if I'll click on create issue here, so this is my backlog section, and then I can click on create issue, and you can see that I have the option to create task, story, bug right here. So I can simply select the story, and then I can say this is my work item or the story that needs to be worked upon. Okay, and hit enter, and you will see that the backlog has been created in this particular project. So work item has been created. So let me quickly add the others as well. So I have added 4 work items here in the backlog, and this backlog is basically now ready. And you can this is just a sample backlog. So in actual scenarios and project, there will be lots and lots of issues and work items in the backlog, in the Kanban backlog. Now once your backlog is ready, you can pick the items for development, and you can just drag and drop in selected for development column or section here to basically start working on those items. Okay, so this is your backlog section here, and once you select the work item, it goes into the selected for development. Okay, so this is how you will create the backlog in the classic Kanban project. Now let's go back to the NextGen Kanban project. So I have selected NextGen Kanban project, and here as well I don't see any backlog option. So let's first go ahead and enable it. So to enable that option, we have to go to the project settings in the NextGen Kanban project, and then we need to go to the to the features. Okay, so once you are in the features, you will see that there is a toggle to enable the backlog. Okay, so as soon as I'll switch on this toggle, the backlog will be enabled for this particular project as well. So I can go to the backlog now, and here I can start creating the epic. So in the backlog in this particular NextGen Kanban, if say for example the work items that have been arrived to us are the big work items and need to be broken down into smaller pieces, so I can start with an epic. So I can say there is something big that needs to be worked as the course catalog. So I can create an epic, and then within this epic I can create the issues into the backlog. Okay, so to create a backlog, you have this backlog section, right, which is empty. So it's same as we have created in the other project or in other classic Kanban project. So in the drop down, you will see that at the moment there is just task issue type, but I can enable other issue type in this particular project as well. Okay, so that is other option that is available, but by default only task is available. So what I'll do is I'll simply add these items or work items into the task. Let me add these. All right. Okay. So now you can see that the epic, these issues, because I have selected this one and then created the backlog, these issues that I have created are automatically tagged to this particular epic that we have created. So if I click on view details, you will see that these are the child issues or the tasks that have been created within this course catalog epic. Right. So this is the backlog that has been created for the NextGen Kanban project. And now if, so for example, team has started working and they are picking the item, they can simply drag and drop these work items that they need to work on the board, and then they can go on the board and these work items will be visible on the board to start working with. So now they can progress through these items from to do to in progress and done accordingly. And you can also create the issues on the board itself using this create issue option here. But to create a backlog, you simply have to go to the backlog, and within the backlog you have to create all the work items that need to be developed or worked upon in the Kanban project. So this is a brief introduction about how you can enable backlog in the Kanban project in JIRA Cloud, and then how you can create the backlog into the Kanban projects in JIRA Cloud. So that's all for this tutorial. Hope you like it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again. In this JIRA Cloud tutorial, we will learn how to configure Kanban board in JIRA. So we have already created Kanban projects. So one is the NextGen Kanban and another one is the classic Kanban in JIRA Cloud. So let's start with the classic Kanban project, and in the classic Kanban project I'll explain how you can configure the board. So we have enabled the backlog and the Kanban board. If you select the Kanban board, it will provide you the default board that is available in the Kanban project there. So you have this selected for development, where you can see the number of the items that have been picked up. So one item has been picked up, then in progress and done. Okay, so these are the only 3 columns that are available at the moment. But in case you want to configure this board in the Kanban project, in the classic Kanban project, you can go to the 3 ellipses at the top here and you can go to the board settings. So as we have seen in the Scrum board, it is similar to that board or the Scrum board as well as in the Kanban. So it's kind of similar configuration. So you have the column settings, and in the columns you will see different columns that are available. So at the moment there are 3 columns. Now if you want to configure more columns or add the statuses, you have this add status and add column button here. Okay, so if I say, for example, I want to add a column, say, at the moment there is a backlog, but say for example I want to add a column to do. Alright, so in the to-do column, I want to have the items that are visible there in the to-do column so that developers can basically have a look what is in the backlog or in the to-do column that can be picked up. So there will be a backlog, but from the backlog I want to have the issues in the to-do column as well. So I can simply add that column, and you can see to-do status was already existing and it has been mapped to that column as well. If I want to rename this column, simply click on this pencil icon and you can edit the name here. To change the location of this column, simply drag and drop the column and it will change the location, right? The other thing is, say for example, I want to have another column. I can simply click on add column and I can add the name of the column and add that. Okay, if I want to have a completely new status, I can simply click on add status and I can have the status name. So for example, if I want to add in QA, so you can see that status doesn't exist. So I can simply say new status and then add, and in QA status will be available. Now this status hasn't been mapped to any column. That is why it is sitting in here. If I want to map this to a column, I need to create a column. Say for example, in testing, I create it and click on add. Then by default, this column, it creates the status in testing as well. But say for example, I want to map in QA to this particular column as well. I can do that and I can remove this in testing status from there. Okay, so this is how you will configure your board or the Kanban board. Now the most important thing in the Kanban board is about work in progress limit or WIP limits. So WIP limits are the limits that you put on a particular status, or say for example in development, I do not want to have more than 4 items in development at a time, because my team size is of 3 developers or 4 developers, and each developer will be working on one issue item at one particular time. Once they are done with it, then I can pick another work item into the column, right? So I can set up the WIP limit, which is basically minimum and maximum work in progress limit. Okay, so I can set up, say for example, for selected for development, I do not want to have, min limit is 1, so minimum 1 item, and the maximum limit is 2 items. Okay, so I can set up that work in progress limit at the top here, okay, in the selected for development. So this is how you will set work in progress limit in your classic Kanban board. Okay, so other option here is you can display the epic. So if you enable this epic panel here, it will display epics in the panel in the backlog and are not as the cards on the board. Okay, so it will show you a panel as well. So if I go back to the board now, so let me go back to the board. Now you can see I have this to do column, then selected for development, and min and max, this is work in progress limit, that has been enabled. Okay, so now what will happen is if I go to the backlog, and from the backlog, let me pull a couple of items in to do. Okay, and then I'll go to the board and let me put a couple of more items here, so I can see that 2 items have been selected. Let me select one more here, and you will see that the max limit is basically 2 and selected for development is 3. So JIRA won't restrict you, but it will give you a color code that this is exceeding the limit that has been set, or WIP limit that has been set for this particular work, or the status selected for development. And you can set up WIP limits for other columns as well in this Kanban board. All right, so this is how you will configure your Kanban board and set up the work in progress limit in the classic Kanban project in JIRA Cloud. Now let's go back to the NextGen Kanban project. So in the new NextGen project, you will see the board looks like this. And to edit the board, so in the ellipses here, if I go to the right side, 3 ellipses, I can only manage rules. So basically these are the automated rules, which I'll cover later. But to configure board in the NextGen Kanban project, you simply have to to create a column, click on this plus sign, and it will add a new column. So for example, I want to add a new column in testing. I simply provide the name of the column and click on this plus or tick, and a new column will be created in testing. To change the location of these columns, I can simply drag and drop. So I will say to do in progress in testing and done. Okay, so now the in testing is prior to done. To set up the work in progress limits, for example, I do not want to have more than 2 items in the in progress, so I can click on 3 ellipses, click on set column limit, and I can set the limit, say for example as 2, and this is the maximum issues that can be picked up in this particular status. So if I have the 2 work items in this particular list, and say for example I create another third one, so this is third item, let me create just dummy item there, and if I'll pick the third one for development, you will say that the color coding has changed, or there is a highlight that this is exceeding the maximum limit that has been set for this particular column. So this is how you will add the column in the NextGen Kanban project, and also set up the work in progress limit for a particular column in the Kanban project. Okay, so that's all for this particular tutorial, how to configure the Kanban board in JIRA, and also how to configure the work in progress for that Kanban boards in JIRA Cloud. Hope you liked the tutorial. Thank you very much for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again. In this JIRA Cloud tutorial, we are going to learn how to search issues in JIRA, and primarily in this tutorial I'll cover the basic search in JIRA. So if you open any of the project in JIRA, so I have a couple of projects which are classic Scrum or classic Kanban, and then I have NextGen project. So if you go to the classic Scrum project or the classic Kanban, you will see that there is an option of issues in the left hand side. So if you click on issues, it will provide you the basic search filter here at the top. Okay, so that's what basic search is, and this is what we'll use to search the issues in the classic Scrum project or classic Kanban project. But if we go back to the Kanban project, say for example, I'll go to the NextGen Kanban. So here you don't have any issues option at the moment. So in case you are not able to find that issues option, what you need to do is in the NextGen projects, go to the project settings, go to the features, and most probably the issue navigator feature is turned off. So you just simply have to turn it on. And if you go back to the project again, now we can see this issues option is available, which we will use to navigate the issues in the NextGen project. Right, so this is what the basic search is and how you will enable the basic search in the NextGen project. Now let's go ahead and understand how you can search the issues using basic search. So once you have enabled basic search in the NextGen project, in the classic project it will by default be there. So what you can do is you can simply go to the issues, and here at the top you have the options to select. So basically in the basic search you simply have to select the drop down, and depending the criteria that you're looking for, say for example I want to search all the issues that RCV test is the assignee and RCV tutorial is the assignee. Okay, so in that case you simply select the two options there, and you have other options for reporter. Similarly for status, if I want to filter out the issues which are all done and the assignee is RCV test and RCV tutorial, then I simply select that criteria here. Okay, then there are other options. So for example, like type and all. So these are all details that are available in the basic search. So if you want to clear all the details that you have selected in the basic search, simply click on clear all. Okay, and all the filters will be cleared out. Now this is about the basic search, how you will filter out the issues using the basic search. If you want to go to the advanced search, which is more advanced concept, then you simply click on advanced and you will get the advanced option here. So in the advanced search, what will happen is you will have more options there. Okay, so you can have more criteria that can be added. So in JIRA Cloud, this is something available in the advanced search. So in basic search you don't have more options to add. So for example, I want to have the due date as well, so I can select the due date criteria as well, or I can select the updated date criteria. Or if you want to filter out, then you can filter out all other criteria that are basically available here in the advanced search. Now there is one more type of search which is basically searching using the JIRA query language, which is JQL, and this we will cover in the other tutorial. So this is mostly basic search and advanced search in the JIRA Cloud. So it's basically basic and advanced search, they have sort of clubbed together. In the JIRA server version, usually you have this more option in the basic search itself. In the cloud version, you have the basic search, which is very basic functionality in which you select the drop downs. But if you want to have the more functionality, you have to switch to advanced. And if you want to search with the JQL, you have to switch to JQL later, so which we'll cover in the later tutorial. So this is about the basic search and how you will search the issues in JIRA using basic search. It's just a matter of selecting the basic search or switching to the advanced search and selecting the values from the drop down that we have seen here. So for example, I want to search issues that are now overdue, and I'll be able to search the issues. So at the moment I've selected one project. So if for example I want to select the issues in all the projects, I simply select all, and I can see that the filters or the issues that are now overdue have been filtered out here. Okay, so this is how you will do the search in JIRA using basic and advanced search. Now if we go back to the NextGen project, so let's go back to the NextGen Kanban, and in the NextGen Kanban we have enabled this issues option here. Okay, and here in the issues option, now I have this options to select. This is the basic search option, so I can select the assignee or the reporter or status and the type. If I want to have the more criteria in this one, I have to switch to advanced search, similar way, and then I'll be having this plus more option wherein I can specify more criteria that I want to search with. Okay, so this is about the NextGen project. Now the other option is basically, if we go to the filters at the top and go to advanced search issue, it will open the same window. Okay, so that's another approach. So in case you want to search the issues from, so say for example, I go to this classic Scrum project, and I have the option to either go from this issues to search the issues quickly, or I can go to the filters and click on advanced issue search, and it will open the same window for the issue search. Okay, so this is very simple, very basic in JIRA, but you should know where to navigate and what all options are being provided into the JIRA basic search and the advanced search option in JIRA Cloud versions of the project. So it will be helpful for you in searching the issues based on the criteria that you specify in the drop downs here. All right, so that's all for this tutorial. Hope you like it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again. In this JIRA Cloud tutorial, we will learn about quick search in JIRA. Now, quick search in JIRA is very important to understand, and the reason for that is basically it will help you a lot when you are trying to quickly search issues in JIRA. You don't have to go to the filters and basic search, advanced search, or JQL to search for very commonly searched issues and terms. So we'll introduce or we'll have a bit of introduction about the quick search and how you can utilize quick search to quickly search the issues within JIRA. Now, if you see at the top here, this search bar here is the quick search bar, right? So to enable searching there is a shortcut. If you press the / on JIRA, if you just press / on your keyboard, it will enable the quick search. Now, say for example, I want to open one of the stories or the issue using the key. So what I have to do is I have to simply type the key for the issue that I want to open and hit enter. And you will see that the details of that particular issue have been displayed, right? So that's how the quick search will quickly open the issue by the key that you search there. Now, there are many other, quick search features. So this is about the jumping on the issue. So if I want to jump to a particular issue, I can simply type in the key there, and this will open that particular issue. So for example, RT25 will open the issue RT25, or it will go to the details of that particular issue. Now, if I want to search the issues in a particular project, so I have to simply provide the key, right? So I can simply say RT if I know the project key. So this is one of the project key. I can simply enter the key and hit enter, and it will list all the issues that are present in that particular project. So you can see all the issues are having that particular key as a prefix and will be displayed here, right? So that's another, a smart querying or the quick search in JIRA. If you want to search issues that are assigned to you, so what you have to simply do is you simply have to start typing my, okay? And as soon as I'll say my, it will list all the issues that are assigned to me, okay? And if I simply want to say search the issues based on say certain status, so I can say my open bugs, and it will list the bugs that are in the open state, or I can say my to do, just in case. I think to do is the status, and then it should list the bugs that are in the to do state. It's not listing at the moment, so let me search for my closed bugs. There is nothing as such, but here you can see that the filter or the query is basically picked up automatically. Okay, if I search by my done say bugs, then it will, you can see that it has automatically chosen done, and since there are no bugs as such, okay, so it has selected bug automatically. But if I say my done stories, it should list the story, right? So you can see it has automatically selected the current user, okay, and then done from the second keyword that I typed in, and then the stories, right, that I provided. So this is basically how it will filter out the issues based on the criteria that you specify in the quick search. So my open bugs, or my done bugs, or my in progress bugs. So these are all some of the quick search terms that you can use. Now the second thing is, say for example, I want to find issues which are reported by me. So I can say R and then colon, and I can say me. So in this case, all the issues that I have reported will be displayed on the screen. Okay, so that's another smart query which will help you a lot in the project. So the next thing is around the overdue. So for example, I want to find the issue which are overdue already. I can simply type in overdue and it will list the issues that are overdue, right? So due date was 4th October and these two issues are overdue, and these two issues have been displayed just by typing in overdue here in the smart search or the quick search. All right. Then I can also, specify, say for example, created criteria. So I can say created, say yesterday. Okay. And it will list all the issues that were created yesterday. So you can see automatically this smart search populates the created date for you and all the other filters in this particular filter once you do the smart search. Okay, so this is how you will search based on the created or updated or due date, etc., that you can specify here as well. So the next important thing is searching based on the priority. So I can specify the priority. Say for example, I want to search for the issues which are blocker. I can simply type in blocker in the quick search and it will list the issues that are blocker. Okay, so blocker, major, trivial based on the priority, because I don't have issues set in the blocker category, so it's not giving any results. But in major or trivial, it should basically give me the results or the issues which are in that particular priority. So in this particular instance, there are no issues because I don't have the major or blocker, but that's how you will be able to search the issues. Then you can specify, or you can search the specific type of issues. So for example, I want to search all the bugs, so I can simply type in bugs and it will list all the bugs that are available there. Okay, so that's how it will search for the issue type. So I can say stories and it will search all the stories that are available in this JIRA instance. As you can see, right, these are all stories. Then you can also search based on the resolutions. For example, resolution, I can say resolution is, say, done. So I can say simply done in terms of resolution, and you can see that it has picked up all the issues that are in the done state. Okay, now the other important query is about the searching issues based on the fixed version or the effects version, that you can do as well, and also the component. So to search the issues that have the fixed version, you simply have to go to the quick search and say FF and then colon and specify the fixed version. Say for example, I want to filter the issues that have the fixed version 1.0. So FF colon 1.0 and it will filter the issues that have that fixed version. Similarly, if I want to search the issues that have the effects version, then that starts with V colon and then specify the effects version, whatever version it is, and enter, and it will list the issues that have that effects version. Now there are no issues that have that 1.0 as effects version, so that's why it's not showing any query, but in terms of syntax, that's what it is. So V colon and you specify the version. Similarly, if I want to search the issues based on the components, so for example, I have the database component or the UI component, I can start with C colon and specify the component name. So for example, database. Okay, and enter, and it will list all the issues that have that component as a database. Okay, now there are no issues as such which have this component. That's why this query is not working, or it's not returning basically any issues. It's working, but because there are no issues that match that criteria, so it's not returning any issues on this UI. But here you can see that component database has been selected automatically, right? So that shows that when we search the issues based on the quick search or smart filter, it does select the filters automatically and then filters out the issues based on that criteria, right? So here you can see effects version has been selected automatically. So this is how the quick search in JIRA is really helpful and will help you a lot in querying the issues in JIRA in much faster way as compared to going to basic search or advanced search and selecting the values or filters from the drop down. Okay, so that's all for this tutorial. Hope it was helpful. Thank you very much for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again. In this JIRA Cloud tutorial, we are going to learn how to create search filters in JIRA. Now, prior to getting started about the steps to create search filters in JIRA, let's first understand what are filters in JIRA. So if we talk about filters in JIRA, it's basically the search that we do, be it, like a basic search, advanced search, or JQL search. So we search the issues, right? And then those search queries return the results on our screen. So for example, if I go to any project, the filters will still remain same. So we'll simply try to search the issues. And here, when we are searching the issues, so this is basically the basic search in JIRA Cloud. If we want to do the advanced search, we can click on the advanced search in the right, and it will give us more options to select and filter out the issues. So for example, I want to filter out the issues based on the components, database, and UI, or any other components, then I can simply select that, and the results will be shown or filtered based on the criteria that we choose from these selections here. So this is what the basic search is. And now when we save these searches, so when we say save as, so for example, this is one of the search that we have done. This has returned the results on the screen. Now I want to save it so that I can reuse in future somewhere, say for example dashboard, or any gadgets on the dashboard, or any other reports. So when you save these filters, if I say save as, and I'll say filter demo, I provide the name of the filter and then submit. So now this search result gets saved as filter. So here in the left hand side, you see the filter demo has been saved. So when you save the search query, it becomes a filter. Now, what is the importance of filter? So importance of filter is basically you can share the search results. So for example, in this particular filter, I can go to the details and I can do the subscriptions. So when I do the subscriptions, what I can do is I can simply say new subscription, and I can provide the recipients here. Okay, so I can provide the group of users who will be notified on a daily basis, or say for example, I can set the timeline and they'll be notified for these results on the schedule that you set here. Okay, so for example, I want to have a filter which filters out certain issues, and then I'll save that search query as a filter, and then I want to have everyone in this particular JIRA administrators group to be notified daily on this particular interval. So that's one of the advantages of having filter. So the other thing is I can create a list of favorite filters, and I can save those filters. If for example, I want to filter out all the defects in a particular project, right? So I can create a filter, create a search query, save it as a filter, and then that search filter will be available in the left hand side, and I can quickly go, like these are here. So my open issues, I can click on it and I don't have to basically type in the search query again and again. Okay, the other important place where you use filters is the dashboard, and in the dashboard you have multiple gadgets. So within the gadgets you can directly use those filters to prepare or show the data on the dashboard, which is available for the stakeholders within your project. Filters are also used in the report, so you can save the filter and use those filters in the reports that you are trying to produce, right? So these are some of the important usages of the filters. Then you can also view the search results based on the filter. So for example, this is the filter, say I want to view the issue based on reported by me, and then it will filter out all the issues. I can export these issues in different format. Okay, so this is basically, it makes your work really quick and will help you to search the issues in a really quick way. So if you are trying to search similar sort of issues, or you are looking for some search queries that are very widely used, better save it as filter. Okay, now to create a filter, I've already explained, but I'll go through in different projects and I'll show you. So basically In the classic Scrum project, if I go to the classic Scrum, to create a filter, you can either go to the issues. Okay. In the issues, you simply search the issues based on the criteria, either with the basic search. So this is the basic search at the moment. I'll go to the advanced search, and in the advanced search, you specify the criteria. So for example, in this project, I want to select all the user stories, okay, which are assigned to say particular user, or say for example, current user. Okay. Now, this is the query that is available. Now to make it a filter, I'll simply click on save as, and I'll say all user stories. I'll provide a name and then assign to me. Okay. And simply save it. So click on submit, and you will see that it is starred and it is available as a filter now. Okay. So this is how simple you can create the filters. The other option is directly on the top. You will see the filters drop down. So if you click on it and go to, view all filters, it will show you all the filters that are available there. Okay, in the instance. So you can see these are all filters that are available, and the access level, where or what is the access level of these filters. For example, if you see, you can see some of the filters are private because they haven't been shared. But if there are filters which are public that have been shared, or they are accessible to other people, then you can see the particular project as such that is available here. And then here in the right hand side, you will see the people that have starred that particular filter or favorited that filter. So this is another place that you can go to basically create the filter. So from here, you come here and then you can click on create filter, and it will redirect you to the same search issues window. Okay. Now you search the issues, save that search query as a filter, and that will be fine. So this is about the Scrum project. Now if we go to the NextGen project, it's almost similar. Navigation and everything is almost similar. So you have the filters tab at the top where you can go and search for all the filters, or you can directly view all the filters and then create filter from there, or you can go to the advanced search issue directly. Okay, and it will redirect to the same window here to search the issues, and you can save the filters using the save as button here. Okay, so this is similar as we have seen in other NextGen in the classic Scrum. Similarly, in the NextGen Kanban, it's all same. So navigation wise, it's all same, whether you go from issues or from filters at the top, view all the filters, or advanced search. So there are a lot of multiple ways. I just wanted to show you what all different options are available to navigate to the search issues window, write your search criteria, and then save the filters or save the search criteria as search filters. So we have understood what are search filters basically in Jira, and then how you can go ahead and create search filters in Jira. So this is pretty simple, nothing complicated to create search filters. The only thing is basically to know what exactly it is and how you can navigate through to create your own search filters in Jira. So that's all for this tutorial. Hope it was helpful. Thank you very much for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again. In this JIRA Cloud tutorial, we will learn how to manage existing filters in Jira instance. So in the previous tutorial, I have already explained a brief about what are filters, how to create them, and the importance of filters in Jira. So if you haven't watched the previous tutorial, please go through and watch it. Now in this tutorial, I'll explain how to manage your filters in Jira. So to open the filters, or to basically get the list of all the filters that are available in your Jira instance. So I'm in the home page, sort of where it lands on the browse projects at the moment. So to open filters, I can simply go to the filters drop down here, and it will list all the filters that are available there at the moment. So not exactly all, but all the starred and the recent ones that are basically reported by me or open issues. But if I want to view all the filters, I can simply go to the view all filters, and it will list all the filters that are available in this instance. Okay, so here you will see in the left hand side, the starred ones are shown as the highlighted star, and then in the third column you will see the access level. So basically which filters are private and not shared, and which filters are the access is basically allowed to certain project or roles. Okay, so that information is available here. Then how many persons have starred these particular filters that have been created. So that's another important information there. Now to search, so basically if I want to use these filters, I can simply directly click on these filters and it will redirect me to the search query. Okay, so that's how I can use those filters directly from the filters page. So I'll go to the view all filters, and then in order to update any filter, say for example I want to update this particular filter, you just write in the right hand side, go to the 3 ellipses and you'll see certain options there. So you have the manage subscriptions, you have copy filter, you have edit and delete, right? So to update the filter, I can simply go to edit and I can provide the name. So I can change the name or the description here, and I can also update the the access level of this particular filter. So at the moment it's private, but if I want to change the access level to, say for example, group, I can change it to group and then specify the groups there. Or I want to have the whole organization, anyone who is logged into this particular domain, I can add that. Okay, or I can just leave it as private or to a specific project. Say for example, this project gets access to this. So here, because there are no roles at the moment, so it's not showing. So just provide the access and click on add, and it will select all roles, whatever roles will be there. So this particular project will have access to this particular filter. So that's how you edit or basically update the filter. Okay, so the other option is, say for example, I want to completely change the query behind this particular filter. So what I can do is I can simply open the filter and then I can edit the query. Okay, so for example here I want to have the issues that are only in done state and all user stories assigned to me. So I can simply change it, and then what I have to do is I simply click on save to save on this particular in the same instance. So I can simply click on save and the filter will be updated as per the new search criteria that you have defined here. Okay, so then the next option is about deleting. So here to delete the filter is also very simple. Simply click on delete. To copy the filter, I can simply click on copy and provide the name of the filter and then this description or any access level that I want to specify, and click on copy, and a copy of that filter will be created. So if, say for example, you have a complex query that has been written already, you don't want to write that complex query again, you copy the filter and then update the query that is within that particular filter, right? So for example here, now I want to update the query for the same query for, say for example, bug and not the story. So I can simply copy it rather than writing the whole query again and save it as a new filter. Okay, so that's another advantage of having filter. Then the other important thing about the filter is that you can star a filter or make it as your favorite. So if you go or if you log into JIRA and you go to the filters or view all the filters, you have the option to star these filters from left hand side. So if I restar or star these filters or make these filters as my favorite, I'll get these filters as starred at the top, right? So these filters, starred filters, will be available so that I can quickly access these filters. Now the other important thing is, say for example, I want to open a filter and then I want these columns that are displayed or the list of search items that are displayed by this filter in a specific order. So for example, I want key and then summary, assignee, reporter. I want to change this. So what I can do is I can go to that particular filter and I can change the order. So what I have to do, I simply have to change the order here. Okay, so just drag and drop. So basically, say for example, I want to have the created just after the summary. Okay, so simply drag and drop as per your needs of the project, and once you are satisfied that these columns is what you want, then this order will be saved in the next search. So now, say for example, this is the order summary created and updated, and if I go back to filters and I'll come back to this filter again, then that order will be sustained here. Okay, so I don't have to do anything else. You simply have to drag and drop as per the status that you want. And now if you want to restore these columns to default, simply go to the columns and you will see the restore default option here. So if you click on restore defaults, it will go to system defaults, right? So now you can see assignee, reporter, and everything as system default. So that's another, important thing to remember when you are working with filters. The next option is around subscription of the filter. So how you can manage the subscription. So we have briefly covered about the subscription as well. So to manage the subscription, if you go to the details, you will get the subscription option for that particular filter. So that's one way to basically create a subscription for the filter. Or if I go to the view all filters, and here I have the option, say for example for this particular filter I want to have a subscription, then I can go to manage subscription. Now when we say subscriptions in filter, what it exactly means is that if you subscribe a list of person or you yourself subscribe to a particular filter, then you will get notified about those search filters or that search criteria at a particular interval, whatever interval that you choose. So if I'll add a subscription, say for example, if I click on add subscription for this filter, then I can either set it to personal subscription. In that case, only I'll be notified, or the person who is setting that notification will be notified, or I can set it for a group of users. Say for example, I want the JIRA software users, whosoever is the member of JIRA software users, to be notified daily about, certain issues, certain type of issues that get raised on a daily basis. So I can write that particular filter, save it. I can write that query and save it as a filter. And then I can come to the filter subscription and I can schedule that filter subscription. So for example, every day at, so interval is once per day or every 3 hours. So you can choose the interval as well. And then at a particular time, say for example, at 6 p.m., I want everyone who is the member of JIRA software users group to be notified by email with the issues that are being filtered out by this particular filter. So what they'll get is they'll get an email every day at 6 p.m. Depending on your time zone, and they'll be notified of the issues that are being fetched by that particular filter. So this is very handy and very useful feature which will help you to be on track of, say for example, you are working in a support role and you want to always, keep a track of critical issues or production issues. Then that's where, email subscriptions or filter subscriptions are very useful. So if you check this box here, it will filter the results even if there are no issues found. So if you don't want to send email if there are no issues found, you simply uncheck that. And if I'll click on subscribe, then the subscription will be created and will be available for that particular filter in the subscription section. Okay, to edit the subscription, click on edit, to delete, and to run at that particular time. So for example, I have created it and now I want to test it. I can click on just run now, and this filter or subscription will run at that particular time. So that's a brief introduction about the filter and what all, or basically how you can manage the filters in JIRA. So hope you liked the tutorial. Thank you very much for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again to another JIRA Cloud tutorial. In this tutorial, we are going to learn how to create quick filters in JIRA. Now, prior to getting into the steps of creating the quick filter, the first thing to understand is basically what is quick filter. So when we talk about quick filters, these are additional filters that you can implement on the boards, be it your Scrum board or Kanban board, to filter out further issues on the board. And these help you to, on the boards, basically in the agile development, you will be having stand-ups, and also you can quickly filter out the issues based on these quick filters, and you do not have to write the queries again and again. So the other important thing is basically the access level to implement these filters. You either need to be a project administrator, JIRA project administrator, or you need to have the board administrator permission to implement these filters. So these these are few key things before we get started into the actual implementation. Now let's go ahead and I'll go to the classic Scrum project first, because this is the most widely used in the Agile software development. So here I have the active sprints, right? So here you have in the left hand side you have backlog and the active sprints. So if you go to the active sprints, which is basically nothing but the board, and this is my board here, and on this board I can see certain issues being displayed. So there are stories, bugs, tasks, etc. So these are just the sample ones. And in order to implement quick filters, or basically on the board at the top, you will see these filters here. So only my issues or recently updated, these are 2 quick filters that are available at the moment. So if I click on only my issues, you will see the filter has been applied and any issue that is assigned to me will be displayed here. Okay. Similarly, I can select multiple filters. If I say only my issues and recently updated, there are nothing as such here. To clear this quick filter, I can click on clear all and it will clear all the filters that are applied on the board. The next thing is basically how to create the quick filter, right? So these are the quick filter, and now you can have more quick filters here. So to create the quick filter, you go to the right hand side in the 3 ellipses, click on that and go to the board settings. In the board settings, you will have the option of the quick filters. So if you click on the quick filters, you will have the option here to write the query and specify the name and description of the filter that you want to create. So for example, here only my issues has the JQL or the JIRA query language, which says assignee is equal to current user. So any user who will be logged in, if he clicks on only my issues filter, only the issues that are being assigned to that particular user will be displayed. Okay. So now let us try to create one filter quickly. So what I'll say all defects. Say for example, I want to filter all defects on the board as well and have a filter for that. Okay, so I can say all defects and then I'll say issue type. So let's filter by the issue type, and in the issue type I want to only filter the issues that are of type bug. Okay, and here I can specify all bugs in the description. So whatever description you feel like, you can specify the detailed description there and click on add to add this filter. Okay, the next filter that I want to add is basically, say for example, I want to have a look at the items or the work items that have been updated in the last 48 hours. Okay, so what I can say updated in last, or let's say 48 hours. Okay, and I'll say the updated date is greater than or equal to -2 days. Okay, so 2 days is from current time to last 48 hours. So that's what the query is, and I'll specify the description. So I'll say issues updated in last 48 hours. Okay, and add the filter. So I have added 2 more filters on the board, and these filters will now be available on the board. So if I click on back to board, and you will see updated in last 48 hours and all defects are being displayed here. So now if I click on all defects, you will see these 2 defects are being filtered out and any other issue type is being is hidden from the board. Okay, now if I uncheck this, it will deselect the filter. If I click on updated in last 48 hours, it will list me all the issues that have been updated in last 48 hours. Okay, so this is how you will create new filters on the board and how you can use them in your Agile development approach. This is possible on the Kanban project as well. So for example, if I go to the Kanban project, the approach is still same. So if I go to classic Kanban, and go to the board. So here you have board as well, and you will see the filters are exactly similar here. So the process of adding the filters on the Kanban board is exactly similar as it is on the Scrum board. Okay, so if you go to the right hand side to the ellipses, go to the board settings, you will see quick filters, and here you can specify the name, the query, description, and add the filters. Okay, so this is all about adding the filters. Then say for example you want to delete the filter, right? So in that particular case, what you can do is to delete the filter, you simply click on the delete button here to delete the filter. Let's go back to the same Scrum board or Scrum project and delete and edit the filter as well. So let's understand that as well. So on the Scrum project, let's, for example, I want to delete updated in last 48 hours or edit it. So what I can do is I can go to the board settings again, and in the quick filters, if I want to edit this particular, filter, I can edit the name by simply clicking on the little pencil icon that was available. And I can edit the query, I can edit the description, so I can edit any of the details that have been entered previously to edit this particular filter. If I want to delete the filter, I simply have to click on this delete button, and it will ask for the confirmation, and you simply, let me refresh this. There is a bit of pop-up. Let me refresh the page and see if it goes away. Okay, so yeah, it went away. So if you want to delete the filter, simply click on delete and click on this delete button here, and the filter will be removed from the board. Okay, then say for example I want to move the location of these filters, right? So at the moment, first filter is all defects, second one is only my issues, third one is recently updated. So if you go back to the board, you will see this is what the sequence is: all defects, only my issues, and recently updated. So for example, I want to have recently updated at the first place. What I can do is I can simply go to the board settings and I can just drag and drop recently updated at the first place. And if you go back to the board, you will see recently updated is available at the first place, then all defects and only my issues. So this is how you will move the filters and change the location of the filters on the board. Okay, so this is all about the filters, basically the quick filters in the Scrum, classic Scrum or Kanban project in JIRA Cloud. Now, there will be a question about the NextGen projects as well. So NextGen Scrum and NextGen Kanban. Now, at the moment, at this particular time when I'm creating this video, there is no feature available for the NextGen Scrum and Kanban projects to have the quick filters on the board. So I'll quickly show you that if I go to the NextGen Scrum project, I cannot create any filter here. So I can just have these filters which are available by default. So based on the type or label, I can filter it out, which is more or less similar to the basic search, but I cannot create any new filters. Okay, so this feature still needs to be built, because if you go to the JIRA, Atlassian JIRA support, or there, just search for the community, you will find that there are open issues. So ability to create quick filters in NextGen project, it's still open, and many people are kind of voting and waiting for this particular feature to be built in the NextGen project. So as of now, the feature is not available on the NextGen project, but if you are using the traditional or the classic project, which most of the organizations are using, that's the most widely used project. So we have already understood how you can create quick filters for classic Scrum or classic Kanban project in JIRA Cloud. So that's all for this tutorial. Hope you like it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again. In this JIRA Cloud tutorial, we are going to learn what are dashboards in JIRA. Now, dashboards in JIRA is a really important feature because dashboard is the main display. Most of the time when you log into JIRA, you will be redirected to the main display, which displays the information about the project and the different statuses or different reports that can be also available on the dashboard. Now, if we talk about the JIRA Cloud, you will see the dashboard, tab at the top here. So dashboard, if you click on dashboard, you have different options here. So you have a default dashboard. And a default dashboard is the default dashboard that is available out of the box, which of course can be configured and updated as per the project needs. But once you configure or update the default dashboard, it will be reflected for all the users. So any update on the default dashboard will be reflected for all users. The only thing that is important to note here is basically, say for example, you have added a new gadget which is only specific to the administrator group or any specific group. So if a person who is accessing the default dashboard doesn't have access to that particular group, or he's not a member of that particular group or role, he won't be able to view that gadget. But rest all changes on the default dashboard will be visible to everyone who is accessing your JIRA instance. So this is about the default dashboard. Now you can create, edit, copy. There are a lot of operations for the dashboard that we'll cover. And say for example here, if you see on this dashboard, I'll cover a little bit brief of basics of the dashboard. So dashboard will have the gadgets. So these are the gadgets. So for example, this is the first gadget, which is introduction, welcome to JIRA, which is the default dashboard gadget, right? So in your project, you can have a gadget similar to this, and this gadget will have the explanation about the project. Okay, so you can put a little bit detail about the project, what the project is all about in this particular gadget. You can reorder these gadgets. You can change the layout of the page in the dashboard. In the right hand side, you will have another gadget which says assigned to me, which will display the issues that are assigned to that particular user. Then you have the activity stream gadget. Then you have projects gadget, right? So these are all gadgets and on the dashboard. And in the right hand side, if you want to edit the dashboard, so you can go to the right hand three ellipses, and you have the edit dashboard or the copy dashboard, find dashboard. To create a dashboard, you have create dashboard and then wallboard option. So all these options we are going to cover in much detail, so don't worry about that. To edit any of the gadget, you can click on right three ellipses, and you can say maximize or minimize. So that's possible as well, to minimize and maximize. And if I want to edit any gadget, I can simply go to the ellipses and click on edit dashboard, and in the dashboard I can change the location of these gadgets if I want to change, and then I can also edit the layout of the dashboard. Okay, so this is a brief introduction about what is dashboard. So basically dashboard is the main page or the main display that will get displayed, and this will contain different gadgets. You can change the layout, and these gadgets can be configured to filter out the issues, or they'll show you different charts, bar graph or the pie chart according to the configuration that you make on the dashboard. So this is all about the brief introduction of the dashboard. In the next tutorial, I'll cover dashboards in detail, how you can create, edit and customize the dashboards in JIRA Cloud. That's all for this tutorial. Hope you like it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again. In this JIRA Cloud tutorial, we are going to learn how you can create dashboards in JIRA. So we have already covered a brief introduction about dashboards in previous tutorial. Now let's understand how you can create, edit, add gadgets to dashboards in JIRA. So let's get started. So for example, if I want to create a dashboard, or basically understand what all dashboards are available in my instance. So this is my JIRA Cloud instance, and if I go to the dashboard at the top, right? So if I click on the dashboard, I have the default dashboard, which is by default available in the JIRA instance. If I want to view all dashboard, I can click on view all dashboard, or I can create dashboard directly from clicking on this create dashboard link here. If I go to view all dashboard, I'll have create dashboard button as well, similar to as creating a project in JIRA. Okay, and it will list all the dashboards that are available at the moment. So if I want to have a look at the default dashboard, say for example, I can click on default dashboard, and it will show me the dashboard, the default dashboard that has been configured at the moment. So let's go ahead and go back to the dashboard and create a new dashboard. So to create a new dashboard, I click on create dashboard, and it will pop up the window and it will ask me to provide the name and other details of the dashboard. Let me create again. Okay, so To create a dashboard, I have to provide the name. So for example, I'll say RCV demo dashboard, and then you have to provide the description. So it's not mandatory, but it's good practice to have a description. Then a description of the dashboard. Then the next option is about the access level. Okay, so if you see the access level by clicking on the drop down on JIRA Cloud, you have the access level for the project or the group or the organization, or you can keep that dashboard as private. Say for example, I'm a team member and I want to create my own personal dashboard to track day-to-day activities that I do and how my work is progressing. So what I can do is I can create a personal dashboard and keep it as private, and that dashboard will only be visible to me. Okay, so if I keep it to private, right? So here you can see the option is private. If I want to make it specific to a project, then I can select the project for which this particular dashboard is applicable. Okay, now say for example, I want to have this dashboard only for RCV Classic Scrum. So I can add that, and now all roles or all members in the RCV Classic Scrum project will be having access to this particular dashboard. So now let me save it, and once I save it, you will see that RCV demo dashboard has been created, and the next option is to basically add the gadgets on this dashboard. Now gadgets display the summary, so you can add gadgets on the dashboard, and within the gadgets you can configure those gadgets to display the summaries on the dashboard. So if you go to the add gadget, there are many gadgets available in JIRA, and then if I click on load all gadgets, so by default it's not loading all the gadgets, you have to click on load all gadgets, and you can see there are a lot of gadgets that are available, and depending on what is required. So for example, I want to have activity stream in this particular dashboard as well. So I can click on add gadget, and that gadget will get added successfully on the dashboard. Next gadget, say for example, I want to have this assigned to me gadget. The other important project related gadget is, say for example, created versus resolved, right? So these are some of the report gadgets that are available. Then you can filter the results based on specific filter that you create. So I can create a filter, I can create a search query, I can save that search query, and then I can use that search query into filtering the results on the dashboard. Okay, so I can add that gadget as well. Let me add that as well. And similarly, say for example, I want to have JIRA roadmap or labels or pie chart, I can add pie chart as well. And there are many other gadgets and reports gadgets. So sprint burndown gadget, which will show you how the sprint is progressing, etc. So that all is available. Okay, so for example, I have added all my gadgets on the dashboard that are required for my project and important to track the overall progress. Then once I'm done with it, then I can simply close this particular window. Okay, and here you will see all the gadgets have been added in the left hand side. To move the gadgets in the other location, I can simply drag and drop, right? So at the moment there are 2 columns on this dashboard, but I can edit the layout. So I can edit the layout to the layouts that are available here. So I can have a single column or 2 columns, or first column will be a small column, second column will be bit longer. Then similarly, there are different layout options available. Say for example, I want to have 3 columns here. So you can see that 3 columns are available now, and I can start dragging and dropping these gadgets in these columns so that I can view them properly. Okay, so that's all. Okay, so now once I have added the gadgets on the dashboard, then I have to configure these gadgets. This is the next step of creating or configuring your dashboard. So we have created the dashboard, we have added the gadgets, and based on the project requirement, let's configure these gadgets. Now say for example, this is the filter results gadget that I have added. I want to filter results based on the filter that I have created. So for example, I want to filter the issues based on some board. Okay, so I can choose a specific filter. This is just to show you or how you can configure the gadgets, and then click on save. So it will filter out the results or filter out the details or the issues based on the filter that you choose on this gadget. Okay, now coming back to the pie chart, here you can filter, provide the project filter, so you can search the filter or you can write your own advanced search directly from here. Okay, so if I go to the advanced search, I can select the filters that are already there, or I can select from the popular, or I can go to the search and search for the query and use it. So for example, it searches in the filter's name and description, so I can search for that particular filter, and I can go to the specific project and also choose the project. Okay, so any filter or the keys that are there, so for example, I want to select RCV Classic Scrum, I can select the project from there. Okay, and then based on that particular project, it will display the details. So I can either select the project or the filter in this particular pie chart. So let's select the project, and you can see that project details, so basically what all issues are there in the project, are being displayed along with the assignee and other user details, right? So you can see the pie chart has been displayed. Now this is highly configurable and it will change as per your project needs. So you have to basically do a lot of configuration, or you need to get a lot of understanding or the requirement understanding from the project stakeholders before you go ahead and configure these gadgets, because you need to have a clear idea what exactly business stakeholders are looking for, and then you can come back to the gadgets and configure filters accordingly and choose the filters to display the results on these gadgets. Okay, similarly the sprint burn down, you select the board and the other say for example other sprints, say for example a sprint 2 or a next sprint due, and then it will display the sprint burn down gadget for that particular sprint. Okay, then in the activity stream, it will display all the activity, the latest activity that happens, and assigned to me will display all the issues that are assigned to the particular user. Okay, so you can see here that I have quickly created a dashboard, added a couple of gadgets there, and then configured these gadgets with some dummy data. And in the actual scenario, you can work out the actual requirements, create the filters accordingly, and then follow these steps to create the dashboard and add gadgets to configure your dashboard. So this is the basic of creating the dashboard and adding the gadget. Now say for example you have a requirement to edit the dashboard. Okay, so once the dashboard is created, I can go to view all dashboard, and from the dashboard here you can see that I can see the other dashboard which I have just created. And to copy a dashboard or edit a dashboard or delete a dashboard, you simply have to click on these right hand side 3 ellipses, and if I want to edit the dashboard, I can click on edit dashboard, and it will open the detail of the dashboard which I can edit from here. So I can edit the name, description and access level from here. Okay, if I want to edit the gadgets on the dashboard, I have to go to the dashboard directly, and then from this particular layout I can edit the layout. Okay, or I can add and remove gadgets. For example, I don't want this particular gadget, I can click on the ellipses and I can delete the gadget, or I can edit it, or I can rename. So all the options are available here. Okay, then the next option is basically to edit this dashboard. So I can click on edit dashboard directly from here as well. So it will open the same window as we have seen previously. Okay, to share this particular dashboard, I can share it with other members as well. So I can click on share and it will open same window, and you can share it based on the group or the organization, etc. So it's basically changing the access level to share a particular dashboard. Okay, then to delete the dashboard, simply click on delete from here or from all dashboard window. You can find the dashboard. So say for example, there are many dashboards. To click on to find the dashboard, you can simply go to find dashboard and provide the name or the keyword that you know, and it will filter out the dashboard that you are looking for. So for example, I can just start typing RCV and enter, and it will filter out the dashboards that are matching that particular criteria. Okay, let's go back to the dashboard again and cover some more options there. So we have covered about the find dashboard. Then to create dashboard, we have already covered. View as a wallboard and set up wallboard slideshow, I'll cover in a separate tutorial. But to copy a dashboard, that's another very important feature. I can copy this dashboard as is into a new dashboard and then customize that dashboard. So this is important because if you don't want to do the same steps again and again, or there are many gadgets that you will be sharing across in the other dashboard, simply copy it and edit the copied dashboard. So that's how you can copy the dashboard. So I can simply provide the name of the copied dashboard. By default, it takes copy of the name of the current dashboard, and click on save, and you will see that a new copy has been created for that same dashboard with all the gadgets available there. Okay, so if I go to the dashboard now and click on view all dashboards, you will see a copy of our CV demo dashboard is available as well, with all the details, all the access level copied exactly as the original dashboard. So that's all for this tutorial. Hope you like it. Please do share and subscribe, and thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again to another JIRA Cloud tutorial. In this tutorial, we are going to learn about reports in JIRA. So this will be the introductory video on the reports that are available in JIRA. And once we do the introduction about the reports and what kind of reports are available in JIRA, then we'll get into the details of the reports that are available in JIRA. So let's get started. And to get through the report, so basically, as we know that in JIRA Cloud there are NextGen projects and the classic projects. So the reports in different projects will be different. So in the classic, Scrum and Kanban, if you go and see the reports, so in the Scrum you will find a lot more reports as compared to Kanban. So we'll go to the Scrum project first, and to open the reports you go to the reports in the left hand side. So if you go back, let me go back and hover over. So here is the reports option here. If you click on the reports, it will open all the reports in your classic Scrum project. Now reports are mainly categorized into three categories. So if you see, these are the Agile reports, so like Burndown, burn up chart, sprint report, etc., velocity, CFD, version report. So these are all categorized as the Agile reports. Then the next category is around the issue analysis. So if you want to analyze the issues based on, for example, average age report or created versus resolved issues report, etc. So these are the reports that are available to analyze the issues within the project. Then we have the forecast and management reports. So these reports are around the time tracking or the workload, version workload. So what sort of workload is there for a particular, user or a version, etc. So that comes into the forecast and management section of the report. Then in the other section, you have this workload pie chart report. So these are, like the default reports, but in case you install any add-on, say for example you have the test management add-on as well, you might get more reports in the report section of the project. So now these are the reports for the Scrum project or the classic Scrum project. Now let's go to the other projects and see what all reports are available by default. So for example, if we go to the classic Kanban project, then we'll have different reports available in the Kanban project. So if you go to the report section in the Kanban, you will see cumulative flow diagram, CFD, and control chart are the two reports that are available in the Agile section. And then you have issue analysis reports, which are almost similar as we have seen in the Scrum project. and then forecast and management reports are also similar. Then there is other report as well, right? So these are the reports in the Kanban project. The only difference most of the time will be in the Agile section of the report, because Kanban is more about the continuous flow of work. So you have the cumulative flow diagram and the control chart, which are more relevant to Kanban projects. Now in the NextGen project, it is a bit different. So NextGen Scrum and Kanban, there are very limited reports. So if I go to the NextGen Scrum and open the reports that are available there, so you will get only these 4 reports. So burn up report, sprint burn down, velocity report, and cumulative flow diagram. Now this is because the NextGen project are meant to be very simple and with limited functionality. So JIRA has introduced NextGen project with the limited functionality. So that is why you don't get all the comprehensive reports that you will get into the classic projects of JIRA. So this is about the NextGen Scrum. If we go back to the NextGen Kanban, let me open NextGen Kanban, and in the NextGen Kanban you will have the reports. So here the reports is not enabled. So in order to enable reports, go to the project settings and go to the features, and here the reports is turned off, right? So we have to basically turn on the report. Okay, so this toggle is turned off at the moment. I'll turn it off, and then if you go back to the NextGen Kanban project, you will have this report option available. So if I go to the reports now, I'll see the reports that are available for the NextGen Kanban. So the reports that are available there are the burn up report, sprint burn down chart, velocity report, and cumulative flow diagram, which is more relevant of the Kanban. Now this burn up report and the burn down chart and velocity report, these are the reports which are more relevant to sprints or iterations. Now because in the Kanban, there is a continuous flow of work. You might work within the sprint or within the iteration. You can have your project team working in the 2 to 4 week cycle and picking up the issues and finishing those within that cycle. But usually in Kanban, it's continuous flow of work. So if you are looking for burn up report or sprint burn down chart, your project should be working into the sprints. So you should be creating a Kanban project, but then creating sprints to manage the work within the NextGen Kanban. All right. So that's all about the available reports in JIRA in different types of projects. So we have covered about the NextGen Classic and NextGen Scrum and NextGen Kanban, along with Classic Scrum and Classic Kanban project. And we have also navigated through the report section of each of these projects and seen what all reports are available. So this is the introductory part of the report. In the next tutorial, I'll cover very important and the most widely used reports. And then if you want to cover any more reports that you are using in your project, please comment out in the comment section, and I'll create a video to explain about that specific report in this particular tutorial. So that's all for this tutorial. Hope you like it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again. In this JIRA Cloud tutorial, we will learn about the burn down chart in JIRA. So in previous tutorial, we have already understood about the reports that are available in different JIRA projects. Now let us understand about the burn down chart, because burn down chart is the most widely used report or the chart that you will use to basically visualize how the work is progressing within the sprint. So I have created a sample Scrum project with some sample data there. So let's go ahead quickly to the report section and see the burn down chart. So if I click on the burn down chart here, so this is the Agile report burn down chart. And if you read out the description of this particular report, so what exactly it does is it tracks the total work remaining and project the likelihood of achieving the sprint goal. Okay, so this is relevant to your sprint, which is iteration of 2 to 4 week cycle, and this chart will help you to visualize whether the work that is being progressing within the sprint is you will very likely be able to achieve it, or you will miss that particular goal. So this is what the burn down chart will visualize, and this helps the team to basically manage the progress, and then you can respond accordingly. So there are many key aspects or key things that you can identify from this particular chart. So that's what we are going to understand. Now say for example, this is our chart here, and in this burn down chart here at the top you have the option to select different sprints. Okay, so here I can select, say for example, I want to analyze sprint 1, then I can select the sprint 1 here, and then you have the option to either have the burn down chart based on the issue count or story points or the time estimate or the custom field. So different options are available. Let's go ahead and analyze it with the issue count, because the concept will still remain same whether you go with the story point or the time estimate. It will still remain same, the concept, in order to read this particular chart. So if I go with the issue count, you can see that on the first day of the sprint, which is basically September 20th, the number of issues that were taken into the sprint are 7. Okay, so this is basically, if you hover over, you will see that this is the sprint start with the issue count as 7, right? Now, one day progressed, and then on the 20th of September, so basically this is 19th September, and then on 20th of September, if you see, the issue got completed. So there is one issue that got completed, and you can see the issue count -1, and that got completed on September 20th, right? Then another couple of days passed, then there is another issue that got closed on 23rd, and now you can see that this chart is basically it is horizontal for some days, and then as soon as the issue is closed, it comes down. So the number of issues as they are being closed, you will see the chart is getting down and progressing, or the issue are being reduced. So similarly, you can see other issues are being closed, and at the end, if you see that on the 2nd of October, there is one more issue got closed, and then finally, once the sprint is closed, the final issue still couldn't close. So out of the 7 issues, only 6 issues got closed, and the final issue count, which is basically issue count 1, it still remained, and that is what you can identify from this particular burn down chart. So how the number of issues are being closed and what is the overall progress of the particular sprint, you can analyze through this particular chart. So now say for example, you have the sprint closure on October 3rd, and on October 2nd there is one more issue remaining. Then you can basically analyze that particular issue and see whether that one particular day, within that one particular day or the last day of the sprint, will you be able to achieve that issue or not, or whether there is any bottleneck or blocker. If that is removed, then you can close that particular issue. So that information can be easily identified, and you can then keep a track of the overall sprint from this burn down chart. Okay, so this is based on the issue count. Similarly, you can go with the story points or the time estimate and analyze the burn down chart. Now below the burn down chart, so this is the chart wherein you have the issue count and the time on the horizontal axis, issue count on the vertical axis. Then in the bottom you have the tabular format. So in the 19th of September we have sprint start with these many issues, and these are the links. So if you click on these issues, it will redirect you or open these links in JIRA. So sprint started with these many issues included, and then as the issues get completed, then you will see the event type is burn down and issue completed, right? So these all issues got completed, and finally on 3rd of October sprint ended, and because there is one issue which hasn't been completed, the one issue is shown as pending here. Okay, now this one issue which hasn't been completed, SSPA-23 as the key, will be carried forward in the next sprint once this sprint is closed, right? So this is a brief introduction about the burn down chart and how the burn down chart can help you to analyze the overall progress of your sprint. And then also, if you want to remove the non-working days, then you can just uncheck this show non-working days. Okay, and it will remove the non-working days highlighted. Then say for example, I want to switch to another sprint. I will show you one more scope change. So in the sprint 2, if you see this particular burn down chart, so there were issues that were being closed, and then on the 10th of October, the graph moved up. So basically basically this happens when there is any new issue addition in the sprint. Okay, so on 10th of October, there was a new issue that got added, and because of that, the scope changed. And you can see on the highlighted part, the scope change is visible and issue has been added to the sprint within the sprint. Okay, so during the sprint duration, the issue has been added, and because of that, the scope change is visible there. Okay, so sometimes you will see this sort of, graph or burn down chart in case you are having the scope change within the sprints. Okay, so this is another good thing to basically analyze. When you look at the burn down chart, you will easily be able to figure out whether your chart is going or whether the work is tracking in the right direction, or you are tracking properly, or you need to look into the actual work and work out where the blockers are or why the work is not progressing within the sprint. So that's all for this particular burn down chart tutorial. Hope you like it. Please do share and subscribe, and thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome again. In this JIRA Cloud tutorial, we are going to learn about sprint report in JIRA. Now before I get into the sprint report and reporting section, let me cover a little bit detail about the sprint. So in the Scrum development approach, we follow sprints or iterations, which is basically 2 to 4 weeks timeline, in which you pick up the work item, which is basically user stories or other tasks. For example, you can pick defects as well to be fixed. You work on those work items, and as a development team, you deliver the working software by end of the sprint. So there is a planning part involved in it, right? So say for example, I'm using JIRA, I'll go, this is my particular project. What I'll do is to plan the particular sprint, I'll go into the backlog, and I'll have, as a team, we'll have a discussion and we'll pick the work items that we need to basically deliver in this particular sprint. Say for example, sample sprint 4 is the sprint that we are planning for now. So we have picked as a team, we have picked these 5 items with the story points that are being allocated to these work items in this particular sprint. Now once the whole team is okay, we can start the sprint, right? So let me start the sprint, and here by default the duration is 2 weeks, so let me keep it as is 2 weeks, which is most widely used timeline in Scrum. So once the sprint is started, then the sprint report comes in picture, and you can actively monitor how the work is progressing by going through the sprint report. Now we have started the sprint. Now let's go ahead and go back to the reports and see the sprint report for this particular sprint. So if I go to the sprint report and we'll browse through this particular sprint. So for example, sample sprint 4 is the current sprint at the moment, right? So here you can see that the total points that we have planned as a team is 32. Okay, and if I scroll down here, the story points for all these 5 work items that we have picked in this particular sprint is basically 32. So these are the story points that are displayed for these work items. Now because this is basically the first day of the sprint, now you are seeing the weekends here, because today is Sunday and I have planned this sprint today, just to explain you. But ideally what will happen is you will start a sprint from Monday, right, from the working day. So you will plan the sprint on that particular day, you will start the sprint, and then you will have the story points shown that you have picked in that particular sprint in the y-axis. So story points will be displayed on the y-axis, and then you will have this graph shown. This is basically the perfect graph for the burn down chart for the sprint, but ideally it doesn't happen like that. So usually when, say for example, tomorrow the team or today itself, if we have planned today, so today itself team starts working, and tomorrow somebody comes in and they close a work item. Say for example, this story is being completed and closed tomorrow. So SSPA1, if it gets completed, then I'll see the burn down chart being reflected here, and the work item, this work item will be also updated. So let me quickly complete it. This is not, this will automatically reflect in the report. So if I simply go ahead and make it as done and go to the reports again, then this item will be shown as completed, and the story points against this particular work item will be basically claimed, right? So here if I change it to sprint 4, you can see that directly on the same day itself, we had planned 32 and 5 points got claimed, or basically the work item itself got completed on the same day as we started the sprint. So which is highly unlikely in the actual scenarios, but this is just to show you how the sprint burn down or the sprint report will look like. So in the ideal scenario, or in the actual scenario, when you start working, you plan the sprint, and then 1 or 2 days down the line, you will claim a couple of points. Say for example, I worked on a couple of work items and I claimed 2 points on the next day. So the burn down chart will come like this, and then again on the next day I claimed 3 more points, and then the burn down chart will again come along this particular line. So this is how the work items. So from 32 points, the ideal scenario is to basically claim all the points by end of the sprint, which is after 2 weeks. So after each day, if your team is tracking or maintaining the JIRA hygiene, then definitely you will get a lot better sprint report. And once you see the report, say for example 5 or 4 days down the line of the sprint, you see the report and you see that none of the work items have been completed, then you know that there is something wrong within the sprint, or there are some blockers which are not being addressed, right? So as far as the team is progressing, claiming the points that are assigned and the stories are being closed, then you will see this perfect graph coming down for the sprint report. And just by seeing at this particular sprint report, you will be able to understand what's going on within the team, and if required, as a Scrum Master or Project Manager, you will be able to help the team to remove the blocker and progress properly to achieve the sprint goal, right? So this is the whole purpose of sprint goal. This graph is not perfect, I know, but in the actual scenario, you will be, moving further and claiming the points, and the graph this red line will follow almost similar to this gray line. So this is the gray one is the guideline basically that's shown, and then red will be the actual remaining values for the sprint, for the story points that you have picked in this particular sprint. All right. So this is a brief about the sprint report. And sprint report, if you read at the top, this gives a very brief understanding about this sprint report, that you can understand the work completed or pushed back in the backlog in each sprint. So this, but just by seeing this sprint report, you will be able to see how many work items have been completed, how many work items are not completed by end of the sprint or within the sprint, and then will help you to determine whether, say for example, in next 3 sprints, your team took 5 tasks and in each sprint they are not able to complete, more than 3 tasks. Then you know that your team is overcommitting and they are not able to achieve what they are committing. So this report over the period of time gives you a lot of information about the team, what their capacity is, whether they are overcommitting and not able to deliver. So this is very important report if you are doing Scrum, and to keep an eye on the sprint report within the sprints is the key to success of your project. So that's all for this particular sprint report tutorial. Hope you like it. If you want to cover if you want me to cover any other reports that you see on the JIRA instance, please do comment in the section below, and I'll try to make new videos for the reports that you mention in the comments. So that's all for this tutorial. Hope you like it. Thank you very much for watching.